Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
Chapter 1, there is an art in creating your own legend. In Westeros, the best narratives begin with tourneys, and when they tell my story in some distant future, the bards would start with today. Galladon, the Titan of Tarth. Stepping onto the stirrup of my horse, I blew out a steaming breath from beneath my full-face helm and swung my foot over the saddle. My body settled easily above Smoker, the white courser so familiar with my armored weight that he barely even twitched. Still, I leaned down closer to his head, running a gauntlet through his pale mane. "Ready now, boy?" I said. "Just you and I again. You and I against these medieval bastards." The horse whinnied softly, twisting his neck back to shoot me the equine equivalent of a "do you really have to ask?" glance. I was no warg as far as I knew, but the connection I'd formed with Smoker, the way we could read each other's intentions from the most minute of movements, could never be considered natural. Certainly not with my old notion of natural possibilities. A quirk of this world, certainly. Footsteps hurried across the sand. I lifted my gaze as a red-haired squire jogged toward me from the weapons tent with 4 jousting lances held over his shoulder. The weight of the lances seeming no problem for the tall, stocky boy, he skidded to a stop just short of jabbing Smoker in the flank. "Some of the lances, sir," he said, not even having the decency to appear out of breath. "For your choosing." I looked down at the boy, my interested expression hidden beneath the helm. Beyond his size, the squire seemed completely unremarkable. No glimmer in the eye that hinted at hidden potential, no embroidery on his clothes, marking him out as the son of a noble house. In fact, the only characteristic that sparked any reaction was the constellation of red pimples breaking over his nose and cheeks like firecrackers, the acne all the more noticeable given his large and pale moon-like face. Earlier, I had paid a few coppers to the closest unattended squire I could find to carry my lances and help me with my armor after every joust. But since my last tilt before the noon break, Moonface here had eagerly latched onto me without asking for a penny. I usually made a concerted effort to learn the name of all those around me without regard for station or family name, but considering my current situation, I had not given that social job any thought. Now, I found myself regretting that. "Your name, squire?" I asked. My voice came warbled from inside all the metal. It helped to make it sound deeper than it really was. The boy snapped to attention at my question. "Me, it's Pate, sir, Pate. Just Pate?" The squire cringed. He looked down to his feet, scratched at his red hair with his free hand. "Yes, sir." "Small folk, then. How did he get to squiring at such a prestigious tournament?" I shrugged. "Very well, Pate," I said, deciding to give him something to look forward to. I could use a squire once they knighted me. "After today, I will be counting on you 2 days hence to squire for me as well. Understood?" 2 days, sir." He seemed to puzzle that for a moment, fiery eyebrows scrunching together in thought. Then he caught my meaning. You mean for the finals, sir?" I gave a subtle nudge with my knee and Smoker neighed and pranced beneath me, turning in a circle so that we stood facing the tilt lane. On the other side, my next adversary emerged from a corner, some Westerlander knight wearing silver-enameled armor over a beautiful chestnut prancer. I felt my blood rising in anticipation, the roiling heat of pre-battle stoking my resolve to see this through, the start of my very own legend. I found myself smiling in my armored darkness. "I didn't tell you before, did I?" I said, only loud enough for the squire to hear me. "I'm winning this whole damned thing, Pate. Count on it." XXX, the afternoon sun hid behind a great chain of iron-gray clouds, and the air beneath the walls of Lannisport was crisp and only slightly tinged with the collective stench of humanity as crowds of small folk and nobles packed the stands around the tiltyard. Good weather for knocking men off their horses with long sticks. Opening up my visor, I wiped away the sweat that had built up on my brow over the last few tilts. The sun wasn't out, but the enclosure of the armor and the heat coming off Smoker beneath me still felt stifling. Even then, I did not feel any fatigue. My breathing was calm and paced, my muscles sore and well-used but not anywhere near their limit. From the corner of my eyes, I caught Pate jogging over with a water skin. Unclasping my helm for a moment, I took a deep pull from the skin, exposing my jaw to some fresh air. The small folk crowd gathered along the sloped embankment cheered as they got a glimpse of the mystery knight beneath the armor, though they were much more subdued in their adoration as they had been in previous matches. I didn't blame them. Across the tiltyard, another Westerlander, the 8th of the day and 3rd of the afternoon, though not a minor knight like all those before. Sir Tywin Lannister sat tall above his dappled stallion, red and gold armor unmarred despite the 3 lances I'd already broken against his shield. Tywin was a large man, blessed to have been born with a soldier's physique in this violent world. Yet as I watched, he tested his left arm with careful movements before accepting a fresh shield from his squire. Had I put my full strength behind the blow, I bet I could have taken the arm off at the shoulder. I chuckled lowly. No, I wasn't that strong. Not yet, at least. I was still a growing teenager. The crowd went wild when Tywin took up his lance again, lifted it up straight in the air, and bowed his head slightly toward me. He was good to keep going then. Handing Pate back the water skin, I picked up the lance from where I had it resting across the saddle and offered the same salute back at the Lannister knight. People seemed to have enjoyed our exchanges so far, but 3 tilts had been plenty. It was past time I took the man down. I could have gotten him before, but, given what I planned, I didn't want to humiliate the host's brother, or accidentally kill him. No amount of brute strength would save me from Tywin's wrath then, even if he would play nice in front of the king and the rest of the nobles. I didn't fancy having my throat slit in my sleep in a few months from now, so Tywin would live. His ego might be bruised for a bit, though, especially once he found out it was a 15-year-old boy who got him on his ass. Although, by then, I'd wager he wouldn't mind it that much, not when I planned to sweep the entire field along with him. Tywin trotted up to his lane, and I matched him on my side. A gust of wind blew from the ocean, carrying with it the familiar scent of brine and fish. I had grown to enjoy the smell of the sea in this life. Red and gold streamers, which decorated the tourney grounds and the streets of Lannisport, flapped high in their posts as if cheering for their homegrown knight. Above the royal stand to my left, which towered over even the other noble-packed bleachers, a giant flag bearing the symbol of House Targaryen came alive in the air, and for a moment, dragons danced in the sky once more. XXXN. This is a story I started a while ago, and even posted the first couple of chapters here in WN. Back with it, and it will go the long distance. Hope you enjoy it. Throw some power stones my way if you like the story. Reviews and comments also help. Thanks for reading. 2. Chapter 2 Lannisport. 276 AC tournament in honor of Prince Viserys' birth. I soaked it all in, allowing myself to feel the atmosphere to be steeped in it. But only for a heartbeat, then I shut it down. All of it. I let my breathing settle, let my focus narrow to the point of my lance and the distant lion-shaped chestplate of my opponent. I let the shouts of the crowd wash by me like waves crashing against a boulder. A trumpet sounded, a distant thing in my state of mind, but I was aware enough to tighten my hold on Smoker with my knees, and that was his cue. The horse bolted forward, churning sand beneath its hooves. Adrenaline shot through my veins like lightning. I moved on instinct, shield raised, lance couched tightly beneath my armpit. My eyes locked onto Tywin. The Lannister knight thundered toward me above his stallion, the fancy barding covering the animal streaming in the wind. He was well-trained and more experienced than I was. His form might as well have been plucked out of a textbook, lance pointed straight at my chest. It wouldn't do him any good. Though a crucial practice for knights, jousting wasn't a reflection of a real battle. For an individual soldier, even a noble, war was about enduring, keeping yourself in the fight, oftentimes by simply outlasting the enemy. Father beat this into my head when I started to train in the yard, and I gladly took it to heart. No, jousting wasn't a battle, a place where battle-hardened veterans usually carried the day over the inexperienced youths. Jousting was the single moment, the inch over the mile. In this account, none could match me. Whatever force put me on this world had made me better, more, special. I didn't particularly care about why or how, all I cared about was leaving my mark on this earth. And Tywin was in my way. We met at the center of the tiltyard, and for the crowds in the viewing stands. It must have been a blur of men and metal, but I saw it all. I saw it as our lances nearly scraped against each other as they zipped above the barrier separating the tilt lanes. I saw it as Tywin leaned forward on his saddle, his body language letting me read his intention in that split second and lift my arm to match his thrust, so that his lance would slide harmlessly against my shield instead of hitting it in full. More importantly, I saw it as his injured left shoulder dipped as he moved above the horse. An unconscious thing, and also the whole reason why I had targeted that shoulder 3 runs in a row. The point of my lance slipped above his shield and slammed against his chest piece. The impact sent a jolt through my whole body, and I tightened my hold on my horse. Splinters flew as the lance broke, showering me in wood, but by then I was riding past him, and Tywin Lannister was a human-shaped speed bump on the sand. Smoker came to a stop at the end of the lane, and I let myself relax with a deep exhale. The frantic heartbeat rattling in my ears was drowned by the cheers of the crowd. Turning my horse around, I noticed why they had let themselves show so much support for me in front of Tywin. On the royal stand, beneath the canopy that had been erected to protect our rulers from sun and rain, a silver-haired man had stood from his seat, and he applauded me quite enthusiastically. King Aerys Targaryen seemed to approve of Lannister bashing. I raised my broken lance above my head, relishing on the spike of noise from the crowd. The commons loved their mystery knights, anything to make them forget about their miserable lives. After enjoying myself for a bit, I tossed the lance to the side and rode back the way I came. I still had an image to maintain. Sir Tywin Lannister was in the process of climbing to his feet with no shortage of groans and whines when I stopped by his side. "Well ridden, sir," I told him. "In Westeros, there's a saying that you only get to know a man once you have clashed in the field." From the last 4 tilts trading lances with him, I believed I had the measure of Tywin, and anything more than the bare minimum acknowledgement would be taken as a patronizing snub. Better to be direct with someone who thought himself to be a martial man. Using the barrier as support, Tywin was finally able to stand on his own, and he wrangled his helmet away angrily before throwing it to the ground. His shoulder-length blonde hair was matted and sweaty, sticking to his skull in a rather unflattering way. He turned glaring green eyes up at me. For a second, I thought he might go the spoiled brat route and act like a sore loser, or perhaps even call for swords to finish our match, an option traditionally used only by tourney finalists after a very contentious jousting match. Then he seemed to think better of it and spat to the side. He grunted, looked back up at me and nodded. "Well ridden," he said gruffly. He stared at me up and down, as if investigating me for clues as to who I was. I wasn't wearing anything that might have hinted at my identity. I knew better than to give the game away too soon. Smoker wore a white barding with deep blue stripes, and my armor was a simple silver, polished but unadorned. The only distinguishing feature I had was a sapphire blue favor wrapped around my left vambrace by the elbow. "Do I get to have the honor of meeting the man who bested me?" I chuckled. "Not yet, Sir Tywin. Not until I'm bested myself, or until I win at all, though that went unsaid." A bout of laughter coming from above interrupted us. Yes, indeed. I would rather you don't spoil the surprise, Lannister." I glanced up to see King Aerys leaning over the wooden rail of his royal balcony. He had a gleeful smile on his face directed my way. No doubt because of the systematic destruction I had been doling out to the Westerlanders in the lists, and now I'd taken down a Lannister too. The king was loving it. It seemed that relations between the Hand and the king were rotten even before the defiance of Duskendale finally broke whatever sanity Aerys still had. Tywin was quick to bow his head. "As you say, your grace." The king's eyes shot to the side where Tywin sat on the royal stand for a second. The Lord of Casterly Rock brooded imperiously on his seat, surrounded by his pretty as dolls children and his sister, and he gave the king no mind. 10-year-old Cersei watched her surroundings apathetically, no doubt because the crown prince was not on the field, while Jaime was bouncing like a spring on his seat, stars in his eyes and an eager smile on his face. It seemed I had a new fan. Aerys' mood suddenly shifted. The smile he showed gave way to a cold sneer, and he waved a disinterested hand to dismiss us before quickly turning away. He hadn't gotten a rise out of Tywin like he wanted. I felt a knot dissolve in my stomach and took my chance to ride away. Getting in between the Lannister-Targaryen feud was not on my to-do list today. That was reserved for a few nights ahead. Chapter 3. Pate was waiting for me at the end of the tiltyard, and we made our way to one of the smaller stables to see Smoker settled in until my next joust. There were few horses still here and no stable boys that I could see, so I dismissed going to the large pavilion delegated for competing knights and stripped out of my armored suit right then and there. And though he didn't ask, I favored Pate with a couple of silvers before I left, for his help taking care of Smoker for the next couple of days, and for his silence. After splattering some water on my face and quickly putting on the clothes I had stashed away behind the stables, I took the long way around the grounds toward the Stormland section of the noble stands. I was done riding for now, but the day wasn't yet over, and I hoped to catch the last few tilts of the riders I'd be competing in the semi-finals and finals in 2 days' time. As I walked, I took note of all the activity around me. Hundreds of tents and pavilions in as many colors dotted the fields on the northern side of Lannisport, the grounds reserved for the tourney being squeezed between the city itself and the jutting castle mountain of Casterly Rock. We had been invited to stay at the Lannister castle, given our rank, but the small company of men we'd brought with us were staying here amongst the many knights, lordlings and freeriders that weren't high enough on the totem pole to make it into the rock. Even with the jousts still going on, hammers rang incessantly as carpenters and smiths worked on crafting lances and repairing armor for their lords and knights. Washerwomen knelt by frothing tubs, clucking and giggling to each other. Men-at-arms watching over their respecting tents mingled around unlit campfires with the low-end, prostitutes too old or too ugly to make it into the brothels at Lannisport. A tournament this size didn't just happen with a few stands hastily thrown in and a simple tiltyard. Thousands of small folk and hundreds of nobles had flocked to Lannisport for this tournament, and the lord responsible for hosting was naturally judged by their peers in how successful the whole thing turned out. Tywin Lannister had promised the best tourney in living memory, and so far he was delivering it. Of course, I knew that should things proceed as they are supposed to, Harrenhal would blow it by miles in just a short 5 years. 5 years of peace before the realm was thrown into chaos and old traditions were swept away in the wind. 5 years before a little fish like me could make a big splash. Instinctively dodging the reaching hands of a drunk prostitute, I picked up my pace and started to go around the small hill where the small folk could stand shoulder to shoulder and watch the jousting. Cheers rose from their midst. The last knights were riding already. I made it to our section in the noble stands, just as Sir Arthur Dayne unhorsed a knight from House Rowan of the Reach. A smattering of rowdy Stormlander lords and knights roared in approval as the man with a golden tree stitched into his tabard had to be carried away on a stretcher. It seemed Sir Arthur had enough clout that his Dornishness was disregarded for the moment, and the Stormlanders' hate for the pompous men of the Reach was a close sentiment to the animosity for their Dornish cousins. I elbowed my way past some of the minor nobility, mostly landed knights who traveled without their families and attendants, toward the tiny box on the edge of the stand with reserved seats for my family. Despite being only 15, I stood tall enough that none of the drunk knights dared try anything beyond glare at my back once I squeezed past. The nice clothing helped too, I would think. A guardsman wearing our colors let me through after recognizing me, and I jumped the short railing that separated our box. Alysanne almost shrieked when my feet hit the ground just behind her seat. "Father above, gal," she said in a chiding voice. "Don't scare me like that." I smiled at the girl, mussed up her blonde hair before she could slap my hand away and dove in for a kiss on her cheek when her guard was down. She gave up after she couldn't stop the second kiss and crossed her arms, pouting. "Where were you?" Aryan asked calmly. Despite being the older of the two girls by scarcely a year, she often acted like she was an ancient being of infinite wisdom. Some days I was inclined to believe her. I didn't even try to muss up her own black hair, instead kissing the top of her hand when she offered it like a proper lady. If I had tried to mess with her in public like I did with Allie, I'd wake up with goat shit smeared all over my clothes and dead rats stuffed on my sheets. Trust me, it'd happen. I still hadn't figured out who she'd gotten to do the deed for her. I refused to believe a 12-year-old girl had twisted the head of the rats by herself. That ice princess behavior was all a front she put up, though, and it was to my room that Aryan ran to on the nights she had her frequent nightmares. "Oh, you know your brother," I said, inclining my head innocently. "Sometimes I get lost on the road of life. Other times I'm helping old ladies carry their fruit baskets." Aryan narrowed bottle-green eyes at me. "And what was it this time, HM?" Lady Addison asked coyly, pushing her chair out to greet me. "Mother," I greeted. Kissing her cheek, she shot me a wink and I rolled my eyes. Of course Father had told her I was the mystery knight. "Nothing exciting, I'm afraid, but I'd be happy to regale you with my adventures later." Coughing into my hand, I quickly turned to the last person in the box. "Father, could I have a word with you?" "Alone." "For Chapter 4. Lord Selwyn Tarth was leaning over the railing, watching the tiltyard with a sheen of sweat on his brow. Mother was quick on the uptake, and distracted my sisters with promises of sweets and gossip. On the field, Sir Arthur Dayne was giving a lap around the lane to the cheers of the crowd. The white cloak of the Kingsguard fit him to perfection, streaming behind him like a superhero cape as he rode. His handsome face could have been chiseled from stone, all sharp planes and a strong jaw. The sword of the morning certainly looked impressive. Turning to me with a sharp nod, Lord Tarth swiftly pulled me to the side. He pointed at Sir Arthur. "You understand that is the man you must unhorse in 2 days, don't you?" he whispered. I groaned. We'd had this conversation before, many times back home in Tarth, and at least nightly on the road to Lannisport. Mind you, the joust had been our compromise. Lord Selwyn had been inflexible when it came to the melee. Despite seeing me demolish the best knights in the island, and even-handedly defeat himself, and the master-at-arms of Evenfall Hall with sword in hand, Father still didn't believe I was ready for a real, chaotic melee. I couldn't blame him. Not truly. I was only 15, and he couldn't know there were very few men in the world who could defeat me in a conflict of arms. He likely thought I was just a normal prodigy in the making, good enough to try my hand at the joust and risk a bruised chest and a hurt ego, but too green for the melee where I could take a warhammer to the back of the noggin, and he'd suddenly find himself without a male heir. "One of them, yes," I said. "I intend to win it all, Father, not fall in the semi-finals. He's just the first on the list." He watched my eyes as I spoke, as if wanting to catch me on an empty boast. He seemed to like what he saw and nodded. "I would ask if you were sure about this once more, but—" He trailed off. But he knew what my answer would be. Switching gears, I put both hands on his shoulders and pulled him closer. "What about the meeting, Father? Did you get it?" A sour expression spread across Lord Selwyn's face. He slipped away from my hands and sat back on his chair with a heavy sigh. "I did, Galadin," he said, seeming suddenly tired. "It wasn't easy to sell the idea to our lord, as I expected. Should you fail, he will look like a fool right beside me. I used more favors than I thought I had with him." "Lord Baratheon knows I'm the mystery knight, then?" He kept silent for a moment. "Have you heard what the commons are calling you, because of that blue ribbon of yours?" Lord Selwyn turned away from me to look out across the tiltyard. "The Sapphire Knight." From where I stood, I could see how the corner of his lips curled minutely before he got control of himself. "I did teach you Tarth has no precious stones, and is only called the Sapphire Isle for the color of our waters, no?" I nodded. "You did." After a second, he glanced back up at me, face a mask. "Yes, I told him about you, and Stefan came to me during the noon break. Your performance out there, the way you rode like you were born for the saddle, is the only reason he agreed to go through with this. And after seeing you against that Lannister, well..." His worried expression slowly turned into a confident smile. Pride radiated near blindingly from him. "Screw it, as you're fond of saying. I would give you fair odds." "My son," something heavy settled on my throat. I suddenly had the urge to blink. "I won't disappoint you, Father," I told him. "You know I won't. Have my ideas not helped our house before?" Lord Selwyn let out a quick laugh. "They are the only reason I even contemplated this mad plan of yours, boy." 3 quick trumpet blasts sounded, and the announcer by the royal stands started shouting out the names of the knights that would be coming out. We were seated too far away to make out any of it, but my father seemed to know exactly who was still to go. "Now, forget about this for a while and come sit by your old man." Father motioned to the chair on his other side. "You missed Sir Barristan unhorsing the Mallister knight after you left the field." "That means—" I started. "Yes," he said. "The Prince of Dragonstone is to ride next." Chapter 5. Come on, boys, do keep up. Grinning back at them, I picked up the pace through the narrow trail, pushing against the occasional bramble that got in the way. I could hear their wheezing breaths as they tried to follow in my footsteps. They were nearing their limit, I could tell. Almost 2 hours uphill at a trot wasn't an easy feat, but I had trained them well. I pushed hard for another 5 minutes, yelling back at them whenever I noticed they were falling behind to the point where I wouldn't be able to see them through the brush that closed in around us. I finally stopped at a small clearing where the land leveled and a couple of fallen logs made for a nice seating arrangement. Jack was the first to appear through the trees, his short brown hair and shirt soaked like he'd taken a shower. Upon seeing I'd stopped, he tried and failed to say something through his ragged breaths. Chuckling, I waved him off and pointed to the log opposite the one I was seating. He gave me a thankful nod and flopped onto it, huffing like a buffalo. Jace, his twin, came crashing through next and dropped to the ground with a tired groan as soon as he saw us, holding onto his ribs like they were about to spontaneously combust. Gray was last, finally topping the last rise almost a minute after the twins. The shorter boy looked paler than usual, and he gasped for air like each breath was his last. I'd taken him into my service when he was 13, and I had soon noticed the boy had a mild case of asthma. I had put him to swimming every morning since then. He was getting better. I walked up to where Gray had stopped and reached into the backpack I was carrying. "Get some of this in you before you pass out." Breaking off a piece of cracker in half, I pushed it into his hands and smiled. "Hardtack and jerky for the 4 of us, lads. The breakfast of champions." Gray gave out a rasping wheeze in response. I'd take it as positive. I went around the small clearing giving each of them their portions, before seating back down on my log and starting on my own hardtack. On the other log, Jack gathered enough strength to lift himself up into a seating position after a few minutes of respiratory agony. He coughed, gasped, took a long draught of his water skin and wiped his face with his sleeve. "You're not human, Lord," he said, still breathless. "Not human, I say." I cracked a smirk and took a bite of my jerky. "Oh, I'm human all right, Jack," I said after chewing. "The world is bigger than you think. Believe me, there are better men than I out there, and things that aren't men at all. That's where the danger lies. That's why I put you through all of this. Are you training us to fight demons of some sort, my lord?" That was Jace, speaking up even as he sprawled on the leafy ground. His words drawled with exhaustion. "Because that's not what you promised us 3 years ago." I laughed. "You'll fight whoever I tell you to fight," I told him not unkindly. "And you'll kill them too, demons or otherwise. I'll make sure of it." Jack grinned where he sat, and despite his words, I knew Jace liked the intensity of it all. All the boys under my command did. To them, who were once child beggars and orphans in the island of Tarth, 3rd and 4th sons of poor farmers who couldn't feed so many mouths, or the result of an illegitimate coupling between some washerwoman and a guardsman, this was an opportunity of a lifetime. A chance to be a part of something bigger and better yet, to serve under your future lord and get rewarded for it. That and the free room and board, of course. Whenever I recruited another kid, I knew that was the first selling point. Everything else came later. "As you say, Lord Galladon," Jace said. Gray was eating quietly outside the log circle, sitting with his back against a tall oak. When he caught me looking his way, he nodded deeply. Not a big talker, but I knew Gray was just as devoted to my cause as the twins. It had all started some 5 years ago when I turned 10. After badgering him for a few years, I finally convinced my father to try out the agricultural changes I wanted, and the results were coming in. A 4-field rotation allowed Tarth to breed more cattle year-round and produce enough grain that we could fill our larders to the brink, with enough left to export the surplus to King's Landing and Pentos across the narrow sea, and especially to the Stormlands during the rainy seasons when houses would occasionally lose their crops to the sweeping winds that battered the land. With the spare gold we were making, Father hadn't been able to deny me when I asked to train some boys from the villages around Evenfall Hall. It wouldn't cost much to bring in a few extra mouths into the household, and he'd seen how I had been shaping up to be a demon in the yard. Even in a father-son relationship, that gave me clout. Marshal might was king in Westeros. I started out with 5 boys, just 5, to test things out, Gray and the twins being the oldest among them. I knew I could have been a first-grade warrior coasting on innate talent alone, but I didn't want to be just another Tarth lordling who might go down in history as a better-than-usual fighter. Big deal, those names were a dime a dozen. I had my eyes set on higher goals. For that, I needed an edge, and there was only so much I could achieve when I was only one man, genetically superior or not. I hadn't amounted to much of a soldier in my past life, just did my 2 years of obligatory service in my country's army and returned to civilian life. Never saw action beyond some intense training exercises and a couple of pacifying operations in hostile territory. Still, combined with the military education as the future Lord of Tarth and some self-study in my other life, I'd been able to cobble up a regimen that would harden these boys into deadly killers. If nothing else, they'd be the fittest fighting force this side of the narrow sea. Their ranks swelled to 15 in the first year, and now I had 25 boys, some as young as 11, the oldest being the twins at 17, under my command. I doubted any of them would ever be able to cross swords with a Kingsguard or any of the legendary fighters of Westeros. They weren't trained to be knights after all. I didn't have the time or the coin to invest so heavily in each of them as individuals. But they could work a bow and arrow like they were Robin Hood themselves, and stalk any animal, or any man, through the woods, and fight, swim, grapple, and march in lockstep. For the talented and loyal, I had started giving lessons on reading and writing, then moving on to small unit tactics and encrypted communication. I was molding them into the sword I could wield against my enemies and the shield that would guard my back from any unseen blade. Or so I hoped. Problem was, it wasn't cheap to house, train, and feed all these boys on my own dime. Not at 15. It stretched my allowance to the utmost, even if it was larger than what you would expect for the heir of a not-so-important lord, given my contribution to our house. I couldn't support more than the 25 boys that I had now. If I wanted to build a true force, one that was independent from the regular knights, men-at-arms, and levy Tarth could call upon, I needed more gold. This tourney would be the beginning of it. Given it was supposed to be in honor of the newest prince of the realm, Tywin Lannister had announced a 15,000 dragon purse to the winner of the joust. The largest reward ever offered for a non-royal tourney. A drop in the ocean for him, certainly, but a pinch of ambrosia amidst a desert for myself. Chapter 6 I let the lads eat in peace, then rest for 20 minutes before I stood up. Time to go, boys, I told them. I have to track another half-hour up to Casterly Rock, and you'll get to coast downhill back to Lannisport. I made it in the darkness earlier today, so you'll be fine. Don't forget to erase your tracks as you go. It's good practice. Yes, Lord Galladon. The three of them chorused. They went about clearing their area for crumbs of food, or anything that would give away their presence with military efficiency, and they knew better than to groan and complain at this point. I allowed them a certain degree of familiarity, as the three of them had become the closest things I had for friends in this world. But at the end of the day, I was their lord, and I knew better than to try and overturn millennia of social conditioning, especially as it favored me so heavily. Once they were finished and we were ready to go our separate ways, I asked, "You know what to do today, yes?" "Aye," Jack answered for the group. "It shall be done, M-Lord." They all saluted with their right fist pressed against their chests. "Good," I said. "One last thing before we leave, do you have a name for me yet?" Stepping forward from their line, Jace began to speak. XXX, it had only taken me 20 minutes to make it back to Casterly Rock instead of the 30 I'd imagined. With no one to hold me back, I could build up a serious pace, and I was panting by the time I got back to my room on one of the lower levels of the castle. House Tarth was a middling house in the Stormlands, certainly behind in strength to the Marcher lords of Swan, Dindarian, and Cairn. Buckler was richer, Kennington more influential, and recent marriages had brought Estermont closer to the Baratheons of Storm's End. Still, we had the biggest naval force in the region, shabby as it were, and our ancient names still carried enough weight that we necessitated apartments in the rock. I didn't stop there for long. My father was out, no doubt politicking with this or that lord, and I saw no sign of my mother and sisters, so I made my way to the largest yard in the castle, where the noble knights and lords would be practicing. It was still early in the morning, seeing as I had left before 5 o'clock, and I hoped to try my mettle against men from outside Tarth. I had never had the chance to travel beyond a few visits to Storm's End, and once to King's Landing, but that had been when I was only a child. This would be the best opportunity I had in years to see where I stood amongst the best in the realm. Evenfall Hall was a large castle relative to middle nobility, seeing as we were once kings in our own right. But the Rock's main yard dwarfed ours by a crazy order of magnitude. I wagered some 5,000 men could squeeze together here in times of war, and even now the place bubbled with activity as lords and heirs, knights and squires fought and practiced with each other. The air rang with the song of metal and the cracking of wooden swords. The piercing sounds rattled against my ears in a way I would have found unpleasant in another life. Now, it lit a fire in my chest that demanded to be extinguished. The fatigue from the morning run melted away to a simmering soreness that I could easily ignore. My conditioning was so good that the past day's jousting was nothing but a memory. I made my way to the main weapons rack in the center of the yard, dodging the small pockets of duels that formed around the more prolific fighters. Everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of the best warriors in the land. Looking back, I saw dozens of ladies, children, and older lords lining the balconies that overlooked the yard, some caught up in conversation over refreshments, others attentively observing the action below. I was stopped before I got within 10 feet of live steel. "You there," a gruff voice spoke. I turned to see a middle-aged, barrel-chested man glaring at me with baleful black eyes. "How old are you, boy?" I tried not to let the title of boy get to me. "This boy has a name, sir," I said, polite as could be. "I'm Galladon Tarth, Lord Selwyn's son and heir. Yours would be—" He huffed, Son and heir and not old enough to join this side of the yard, I say. He pointed a meaty finger toward where the younger boys and squires were whacking at each other with wooden swords. That's where you'll be for the day, my lord. I grimaced. I could see a few squires with potential, solid stances, and good instincts though unbalanced by growth spurts, but most of those boys were hammering at each other like the swords were clubs. That would be beyond a waste of my time. Mustering up my best smile, I tried again. I still haven't gotten your name, sir. Sir Benedict Broom. He crossed his arms over his front as if daring me to keep talking. Master-at-arms here at the Rock, which means this here is my yard. Is that going to be a problem, lordling? I knew a lost cause when I saw one. I might have the physique and stature of a young man, but my voice was a dead giveaway. And though I was handsome enough with promises of a strong jaw, my upper lip was bare of any fuzz and some baby fat still puffed out my cheeks. Ah, the detriments of reincarnation. But as an idea slowly came together in my mind, I allowed myself to relax. No problem at all, Sir Benedict, I said, keeping up the smile. Only this time it had an edge to it. I'll make myself known to the older squires. Chapter 7. I punted the squire closest to me with a frontal kick to the diaphragm when he lifted his sword to attack. The straw-haired boy folded like an envelope around my foot and crumpled to the ground, gasping for air. The thin sound of a slash cutting the air to my left had me raising up my shield to meet it, and the next moment I spun out of the way of another sweeping blow aimed at my knee. And so I danced in between the three squires still on their feet, all my age or older. I made it impressive too, not letting even a single blow so much as glance against my padded torso while delivering what would be serious cuts and stabs were I to use a real sword. I was more than used to this style of training when I practiced against my own men back home. When I decided enough was enough, I went in for the kill. A feint to the left saw that I had a second's advantage against the tallest of the squire before his two friends had a chance to help him. Dash in, parry, punch to the face. Another down. The last squires were smart enough to try and synchronize their attacks, but they weren't good enough. When the rotund, pimply boy tried a textbook side swing, I swept his wooden blade away and pushed him onto his ally. The bulk of the boy knocked his friend's weapon out of his hand, and then it was all a matter dotting the I's and crossing the T's. 10 seconds later, I had them both flat on their backs, repeating, I yield, like the words were some kind of ritual chant. I let myself breathe out once it was all over. Instead of gloating, I went over and offered hands to the two boys, helping them up as they muttered their thanks. This group was under direct tutelage of the Rock's master-at-arms, from what they told me, and it was a credit to him that they took their defeat with dignity. The straw-haired squire I kicked, and the tall one I punched had gotten to their feet on their own, so I only offered a respectful nod. One squire answered in kind, the other huffed and stormed away. Ah well, you can't win them all. There's always a dick in every group. As the straw-haired boy, Clay Linderly by name, came over to ask me for tips, I made sure not to indicate that I had noticed the smattering of knights and lords that had gathered around to watch me fight. These boys were the third group of older squires I had demolished without breaking a sweat, so it made sense that my fights had gained a following in the yard. Try not to overflourish your form when you go for a swing, I told him. Keep it tight, short movements. That'll make a difference, you'll see. He slapped me on the shoulder amicably and was about to speak up again when someone cleared their throat. Oh, I knew the voice. I had to hold back a grin when I turned toward Sir Benedict Broom. Back to the dummies, Linderly. The master-at-arms grunted. I won't have it said you learned that ridiculous form from me. Go. He shooed off the boy. Clay took it in good humor and left after another cheery thanks. Warrior save that boy. He wasn't made for the yard. Sir Benedict turned toward me, eyes narrowed. This your idea of fun, Tarth, beating up on my squires? Looking about, I noticed the small crowd had dispersed after the squires, and I started talking. Good. The one man I wanted to get the attention of at the moment was right here. I did say I was going to introduce myself, sir. I shrugged. This is just how I say hi. That cracked him. Sir Benedict chortled. Very well, kid, you got it. He nodded toward the center of the yard, where dozens upon dozens of men were still hard at practice. On your head if you get yourself hurt, though. My smile was genuine this time. The morning carried on like that. Some of the knights who had been watching me against the squires were the first to ask for a spar. I asked for their names, and tried my best to remember them. But their initiative soon opened the floodgates, and I fought man after man for an hour, too many to remember. I stopped only occasionally to refresh myself for a few minutes here and there. The only ones I made sure to recall were the Stormlanders. A jolly man of House Fell and a fierce one of Hurston, an older knight who served the Earls of Haystack Hall and almost tricked me with a feint. A cocky prick called Sir Lomas Estermont that I had to be conciliatory with when his skills couldn't cash in his tall talk. A tough bout with Cedric Storm, the bastard of Bronzegate, and even Lord Brian Cairn of Nightsong, who had just had a son called Bryce earlier in the year and spent half the fight gushing about the boy. I hadn't realized who my next opponent was until he introduced himself. Sir Gawain Gaunt, the man said simply, as if he was just another knight. He held up his practice, dull-edged blade. "Shall we?" I gaped for a full 5 seconds before I got myself together. "It will be an honor, sir," I managed to say. I could finally test my sword hand against a Kingsguard. Chapter 8, Lord Selwyn Tarth. What do you say, Stefan? Selwyn Tarth leaned against the stone balustrade of one of the balconies that afforded a view of the Rock's main practice yard. He didn't bother watching the rest of the bout, instead focusing on the wide-eyed expression of his liege lord. Selwyn wasn't particularly talented in the field beyond what was expected of him as a Stormlord, but he knew who would be the winner of the spar after the first few exchanges. Stefan took a moment to answer, his eyes glued on the fighting. "I say you should have let the boy try the melee." He chuckled. "7 hells, Selwyn. Are you sure the boy's your son? I would have taken him for a Dothraki warlord had he not had your blonde hair." Were it anyone else who said it, even jokingly, Selwyn would have taken it as an insult. But despite what many thought, his friendship with Stefan Baratheon went a long way back before the time his lord left Storm's End to be a page in King's Landing, where he would become close with Lord Tywin Lannister and King Aerys. "He's not ready yet, my lord." Selwyn turned back to the yard. Below, the Kingsguard and his son met in a fierce clash of swords, a whirlwind of slashing and stabbing that looked like a stage presentation, so fast were their movements. "Look at his feet. Galadon is quicker than Sir Gawain and stronger," Stefan cut in as Galadon pushed the Kingsguard knight back with a powerful blow. "By the warrior, the boy's strong." He watched the bout with a feverish focus for another moment before he nodded to himself. "But I take your meaning. Strong and quick he may be, he's too green. Right there, see, he still falls for a good feint. His speed is the only reason Gaunt hasn't ended the damn thing. Say what you will about the Baratheons, but they knew their way around a fight." Stefan himself had been a monster in his youth. Selwyn could well remember his lord's furious charge into the enemy line at the Steptones after his father's death, and it seemed Stefan's keen eye for martial matters had not aged a day. Down at the yard, Galadon finally overextended himself enough for the knight to fully capitalize on it. Even then, Selwyn let himself smile. His chest swelled with pride. Which lord could say that his 15-year-old son held his own for almost 3 minutes against an experienced knight of the Kingsguard? Stefan hummed in approval. "A good showing by any measure, Selwyn. You've got yourself a champion in the making there, to be sure." The Lord of Storm's End turned to him, one hand coming up to worry over the dark beard that covered his jaw. "But a great spar won't make much of a difference when your boy sits in front of him. Tywin doesn't much care for anything that doesn't concern his house." "I understand, my lord." Unlike what he had told Galadon, Selwyn hadn't spoken to Lord Baratheon about his stunt as the Mystery Knight. There was no reason to explain anything beyond asking for the meeting. "And you trust him enough to risk angering the Lannisters?" Stefan raised an eyebrow. "Tywin is a prickly man, and sending a boy in place of the house's lord will be taken as an insult. I never took you for a fool, my friend." There it was. Selwyn chuckled. How could he explain to someone who didn't have a son like Galadon the wisdom of trusting your reputation to a 15-year-old boy? "With respect, my lord, but fool is the father who raises an untrustworthy son." Selwyn smiled down at the sight of Galadon speaking amicably with Sir Gawain. "If I must trust him with the future of my house, then I must trust him with this too." XXX. On another balcony, a tall, broad-shouldered man watched as the son of an unimportant house spoke with a knight of the Kingsguard. His sharp blue eyes flashed with interest. That had been the most impressive showing he'd seen in years, even accounting for the 2 young men fostering with him, and he gathered the boy couldn't be older than 16. Looking around, he realized very few of the lords and ladies in the balconies surrounding the yard had glimpsed the display of fighting proficiency. More's the pity. Then again, there was something to be said about getting in early in a promising investment, or cutting it at the root, depending on how it seemed to be developing. It was too early to act on it, of course. Many up-and-coming young men had shone too bright in their youth, only to end up burning out before making it into manhood. Few were the men whose talent truly flourished into primacy, but those that did, well, They became something special, something more than regular men, their names spoken in whispered reverence all across the land. No, nothing to do yet. For now, he would simply keep a close eye on this Tarth boy. Chapter 9. I was grinning from ear to ear as I walked through the lower corridors of the rock. Sweat made my shirt cling to my skin, and my hair was damp from dunking my head into a bucket of ice-cold water. I brought a hand up to rub against my left shoulder, testing it in slow movements. The morning practice at the yard had just ended, but my body was already sore as if I had just worked out at the gym for the first time after months of inactivity. Oh, how I had missed this. That was the problem with having near superhuman levels of physical prowess. These days, nothing seemed to tire me anymore. I had exerted myself more in the brief spar against Sir Gawain than in the 2 hours of going up and down the Casterly Mountain. And I had lost, to a man that, as far as I knew, was one of the less prodigious members of Kingsguard. What could I expect from the likes of Sir Barristan Selmy and Sir Arthur Dayne? Living legends walked among us. Hell, unless one of us were to die prematurely, I would get the opportunity to meet Robert Baratheon in his prime. The demon of the trident himself. My blood ran hot with anticipation. I couldn't wait to try myself against all of these monsters. Distracted as I was in my own fantasies, I hadn't realized someone had been calling out to me until their tone turned harsh. "Are you ignoring me, Tarth?" I perked up like I'd been slapped on the face. Huh. Turning, I saw 2 boys looking at me by an open alcove on the hall. I recognized them instantly. Speak of the devil and he'll show up, huh? The one who'd spoken was the tallest of the 2, young yet already built like a bull with strapping arms and legs like tree trunks. He glared at me with stormy dark eyes under a mane of thick black hair. Were 14-year-old boys supposed to be this big? Then again, who was I to comment on that? I was taller by an inch at only 15. To his side, a boy with a particularly long face cringed. When he caught my gaze, his gray eyes softened as if he was trying to apologize for his friend's rudeness without having to voice it. Time to turn the charm up. Walking up to the 2 boys, I smiled casually and bowed at the waist. "My Lord Baratheon, Lord Stark. Forgive me, I was lost in my own mind." "It's no issue, my lord," the young Ned Stark said, grateful for my courtesy. He elbowed Robert, who was still glaring at me, and the large boy finally smartened up. "Oh, of course, as you would be after a fight like that," Robert said, fury quickly turning into passion. "Let me guess, you were replaying that last bit where you almost had the guy, no?" He barked out a laugh. "I would too if that had been me. By the gods, that was some of the finest fighting I've ever seen. Had to be a Stormlander, eh? Call me Robert too. Lord Baratheon is my father." "Then call me Galladon, please." We both extended a hand at the same time and clasped forearms. When the future king of the 7 kingdoms increased the pressure beyond what was polite, I squeezed back twice as hard. A grin spread across Robert's face. "Ha, I like you, Galladon." He held my forearm for a moment longer before letting go. "Same for me then," Eddard Stark said, offering up a hand. Lord Stark still sounds weird even after all the years of being called it in the Vale. Call me Eddard. I shook it firmly, though there was no power struggle here. "Eddard and Robert," I said, as if trying the names for the first time. "It's a pleasure to meet you, my lords. I take it you caught my spar with Sir Gawain?" Robert nodded eagerly. "Only the last minute or so, but what a minute it was. Had you met in an actual battlefield, I wager the bards would be singing about it before we broke our fast tomorrow." Then his face suddenly twisted as if he'd tasted something sour. "Father had me shadowing him for the past few days, preparing me for lordship, he says, as if he's an old man on his deathbed and I'll have to take over the house tomorrow. In fact, I think it was your father, Lord Tarth, that is, who rescued me. Gods, it's been dull. It feels like I haven't breathed in the smell of a practice yard in forever." "It's only been a few days, Robert," Ned piped in, smiling at his friend's misery. "Bah!" Robert waved a hand as if swatting away a fly. "A few days full of stuffy meetings with blabbing old men and foppish arse-lickers. No, Ned, it's been forever and you know it. Don't tell me you enjoy following Lord Aryan when he goes around talking with every knight in the whole damn kingdom about trade deals and marriage prospects in the Vale. We should be out there with Galladon while we're still young and not tied up with ungrateful sons and willful wives." "Speak for yourself. I'm only the 2nd son. Less prestige, but we can have all the freedom we want." Ned smirked, crossing his arms over his chest. "I'll be off gallivanting across the world while you gather dust in your fancy castle. I've always wanted to see the Wall and the high tower in Oldtown. Mayhaps I'll even make it to Essos." Even though I had never spoken to this Ned before, he was clearly just trying to rile up his friend. I doubted Eddard Stark wanted anything more than to serve his brother in some peaceful corner in the north. Robert huffed. Keep talking like that, and I'd saddle you with a castle of your own when I come into my lordship. I'll make it close to Storm's End too, so I can come bothering you to go for a hunt every other day. I'll even pick a wife for you, an old maid with more hair down there than on her head. Ned doubled down and said something about a tavern in the Riverlands and an old woman without all her teeth, to which Robert only laughed and kept the ribbing up, mentioning a girl's name that had Ned turning red from his neck to his forehead. I watched the two bicker like an old couple for a moment. It was interesting to see the same men I had read about in books and watched on a screen act as boys younger than I was, still good-humored and unbroken by the world. Would my presence here change their destiny? Would Robert still be king? Would Brandon still die along with Lord Stark? Would Ned still have to marry his brother's bride to seal off an alliance with the Tullys? I was no hero, in all honesty. Saving the Starks from their terrible fates wasn't the reason I got out of bed every morning, but that didn't mean I wanted to see them dead. In the end, I could only do what was best for me and mine, and hope for the best for everyone else. I had come to love my family here with the same fervor as my first one, and I wouldn't put their safety in jeopardy by poking my head in deeper shit than I could swim out of. I was only the heir of Tarth, after all. Were I not from another world, getting to speak so friendly with the sons of two lords paramounts would be one of the highlights of my week. Galladon. Robert's voice snapped me back into conversation. You're older than us, no? I nodded, and he kept going. Then help me with this northern fool. He says you can tell a good woman by the sound of her laugh. Can you believe him? Are we talking about women or a painted fool dancing in court? No, it's the teats, I say. The bigger the better. That's where the heart is, no? Only makes sense. Tell him I'm right, won't you? I blinked, opened my mouth to answer, then closed it again. How did we even get here? Play the game, Galladon, I told myself with a sigh. Play the game. I knew exactly what kind of answer Robert would like, and it would do me well to gain favor with a future king. Putting on my most intense voice, I stepped up to the two boys. Let me tell you something, lads. As future lords, who you choose as your lady wife will make or break you. A good woman will make your lives infinitely easier. A bad one, well, let's just say you'll wish for a quick death over the torture that living with her will be. How to tell the good from the bad, though? Well, the most important thing is... I let my voice trail off. They both leaned in, eyes frenzied with the sort of fantastical obsession that only young men, who knew women solely as an abstract, fantastic concept, could conjure. Her soul, I finally said. Ned made a strange sound with the back of his throat while Robert simply deflated, the light in his eyes fading like a dying star. He pouted like a kid whose toy had been taken away. Her soul? Ned said, brows furrowed. Nodding sagely, I pat them both on the shoulders. Believe me, the soul is all that matters. Oh, and her arse too. Ned spluttered, and Robert's good humor returned with a spike of laughter. A good one, fat and fit at the same time. I continued. No easy feat to find such a treasure, I'll tell you. Still laughing, Robert said. Now that's wisdom. Indeed, but I must leave you now, my lords. I looked at the position of the sun outside. I promised my sisters I would take them to Lannisport after luncheon, and if you want a last piece of advice about women, make no promises you cannot keep. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, lads. Remember that? I shook my head as I walked away. Behind me, Ned and Robert spoke animatedly about our conversation, going into great and completely uneducated lengths about women's souls, moods, and arses. In the end, the language of teenage boys and its special blend of overconfidence and ignorance was the same whether back home or in Westeros. XXXN, the schedule, starting next week, will be 4 to 6 chapters a week, depending on Power Stones and my own writing. I'm cross-posting this in other platforms where the format is different. Chapters, there are longer but less frequent. Chapter 10, unlike King's Landing, Lannisport did not smell like complete shit. Not to the same extent, at least. This was still a real-life Renaissance fair where sanitary levels came down to, please throw your poop in these specific areas where our cleaning crews will come to collect and not all over the streets. Pretty please. Surprisingly, it worked. I think it came down to the Lannisters' creative punishment for those caught defacing the streets. Throwing your poop where you aren't supposed to? Well, get ready for your new 1-year career in shit collecting. Hope you brought your own shovel, cause you're not getting any from us. It's called manual labor for a reason. I saw at least 2 crews of 5 men hauling piles of steaming brown shit in donkey-led carts, always keeping to the alleyways so as to not importune the perfumed ladies and well-off nobles that were visiting the city. That aside, the city was the best I'd seen so far. Streets paved with cobblestones and lined with whitewashed timber and stone houses, taverns and inns teeming with customers in every corner, wide avenues, where merchants could park their laden carts and advertise their wares. We had stopped by one of the nicer storefronts after Alysanne gawked at all the colorful fabrics that hung outside, intermittently turning my way to stare at me with the eyes of an orphan puppy begging to be adopted. What else was a brother to do? I waited for her on the other side of the street, enjoying a fish pie I bought from an old man and his son in their small stand. Biting into the pastry, I savored the rich, salty flavors of the perfectly baked pie. Fluffy as a cloud. Better than many a noble feast, I'd wager. Inside the store, I could see Alysanne and her maid, Leah, a matronly woman well into her 50s, trying out different hats in the Westerland style, chatting excitedly with an attendant. I would be worried that my sister would get ripped off had Leah not been there. I pitied the salesperson who tried anything tricky with that woman around. A couple of our guards were waiting by the door, while another waited by my side. We would have been fine had it only been myself and the girls, but father had insisted. "Brother!" A sudden whisper against my back. I startled, and my pie slipped from my hands and splattered against the cobbles. "Ah!" Turning, I saw the culprit standing there as if nothing had happened. Of course it was her. "Bloody hell, Aryan, don't do that to me." I looked down and mourned my spoiled pie. "You ruined my lunch." "We need to talk," she said, her button nose scrunched up, brows furrowed. That kind of gravity didn't look right on such a cute kid. I sighed. "Do I need to go over how conversations are supposed to work again?" Wiping my oily hand on my pants, I signaled to the guard nearest to me to give us some room. They usually don't include cryptic entrances for starters. "And weren't you with Alysanne? I swear I saw you going into the store with her." "Your eyes must have deceived you then, for I walked in your shadow the whole time." "She wanted to play like that, huh? Keep that up and I'll start locking my door at night, young lady," I said. She gasped. "You wouldn't." "Try me." We stared unmoving at each other until in a second. The serious face was gone and her bottom lip suddenly started trembling. How could you be so cruel when you know about my night terrors?" Her eyes grew wide and bright like a doe's. "How could you, brother?" I crossed my arms together. "It doesn't work when I know what you're capable of, Aryan. Those dead rats didn't make it into my room by themselves." She kept up the act for another heartbeat before the pout vanished. Clicking her tongue, she relented. "Tisk, fine." She looked much like our mother when she wasn't trying to appear all mystical, pretty and dignified except for the chubby cheeks. "I want to speak about what you're doing here." "Grieving over my pie?" she huffed. "First, you are not funny. Second, no." Then her voice dropped to a whisper. "I meant you riding as a mystery knight in the tourney." I tried not to let the shock show on my face. Standing quietly for a moment, I let my eyes flicker along the street to see if anyone had been around to hear this. It wouldn't matter in a few days, but revealing myself as the knight too early would absolutely derail all my plans for the whole thing, even if I'd still be in contention for the prize money. Thankfully, we were in a quieter area of Lannisport, away from the hubbub of the central market plaza, and the only other people in sight were the bakers, a passing couple dressed like Riverlanders, and our guards. All out of earshot, I pulled my sister to the side and knelt so we stood almost face to face. "How do you know this?" I knew our parents wouldn't have said anything to her. They didn't really know how she truly was and still treated her as a kid. "Why does it matter? I just want—" "Aryan," I cut her off firmly. My tone clearly jolted her, as I'd never spoken to anyone in my family like that before, much less my sisters. "I'm being serious now. How do you know?" She started saying something, then stopped herself. "Well," Aryan sighed and looked off to the side, almost as if embarrassed. "Anyone who's ever seen you riding back home would be able to tell." This time she was the one to cross her arms together. "There, satisfied?" I looked at her closely before nodding. "You're too smart for your own good, you know." Raking a hand over my hair, I stood back up to my full height. "Yes, brother, I know," she said lowly. I turned back to her, but she was only looking at me the same way she always did. I sighed. "Well, what now?" She shrugged. "Nothing. I just wanted you to know that I knew, so that—" She trailed off for a moment, worrying her lip. I raised an eyebrow. "So that you could tell me if there's any way I could help you. I know you would do anything for our family, and I want to pull my weight too." "Oh, Aryan, I know I'm young still and just a girl, but there are things I can do that no one—" "Gal," Alysanne's voice sounded from across the street. She was leaning against the door of the store, 3 hats each of a different color hanging over her head. "Gal, come here, you must look at what I found. Can I have them, please?" When she saw me looking, she dipped back into the store. My shoulders sagged. These girls really had me wrapped around their fingers, didn't they? I turned back to Aryan. "Look, we'll talk about this later, all right?" She didn't look convinced, so after making sure there was nobody around to see it, I lifted a hand up and squeezed her chubby cheeks. She hissed and slapped my hand away. I let out a quick laugh. I'd be paying for that later, but I didn't like seeing my sister with such sad eyes. Also, you're right, I know how smart you are. I'll find something that you can help me with, I promise. 11. Chapter 11. Aryan of Tarth, her brother walked off toward the store, only leaving after calling back the guard to stand closer beside her. She watched as he ducked inside, and the bright golden aura that clung to him disappeared like a candle being extinguished after the door was closed. The pleasant heat that had been warming her despite the cloudy sky vanished with him. Sighing, she nodded to the guard and went to sit on a bench by the fish pie stand. Soon, she had a pie of her own in hand and enough peace of mind that she could stop and think about everything that had been happening. Growing up, Aryan had always known Galladon was special. No one else on the island ever shone to her senses like her brother did. He seemed to her eyes like a ball of light and warmth, radiating comfort and love wherever he went. Even her Lord Father and Lady Mother didn't glow like him. But maybe that's what all big brothers seem to their sisters. A figure larger than life. That's what she had told herself, at least. But she had confirmed it years ago that Alysanne did not see the world or Galladon like she did. And had the light that she could see shining around people been the only thing that made her special, that wouldn't have been so bad. But she knew something wasn't right when the nightmares started a few years ago. She could hardly make sense of half of them, and the ones she could, she wished she hadn't. Her innocence had been chipped away night after witnessing both terrible and completely nonsensical things in her dreams. Deformed men with green scales for skin performing sacrifices deep inside a thick jungle. Ice demons with crystal-like skin wandering across a snowy wasteland. Dragons incinerating men in their thousands in a battlefield. If she focused, she could still hear their agonized screams as they burned to death. She wished she could be just a normal girl like her sister, but she knew that would be impossible. She knew too much, saw too much. Her brother's light had been the only thing that could calm her after one of the nightmares, and for that, she thought the world of him. The most important person in her life, and if the intensity of his aura compared to everyone else's in Tarth meant anything, the most important person in the world. Aryan had been wrong. Before this trip to the Westerlands, the first time her and her sister had ever traveled outside of Tarth, she had never seen anyone that could match Galladon's light. She thought no one else ever would. Now, she knew otherwise. Here, amongst some of the most powerful and influential men and women in the kingdoms, there were dozens of people that stood out to her. She almost fainted the first time she walked inside the Rock's main hall during one of the feasts. Colors washed over her vision like she was seeing the world from the inside of a rainbow. The world was too bright, too loud with feeling. Her mother had to walk her back to their apartments as her senses tingled like an overused muscle. It was true that few could match the brightness and sheer intensity of her brother's aura, but they existed. Some, like the prince and his violet-eyed guard, shone even brighter than Galladon. Their auras were a jumble of colors she couldn't make sense of. Sir Barristan's Selmy burned like a beacon of pure white light, cool and silvery like the moon, while the Lord of Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister, wore his aura tightly wrapped around himself, as if kept under strict control. It pulsed with the deep red of a man's blood. There were many more, men and women of all ages that she didn't know and couldn't name. But she knew this ability of hers was important. Knew there was something about these people that made them special. She wanted to tell her brother about it all, to finally let out the secret she kept her whole life. She was sure Galladon would know what to make of it, but she could never bring herself to say the words. A paralyzing fear seemed to seize her whenever she gathered the courage to do it. Would he think any differently of her? Would he see her as a freak? Her brother wasn't prone to cruelty, she knew, but beneath the golden glow of his aura, beneath the light and the warmth, there was a streak of stormy gray there, something sharp and wicked and unbending like steel. The possibility of having that turned in her direction terrified her. In the end, she couldn't do it, couldn't risk the only light in her life. When her brother and sister came out of the store a few minutes later, Aryan stayed silent. XXXXXX, and thanks for reading, and I hope you enjoyed the chapter. If you did, consider throwing a few power stones my way, as they help more than I can easily put into words. Comments and reviews are just as welcome, whether you want to talk about a scene you liked, a character that stood out, or where you think things might be headed. Even a brief comment goes a long way. Your feedback and support genuinely help keep the story moving, and they're always appreciated. 12. Chapter 12. As the afternoon wore on, I tasked the 3 guards with us to ride back with my sisters to Casterly Rock while I stayed in Lannisport on my own. I knew my Lord Father would moan about his heir being left without any security when I met him later, even if only for appearance's sake. A lot of what nobles did was about status and image, and I got that, of course. But in this case, keeping a low profile was the whole point of it. Pulling a cloak over my shoulders and fixing the hoodie over my head, I disappeared into the city warrens, walking aimlessly through side streets and winding alleys of Lannisport for almost 20 minutes. I didn't expect to have anyone following me quite yet. I was no one relevant in the grand scheme of things, but a man could never be too cautious when he stood in the lion's den and planned to pull its tail. Then again, it was more like a tickle in the tail's hair than a full yank. Today was more a test than anything else, to myself and to my future reliance on my men. Admittedly, trying my hand at undercover work for the first in Tywin Lannister's backyard might not have been the best call, but this would be our only chance in a while to truly work behind enemy lines, so to say. We had already tried everything we could in Tarth, and we needed bigger challenges in order to grow. A trial by fire would mold us into what we needed to be. After shaking off any potential spies, I trekked back to a slightly wealthier neighborhood in Lannisport, the southernmost section of a long boulevard that ran parallel to the ocean a few blocks away from the waterfront, where one could find every kind of tradesman plying their craft. The traffic from earlier in the day had largely died down, and even then, this wasn't the part of town where the knights, nobles, and rich merchants not invited into the Rock would stay during a visit to Lannisport. Here lived and worked those who were as close to the middle class as one could find in Westeros, regular traders and tailors, carpenters and crofters, smiths, and the occasional aging whore who had been mindful of her finances. According to Jace, I would hear my destination before I saw it, and he was right. The ringing of hammer and anvil brought me to the front of a small shop squeezed between two double-storied buildings. A wooden sign carved with 3 double-sided hammers hanging over the door confirmed I was in the right place. Looking up at the shirts and dresses draped over clotheslines attached to the windows of the residential buildings around the shop, I winced in sympathy. There were no sleepy mornings when you had a blacksmith for a neighbor. Perhaps King's Landing had it right when they bunched all their smithies in the aptly named Street of Steel. A bell tinkled softly when I walked inside. The front end of the shop was cramped by displays of blades, spearheads, and all sorts of weaponry. A full armor stand stood in a corner while single pieces of armor, vambraces, pauldrons, and chest pieces laid around it. The back end of the room was occupied by mail shirts and some higher-end tools, hunting knives and well-polished axes. Nothing a peasant could buy, but necessary instruments for the common hedge knight or the occasional hobbyist lord. I imagined this shop didn't serve your run-of-the-mill noble-born clientele, but poorer manor lords and freeriders still needed their arms and armor made and fixed. A rough voice yelled a greeting from the back end between hammering, but I inspected the weapons and tools for a full minute before I was approached. The man coming up to meet me was short and balding, a large gut pushing against the leather apron he wore. His eyes narrowed after taking a good look at me, as if he had tried to make sense of my station given my looks and clothes but had come out blank. Young, handsome, and clean, yet poorly dressed with a workman's cloak. I was an incongruence, I realized. Not good if you wanted to be unremarkable, something to work on. "How can I help you, sir?" he rasped. "Ah," I coughed into my hand, feigning embarrassment. "You are the master here, I don't want to bother you for this. My good man, I'm a squire, you see, for Sir Belford of 3 Trees. I forced some importance into the name, but the smith only gave me a blank look. "Ah, from the Vale, good man, the Vale. Well, you see, his helmet got clipped in training just early today. Could get it fixed if we had more time, but with the melee being tomorrow, well, he'll be needing a simple replacement." "You got gold?" the blacksmith asked. My awkward expression didn't inspire any confidence. He shrugged heavy shoulders. "I got my hands full of deliveries to make, Sir Squire, but I'll get my apprentice to help you. If you got the measurements, he might find you a spare somewhere in the shop." "Rob," the smith called, and something metallic clattered on the back. Soon, a young man almost half a foot taller than myself came scrambling through the shop. "Help the lad here, will ya?" With a grunt my way, the blacksmith disappeared into the shop, and I was left with a man I could only describe as a Westerosi Mr. Olympia. "Nice to meet ya, sir," Rob said, his soft voice and pleasant demeanor completely incompatible with his Minotaur-esque build. "How can I be of service for ya today?" Smiling, I turned the charm on and spent the next half an hour discussing everything from helmet circumference and the art of blacksmithing, to his opinion on the Ironborn, not good, and his favorite Baudry joke, a knight, a septon, and a whore walk into a bar and so on. He opened up the most when I brought up the topic of family. Robb was still young, not yet 20, yet he spoke of his wife. A childhood love between two kids orphaned by war who grew up as neighbors, and young daughter with the love and tenderness you would expect from an aging grandfather who had begun to live more in the fond memories of the past than a man in the flower of his youth. I left the shop with my purse a few silver coins short and a promise that I would see Robb again one day. He laughed awkwardly at my insistence, but I didn't mind. He couldn't possibly know what our meeting today meant for him. Chapter 13. Soon I found myself on the 3rd floor of the Roaring Bear Inn, knocking in a particular 312 pattern on the door to the easternmost room. Nightfall had already come, and the inn had started to get loud. I could hear music and laughter spilling from the common room beneath. Yet another different pattern rapped on the wood, and Jack peeked out from the shadows. Lord. He nodded once he closed the door behind me. We weren't expecting you until later. I stepped further into the room and looked around the place. Not bad lodgings, is it? I've slept in worse, Jack said. I could almost hear the grin in his voice. Oh, I don't doubt it. Jack and his brother Jace had been gutter rats in Donrest, Tarth's largest town, sitting under the shadow of Evenfall Hall before I got my hands on them. A spacious room in Lannisport's fishing district was a big improvement. The Tarth household had their own campsite on the tourney grounds where most of our guardsmen were staying. But the whole point of what we were doing here was to act outside of noble politics. It wouldn't do to show any connection to House Tarth. His twin Jace lounged on the corner bed, running a whetstone over his well-worn short sword. He bowed his head when we met eyes. The last of the group, Gray, sat looming over a leather-covered book on the tiny desk by the shuttered windows. He only turned to look at me when Jack cleared his throat. Ah! He closed the book with a thud, rose, and bowed. Lord Gallatin, my apologies, I was entranced in. I squinted at the cover. The 9 Voyages? I didn't know that's the book you wanted to bring. Why the sudden interest in Essos? Gray shook his head. Not Essos, Lord. Just considering what we're doing here, I thought some naval history seemed appropriate. I nodded. Well thought, Gray. Before we get to that, though, I spoke with the man you all mentioned. He showed me some of his pieces, too. Robb does good work. How was it that you found him? Going around the taverns in the trades district, mostly. Jace spoke up. He had put down the whetstone and sheathed his sword to focus on me. Said we were freeriders and asked around for a good smith for a small job. Nothing fancy or expensive. Got pointed toward the 3 Hammers apprentice soon enough. After that, we started bringing Robb's name up on the bars around the shop. All casual-like you taught us. He's got a good reputation as a smith and as a man. Treats his woman decent, we were told. Always a good sign. Not well acquainted with the bottle either, Jack put in. And when we heard his master wasn't the generous type, had made it known once when he was drunk that he wasn't going to pass on the shop to his apprentices even when he died, well, we knew he was the perfect mark. Went by the other day, just to check. Seemed like the friendly type, and not the pretend kind either. Just a good man doing good work. I hummed, quite impressed. It seemed our practice runs doing similar work back at Tarth hadn't been for naught. By now, I would bet we had more connections in Donrest than even my father, courtesy of the twins' knowledge of the town's underbelly, and my own weight as the Lord's son being occasionally thrown about. Even in a well-run settlement like Donrest, smuggling and other such activities were unavoidable. You might as well get your share of the pie than try to stifle humanity's ever-hungry greed. Some of my coin, a small part, granted, came from that endeavor. Good job, then. I'm giving you all the go-ahead on this. Reaching into my pocket, I grabbed the coin purse and threw it onto the empty bed. There, enough silver to convince a young apprentice blacksmith to take his family and try his fortunes on the other side of the continent. You can promise him enough coin to build a house and start his own shop when we get home, but don't mention the Tarth name quite yet. I'll let you figure out the broad strokes of this, but he should know to leave with the household when the time comes. It shall be done, Lord, Jace simply said. His twin went over and pocketed the silver purse with a deep nod. Poaching a skilled craftsman from another lord, and from the mighty Lord of Lannister himself, wasn't the brightest of ideas, I knew, but it wasn't about the act of getting a blacksmith that really mattered. I could find a decent one anywhere in Westeros that would serve my purpose. I simply wanted these questions answered. Could we run an operation outside our home island? Could we do everything right, from discovery to surveillance, to arranging the logistics of getting the mark back to Tarth? So far, my lads were doing tremendously with very little input on my part. Despite Jack's propensity for sweet talking and tavern going, I knew it was Jace that really shone in this sort of work. Jack was the better hand at the yard, no doubt about it. I'd take him to have my back in a fight any day of the week, but his twin was built for subtlety. Despite Jack's ferocity and Gray's smarts, it was Jace who had really taken to the lessons on manners and how the nobility operated. He could switch between the coarseness required in a rundown tavern by the docks and the elegance necessary during a lord's feast in a heartbeat. In another life he might have been an actor. I clapped my hands. Now, about that naval history, Gray. I turned back to him. What do you have for me? Right. He nodded earnestly. Opening up a drawer on the desk, he pulled up a small stack of parchment that was tightly wrapped with a length of twine, untied the cord, and passed the stack to me. These are my observations so far, Lord. I divided the total fleet, counting only ships flying the Lannister flag, between merchant and warship, then further still by class. There's their names there and their state of repair. I took special notice of the older ones still in good sailing condition, like you asked. Jace spoke with a few of the long sunfish and the brown Bowen's sailors on shore leave, and even to the captain of a cog. You'll find his notes on the last two pieces. I flicked through the bundle of parchment, my eyebrows rising as I registered the amount of details the report contained. Bloody hell, Gray, I said, impressed. This is great stuff. I didn't know you were some kind of maritime scholar. Gray flushed. I'm really not, Lord. Just did some reading before we left Tarth. You said we were going to have a look at their fleet and dock, so I wanted to be ready for that. Meister Rowan has a good collection on ships with drawings and sketches and the like. Jack snorted on the side, and Gray shot him a glare. The 17-year-old held up his hands in surrender. Hey, no disrespect on my part, Gray, he said, smile turning apologetic. I'm just glad I'm not the one that has to do all the reading between us. My lord, Jace interrupted. If you don't mind me asking, what's the purpose of checking out the Lannisters' navy to such a degree? I'm sure your lord father wouldn't have minded had you asked him to inspect House Tarth's own fleet. The purpose? I asked, then shrugged. I'm hoping to get away with some of his ships. What else? XXX chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is 10 chapters ahead, which is roughly equivalent to 20 to 25 webnovel chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier. 14. Chapter 14, resting against a stone column large enough 5 men couldn't wrap their arms around it. I sipped on a chalice of mulled wine, watching as noblemen and noblewomen from across the land danced to a jaunty tune in the marbled main hall of the Rock. I'd been there with them for the past hour, making raucous conversation with lordlings and charming ladies with witty remarks and quick, dancing feet. It was fun for the first few minutes, though I couldn't comprehend how so many rich and powerful nobles could live off a life of unending drinking and feasting. Though necessary, there was no thrill in this inane sort of politicking. No physical strife to overcome. It was so incredibly dull and repetitive. Or perhaps that was the inherent struggle of the whole thing? I shook myself, eased the frown that had knotted my brow, and took another sip. Boredom often brought out the dumb philosopher in me. Besides, even in a situation like this, I knew there were always ways to make life interesting. And what I wanted to start tonight would certainly, and hopefully, make the next few decades of my life endlessly entertaining, if nothing else. I scanned the hall again, looking for a certain head of yellow hair. We were well past dinner at this point, though it wasn't late enough that propriety had begun to slip away. The dancing was still mainly choreographed and well-organized. Tywin and the king still sat at their places on the high table, observing the proceedings with the casual disinterest typical of the overly powerful. And children as young as 8 years old still zigzagged like tireless ants around the adults' legs. That boded well for me, and I soon spotted the blonde I was looking for on the other side of the hall by a clump of Westerland ladies. She sat down after dancing with a young boy dressed in a copper-colored surcoat, stitched with a purple unicorn. She dismissed him with a picture-perfect and station-appropriate curtsy, though the half-sneer that flashed across her face belied her mood. Even as a 10-year-old, Cersei Lannister had already mastered the art of arrogance. I wondered if that was an inheritable Lannister trait. Did they cry when they were born like everyone else, or did they all pop out of their mothers with a scoff and a middle finger to the midwife? Still, her disposition worked all the best for my designs. I pushed off the column and snaked my way to where she sat, skirting the chaotic dance floor and dodging a serving maid with a full tray of ale mugs balanced precariously but skillfully on her hands. I wouldn't want to be the cause of a servant making a mess in Tywin Lannister's hall. I didn't want their blood on my hands. Cersei's ladies noticed my approach before she did. I stopped in front of them, my best smile drawing giggles and hushed whispers behind gloved hands. "Lady Cersei," I said, offering up my hand, "would you do me the honor of accompanying me for a dance?" Her hand twitched as if to grasp mine, but she stopped herself. Cersei's eyes flitted to the quartered sun and moon of House Tarth on my jacket, and she frowned. "And who might you be, sir?" she asked. Her voice was that of a child straining to sound like a grown-up. It was adorable, like a toddler imitating her parents, and I had to remind myself this was Cersei Lannister, who even at this age would not hesitate to throw her friend down a well after a visit to a woods witch. I had kept an eye on Melara Heatherspoon during the tournament, and seeing as she stood not 5 feet from me now, the girl was still very much alive. "Not a knight yet, I'm afraid. Hopefully soon." I tilted my head slightly. "My name is Galladon Tarth, my lady, from the Stormlands. We're a small island in Shipbreaker Bay, known for its sapphire waters and its abundance of sheep." I gave her another charming grin, even as I knew my description of Tarth would only sour her view of me. Her green eyes narrowed, and I could see the moment any prospect of dancing with me died a gruesome death in her mind. Her tone was decidedly less cordial when she spoke now. "Perhaps on another occasion, Tarth. I'm feeling quite indisposed right now." I didn't miss a beat and bowed slightly. "Of course, I would not wish to impose any hardship on your ladyship." Naturally, she was already turning away with her nose up, dismissing me with a mere wave of the hand. And as if to add insult to injury, she went up to a boy slightly younger than me, one of her father's bannermen, and pulled him to the dance floor. Some of the ladies around her chuckled behind their hands, while others gave me looks of pity, like I was a cute dog being left by the side of the road. That would have ruined any young heir's night, had it not been my preferred outcome, and not completely unexpected either. I had the right looks for it, I knew, and the reaction of most of her ladies as I was coming up, who were closer to my age than to her, was positive enough. But blood and rank still ruled here, and in Cersei's world, a boy who lorded over sheep could never be an appropriate dancing partner to a lioness of Lannister. My back straight and chin up, I left the dancing floor behind me with the little dignity I had left. No doubt, with what I knew of her character even at this early age, Cersei would have enjoyed humiliating some small-time lord, at least for a while, but she would forget it soon enough if nothing else came of it. But when I won the tourney in a couple of days, Cersei would be expected to dance with me as the daughter of the hosting lord, and if my meeting went right with her father went as I wanted, and I played my trump card right, I expected she would even be glad to be my dancing partner then. Granted, Tarth wasn't exactly as insignificant a lordship as I made it out to be, but the girl likely only heard of our island in some boring lesson about the principal houses of the Stormlands. It was nothing to concern the daughter of Tywin Lannister. In her mind, I would be the boy she once spurned, only to turn out to be the mystery knight that swept the greatest tourney ever hosted in Lannister lands. And not so small time of a lord after all, it would turn out. It wasn't much, but making an impression on who would one day be the queen of the 7 kingdoms could not be a bad thing, and I didn't expect to have any interaction with her again for many years. I had to use the chances I could get, even for the smallest things. XXX, drop some power stones for another chapter today. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is 10 chapters ahead, which is roughly equivalent to 20 to 25 webnovel chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlear. 15, Chapter 15. Weaving my way through the hall and the dozens of nobles, I went out to get some air, playing my part as the poor, refused lordling. My family had already retired for the evening, with Aryan having never been much of a social girl, especially with big gatherings. I tried not to worry too much about her, but I feared her night terrors were a sign of something more serious than simple nightmares. Sometimes at night, as she slept, she would murmur incoherent words and languages I knew she could not speak, like High Valyrian and Giscari. Words I myself did not recognize until I casually asked the Meister about it, as if simply curious about Essos. And then there was coming here. She almost had a seizure on the first day of the tourney when we came into the hall, and throughout tonight I could see her struggling with herself, her face scrunched up as if, not quite in pain, but overwhelmed by something. It could be a simple case of a young girl's anxiety flaring up, but Aryan had never seemed to struggle with anything like this back home besides the night terrors, and I knew well this was not the same kind of world as my previous one. Something might be happening with my sister, and I needed to sit down with her when we arrived back on Tarth to figure it out. Skirting a small group of knights loudly arguing over who would win the tourney, I came upon a tall, arching opening on the rock wall on one side of the cavernous room that made the main hall of Casterly Rock. The raucous sounds of the feast almost seemed to cut off once I stepped outside, a gentle breeze rolling through to tousle my hair. The balcony jutted out the side of the mountain facing the ocean, running the length of the great hall. A smattering of lords and ladies were already here, sipping on chalices and enjoying the quiet atmosphere. Well-dressed servants flitted between the groups, expertly refilling cups and offering up tiny cakes and pastries on platters. Walking up to the edge, I took in the fresh air with a deep breath, smelling the distant ocean and the flowers and vines that hung from the balustrades lining the balcony. The lapping waters below looked like an endless mass of darkness frothing with the waves. To one side, Lannisport was a collection of thousands of orange dots, a constellation of torches and braziers right there on the ground. Above, the cloudless night sky seemed close enough to touch, filled with its own stars. At that moment, I could better understand Cersei's sense of superiority if you grew up knowing all of this, as far as the eye could see, from this mountain itself with its endless riches, to the city below and all the land beyond, belonged to your family. And if that was the case for the Lannisters, what would it be like for the Targaryens of old then, who flew on the back of their dragons? Why wouldn't they think of themselves as gods? One of the servants came up to me then, offering a glass of mulled wine that I didn't refuse. The night wasn't exactly cold, but the wind had a bite to it so high up we were, and the wine was warm and watered enough I wouldn't lose my wits. I looked down at the cup after taking a sip, relishing the strong taste of cinnamon and the faint aftertaste of ginger. Alcoholic drinks were something I thought I could bring over and make some gold out of it, even if the idea of the whole undertaking seemed like a huge chore to me. This world had made me more like Robert Baratheon than I wanted, sometimes. I'd catch myself thinking, why go through the whole trouble of creating an industry to make some coin when I could mount a horse, knock some man down on their arses, and come out thousands of gold richer for it? Still, I'd been to enough brewery tours to know how whiskey and vodka were done. Granted, the whole point of the tours were the tastings, so that knowledge had been filtered through an unsobered mind. But I knew the basics of it, and knew the general shape and purpose of the copper instruments we'd need to get proper distillation going. In reality, I'd need to get some meisters in on it, or at least some learned men, to help me get the details right. But while I trusted our own meister to be loyal to our house in most things, as he'd been for decades already, I didn't trust that he wouldn't send the knowledge of the distillation process back to the Citadel for their own study. That was the meister's whole thing, gathering and hoarding knowledge, but I needed every advantage I could get, including a few months or years heads up before the other houses and powers that be figured it out on their own. The whole thing would still take years and a lot of startup gold to get it going. I let out a heavy sigh. I needed to put someone I could trust on it, throw some gold at them, and see what they could scrounge out of it. I thought about that for a second, feeling the wine warm up my insides. Maybe Gray could do it. He was smart enough to figure things out by himself after I pointed him in the right direction, and I knew the little details of stuff like fractional distillation that could set us up for success. Approaching footsteps pulled me from my musings. When I looked up, Lord Stephen Baratheon had already sidled up beside me, watching me with striking blue eyes the same color as his son. XXX, as promised. Here's another one. Drop power stones for double chapters tomorrow. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on web novel. Patreon is 10 chapters ahead, which is roughly equivalent to 20 to 25 web novel chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier. 16, Chapter 16. That was a heavy sigh for such a young man, Lord Stephen said. I was quick to sketch a bow. Lord Baratheon. We'd met before the few times I followed my father to Storm's End, and here again when we first arrived at Casterly Rock, but the proper etiquettes had to be followed. Forgive me, I did not see you on the balcony earlier. Lord Stephen is fine, Galladon. He laughed and clasped me on the shoulder with a hand as heavy as a mallet. Your father is an old friend. Now tell me, what ails you so? That was a leading question if I'd ever heard one. So instead of mentioning my stint as a mystery knight, a secret I knew we both shared, I just told him the truth. Delegation, my lord. An eyebrow rose. Delegation? I'm not sure how I'm supposed to trust someone for an important task instead of handling it myself, a task I know needs to be done, but it's one among many other tasks, which also means I know my time might be better allocated elsewhere. It's just overwhelming at times. He was quiet for a moment after I spoke, then he barked out a laugh. Perhaps your father was right to trust you with meeting the Lannisters by yourself. He shook his head. Delegation? When I was your age, all I could think about was fucking girls and cracking skulls. especially during feasts like these. Plenty of pretty serving wenches and more than enough dimwit lordlings in need of a good cracking. I gave him a sideways smile. I think about that too, my lord. I just try to do so out of sight from my mother. That woman can pluck a bad thought out of my head from 30 yards out. Smart man, Lord Stefan said, smiling too. He leaned on the balustrade next to me, watching the flow of people on the great hall through the opening on the rock. The Lord of the Stormlands was a tall man, taller than me by more than a few inches, and he was still in his prime, no more than 30, despite already having teenage sons. In the flickering torchlight of the balcony, I could not see a single strand of white hair marring the black. You want some advice on your delegation issue, Galadin? He said after a while. I could only nod. His eyes met mine as if to hold my attention firm. Do not be quick to dole out trust, but do not be miserly with it either. Both can ruin your life. And when that trust is lost with someone, never allow it to return. Do not give them an inch more. I forced down a surprised expression, a bit taken aback. My respect for the man my family was sworn to rose. Given how Stannis turned out, I should have known not every Baratheon was a meathead like Robert and Renly, the latter being an entirely different kind of meathead than his brother. Thank you for the advice, my lord. I bowed again. And, he continued, if they try to worm their way into your confidence again, you crack their skulls with your warhammer, of course. Lord Baratheon grinned something fierce. There it was. I smiled back at him. He looked me up and down. You do favor the warhammer, yes. My smile lost some of its confidence. There was a romance to wielding the sword that I could not escape from. It felt right in my hand, like an extension of my body, a sentiment I didn't get from anything else. Mind you, Sir Goodwin, the master-at-arms at Evenfall Hall, had me practice with all kinds of weapons until my knuckles bled, so I knew my way around a warhammer. I just wouldn't lie to my liege lord for such a banal reason. Sword, I simply said. I could see a sliver of him die inside. He grunted, more's the pity, then turned around to stare at the ocean below. Fuck, I should have definitely lied to him. What about you, my lord? I tried. He looked back at me, so I carried on. I imagine anyone who came outside by their lonesome came to do some thinking. I don't think I can give as good an advice as you, but I can try. He seemed to consider me for a second. Then Stefan Baratheon favored me with a fond smile. He might have said something, even if I didn't think the bloody Lord of the Stormlands would somehow confide some state secrets to me. But there was a commotion inside the great hall that sucked the air out of the entire room. We heard gasps, fierce, whispering, and not even a minute later an attendant wearing Baratheon livery came scurrying onto the balcony to whisper something into Stefan's ear. His eyes went wide as the man spoke, and his broad shoulders sagged as if a great weight had suddenly saddled him. Oh, Ares, Lord Baratheon murmured low enough he thought I wouldn't hear, before he excused himself. I wouldn't have to wait to find out what happened. Aerys Targaryen had spat on Lord Tywin Lannister's offer of marriage between Prince Rhaegar and his daughter Cersei, calling him and his family servants not fit to marry royalty in front of the whole noble assembly, an insult Tywin would never forget. The last piece of my plan to squeeze out a bit more out of this tourney than just the prize money had just slotted into place. XXX, we're at 160 power stones. If we get to 210, I'll drop another chapter today. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on Webnovel. Patreon is 10 chapters ahead, which is roughly equivalent to 20 to 25 Webnovel chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlear. 17. Chapter 17. Here's the new chapter after reaching 210 power stones. Sir Arthur Dayne's sweat trailed down his torso in rivulets. His body strained, brow furrowed in focus. 2 hours had passed since he started to exercise before sunrise, yet despite the physical toll, his breathing remained steady. Arthur Dayne could feel his muscles contract in sequence as he swung on, the movement originating from a slight twist of his hips, through his core, until all that power finally coursed through his arms. The greatsword cut through the air like a whip just as he exhaled, pale metal shimmering against the sunlight shining from the window of his room. Using the weight behind the swing, he flowed into the next form, never stopping for even a fraction of a second, feet sliding through the marble floor in a shallow arc. In his mind's eye, 6 men surrounded him. He moved with them as if in a dance. Breathe, parry, then twist to get around another attacker. A lunge forward, thrust, jump to the side, block an overhead slash. For a fleeting moment, he thought he could hear the clashing of their swords, thought he could feel the warmth of the noon sun baking him inside the stifling helm, feel the grains of sand scratching inside his armor, blown there by a distant breeze. Then he was back in the room in Casterly Rock, inhaling and exhaling, forearms burning as he swiped dawn around him one last time. This particular battle had been against Tarly knights, he thought, somewhere on a high plateau of the Red Mountains, back when the Danes were kings of the Torrentine and still contested lands in the Reach. He could almost anchor himself in the ancient memories for a minute at a time now, though the longer he practiced, and the more he tired, the less he could immerse himself in it. Weary and covered in sweat, he looked down the length of his arm, past Dawn's leather-wrapped hilt, its cross-shaped guard, and all the way until the pale metal of the greatsword narrowed to a point. Pulling it back to hold it lengthwise before him, he took a moment to admire his house's pride. Arthur had been only a child when he first held Dawn. His father had let him take it in hand after years of pleading, but only when he was 10, as was custom, and only to hold it for a moment. He cried for days when Ulrich, older than him by 2 years, got to hold Dawn before him, believing his brother would inherit not only the lordship of Starfall, but the title of Sword of the Morning, as well what would be left for Arthur, if even the possibility of being given that famed title was taken from him. Back then, it felt like a dream to finally hold the legendary greatsword of his house, a weapon more steeped in legend and myth than any Valyrian sword in the realm. Not even the lost longsword Blackfire, the Sword of Kings, could compare to it, at least in his mind. Surprisingly, it hadn't felt any different than other swords, even the dull-bladed ones he'd started using in the yard by the time he was 8. The disappointment must have shown on his face, for his father had chuckled as he watched him. "Not quite what you expected," he had said. Arthur didn't know what to say, he only knew that if he opened his mouth, he might start to cry. His father's hands settled heavily on his shoulders. If every man that touched the sword suddenly became its master, there wouldn't be much meaning to the title, would there? Then father gave him a warm smile. "The blade does not make the man the Sword of the Morning, Arthur. The man must make himself so." "How?" he asked, frowning. His father hadn't had an answer to that. He had never carried it into battle. Despite fighting in the Stepstones during Mealy's War, he had left the greatsword on the mantel above the fireplace, as it always sat whenever it waited for a wielder. Back then, he thought his father was half mad for leaving the sword unused. He was told that, though any Dane could wield it like any other sword, most lords and knights from their house respected Dawn's legacy too much to use it without being its true wielder. The reason behind that was shrouded by half-told tales and legends still spoken around campfires by the elders of Starfall, stories they themselves grew up on, as had their fathers and fathers' fathers. Stories that said Dawn would awaken only to those deemed worthy of wielding it, and so most Danes dared not take it when the sword remained silent. His father had said that the family vault, supposedly holding the written records all the way from the first Dayne, who followed a falling star to the place they built their castle and forged Dawn with its heart, to every single man who'd wielded the sword and came to be known as a Sword of the Morning, had burned down a few years after Aegon's conquest, so those scrambled tales were the only thing they had resembling a guide on how to use Dawn. Whether those records had truly existed, they didn't know, but the fire was real enough, as the Meister of the castle had survived long enough to send a raven telling the citadel that Starfall burned bright against the night sky. It was only years later, when he was 16, that he finally understood why his father had said what he said, that one must become the Sword of the Morning first before they could wield their family's star-forged greatsword. He had joined some of the household knights to hunt down a group of bandits who'd raided a village on the outskirts of their land. That night, after their group got separated during a sandstorm, Arthur had found himself surrounded by 5 of the bandits once the storm had blown through. It turned out they were no mere bandits, but a group of disgraced knights and men-at-arms led by a Blackmont bastard that had fled from their lands after failing to overthrow his cousin. In that moment, as those men closed in on him with weapons drawn and death in their minds, Arthur had done the only thing he could. He fought. He fought so desperately, so precisely, so intuitively that he'd let go of all his doubts, all his fears, all his thoughts. He surrendered the ringing of metal to the rhythm of his breathing until he was no longer the second son of Lord Dayne, no longer a brother or a squire. No longer a man. He was just a weapon, just a sword. And the next day when he came home, blood still staining his surcoat red, Dawn accepted him, shining as bright as a falling star, and he became the Sword of the Morning. Shaking himself from his thoughts, Arthur went about finishing his routine, cleaning himself up on the basin with a washcloth and oiling his sword before dressing up in the whites of his office. His room, which he shared with Sir Barristan as they accompanied the prince, sat next to their charge's apartments in the rock, and it was a matter of minutes before he was stationed outside the doors waiting for Rhaegar's return. He made sure to never immerse himself in the memory training out in the yard. The only ones to have seen this practice were his family back on Starfall, the prince, and his brothers in White, though none beyond the prince knew exactly what he was doing. He still did not know to what extent he could access the memories of the past swords of the morning. Sometimes he feared drowning in them, falling deeply enough in the memories he was never able to return, and so he made sure to practice away from prying eyes, though that was a rare accomplishment in a place like King's Landing. Ulrich Dayne, the only Dane to hold the title of Sword of the Morning after the fire, had not been much of a rider, so Arthur was left to intuit the powers of the sword on his own. The ancient memories foremost amongst them, though certainly not the only one. XXX read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on web novel. Patreon is 10 chapters ahead, which is roughly equivalent to 20 to 25 web novel chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier. 18. Chapter 18, Sir Arthur Dayne. After no more than an hour standing guard outside the apartments, Prince Rhaegar and Sir Barristan turned the corner on the long hallway of the Rock's wing where the king and the prince were staying. Unlike smaller castles, where the lord was expected to temporarily cede his own apartments if the king was in residence, particularly if the guest rooms were not sufficient for attending such guests, Casterly Rock had a dedicated wing that sat on the same level of the mountain as the lord's own on its eastern face. He had heard the king had almost demanded to be housed in the lord's apartments anyway, only to be convinced otherwise by Queen Rhaegar right before he left King's Landing. After last night, Arthur thought it wouldn't have mattered much had the king followed through with demand. The two approached the rooms quickly. Despite being awake the entire night, Sir Barristan Selmy still carried himself with the of a Kingsguard, eyes firm and watchful, back straight, right hand never too far away from his sword. Their greeting was a simple, deep nod, one of respect between peers who were not necessarily friends, and he took charge of the prince's safety once they were inside his apartments and Sir Barristan retired to rest in the room beside. As soon as they stepped through the threshold, Prince Rhaegar let out a heavy sigh and sprawled onto a cushioned bench that stretched twice as long as the prince was tall in the sitting room. With him still standing by the door, it took no more than a minute until the prince relieved him of his curiosity. To answer your unasked question, Arthur, yes, I received Lord Tywin's permission to seek out what we're after in their records. Rolling to his side, the prince let an arm dangle from the side. And yes, it was as unpleasant a meeting as you are imagining it. He was in a right mood. He mentioned having another appointment after, as a way to rush me out, I'm sure, though I can only pity the fool he's meeting now if it was true. I see, he said. Can you believe the old lion thought I was asking to see the Lannisters' ledgers instead? Rhaegar scoffed and pushed the knuckles of both his hands against his eyes. He let out a groan. As if I wanted to sniff out some kind of tax corruption on his family's part. For a moment there, I thought the man would actually throw himself at me from across the table. As a man who prides himself on his taciturnity, it was quite odd seeing him just barely control himself. Arthur frowned. I should have been with you, my prince. Barristan was. He is not me. Yes, that he's not, the prince allowed, but he is the bold. Arthur simply nodded. He trusted Sir Barristan with the prince's safety more than anyone besides himself, though he knew that, with Dawn in hand, even the great Barristan Selmy would falter before him. And that said more about Sir Barristan's skills than his own, that he needed a star heart sword to defeat him. The bold was not the greatest living knight for no reason. Rhaegar let out another sigh and rose. He crossed the large, gold-embroidered rug in a few steps and stepped into his bedroom. Arthur stepped further into the apartment itself, standing by a corner where he could watch both doors at once. He had already checked the rooms earlier before he went to guard the entrance, and Barristan and himself had swept the apartments for hidden entrances and secret alcoves like the ones found around the Red Keep on their first night here. He doubted Lord Tywin would ever orchestrate an attempt on the royal families in his own home, despite whatever indignity the king might hurl at him. But that didn't mean others wouldn't. There was the rustle of fabric from the room, and after another minute, the prince's voice carried through even as he took a last look in the mirror. But I'm making more of the encounter than it truly was. If anything, once I explained what I really wanted, I swear Lord Tywin almost seemed more insulted that I would waste his time bothering him with such a nonsense request than he did before. He should be honored to have a prince of the blood come to him for any question whatsoever. Arthur said. Rhaegar laughed. I believe Lord Tywin is quite sick of being honored by House Targaryen, he said. He will not soon forget father's latest honor. One of many, yes, but the worst so far. When he stepped back into the sitting room, Rhaegar was dressed in mostly black with few red accents on his sleeves and a small pin of a three-headed dragon. The prince continued, That was ill done by my father, especially to his own hand. He grimaced. Especially to a man like Tywin Lannister. He is the king, Arthur said. That's what worries me, my friend, Rhaegar said. The long night is coming and father is the king. And you are the prince, Arthur almost said, but they had agreed to never speak those words out loud, not unless they were certain no one could possibly be listening. Instead, he turned to more immediate concerns. Will we check the records now, or do you wish to practice riding for tomorrow? His mind went to the last day of the tourney, thinking of all the possibilities on how to handle the competition itself, while keeping either himself or Sir Barristan beside the prince at all times, though there was also danger in the jousting itself. You should have allowed me to have that mystery knight followed and his identity found. He might be someone wanting to harm you, my prince, and deaths at the joust are not unknown. A perfect excuse for a would-be assassin. Rhaegar waved an airy hand, as if the whole tourney matter was irrelevant. Have the lots drawn for you to face him, then, if it makes you feel better. The prince moved to a large chest that had been set against a wall, opened it, and started going through it. Beat him, and I'll have to face only Sir Barristan or, in the case of my victory in the semi-finals, the both of you. Stopping midway through his search, he popped out of the chest and pointed a finger at him. And I expect you to give an honorable go at it, Arthur. You and Barristan. I spoke to him about it already. I'll not have it said the Kingsguards let the prince walk his way into a tourney victory. Of course, my prince, Arthur said, and meant it too. Defending his charge's reputation came second only to his safety in the Kingsguard's priorities. He would not have to pull any punches during the jousting either. Arthur was a competent enough lancer that he'd never accidentally kill an opponent during a tourney, and in this case, Barristan was his better, as was the prince. Finally, the prince came out of the chest with a small, leather-bound notebook in hand, one of his many. We'll go riding later if we have time, he said, even as he started leafing through the notebook. The oldest records they have will be at the base of the Meister's turret, apparently. Sir Kevin was more accommodating than his brother, and he assured me their Meister, a man named Crelin, will be at our disposal for as long as we need. Is it wise to trust the Lannisters' Meister with this, my prince? Rhaegar looked up at him. Or what? He'll go around saying the Crown Prince has a passing curiosity on old legends about the Long Night and the Age of Heroes. He grinned. The lords will rise in revolt, I'm sure. Perhaps Tywin will lead them. With a nod, he conceded the point. Most who heard of the knowledge they were after would laugh away such a thing, but Arthur knew better. That first hour-long ancient memory still haunted him. The first sword of the morning wielding dawn against scores of half-rotten dead men, snow blowing in drifts all around them. And in the heart of the blizzard, half-hidden in shadow, an otherworldly being of ice and death, bringing a cold so deep it left Arthur with a fever for nearly a week when he woke up. He would not forget it. Not for as long as he lived. XXX, we're at 275 power stones. If we get to 375, I'll drop another chapter today. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is 10 chapters ahead, which is roughly equivalent to 20 to 25 webnovel chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier. 19. Chapter 19. There was still more than an hour before dawn when I made my way toward where Smoker was being housed, in one of the smallest of the hastily erected stables that rose near the tilt lanes. A veritable town had been built along the northern walls of Lannisport for this tourney. Lower and upper stands for the joust with separate ones for the melee grounds, stables, forges, the Meister's tent, and that's without counting the thousands of small tents and campfires dotting the land around the city. Having ran from Casterly Rock, which sat to the north of Lannisport, I had to weave my way through the tent city filled with passed-out freeriders, still rallying hedge knights, and the true winners of the night still skulking their way from one campfire to the other, looking for their next customer. Many a coin had made their way into a prostitute's hands last night. No one gave me more than a passing look, as I made sure to wear what could pass for a hedge knight's unwashed leathers. No cloaks and shadowy cowls, no sir. Blending in with the locals and acting like you belong wins you the day. Anything to avoid blowing my cover as the mystery knight before the big reveal tomorrow. Or today, I suppose, though that reveal would come in a different kind of battlefield and a much tougher opponent. Tywin Lannister's office seemed a more daunting arena than the tilt lanes. What I didn't expect when I arrived at the stables, however, was having one of those passed-out drunks slobbering all over Smoker's hay pile. With the dim light of a small torch I lit once I pulled my way into the stall, the drunk looked like a large blob of a man scrunched up in the fetal position. Pointing to the drunk, I looked at Smoker in askance, and the horse let out a soft neigh, which surprised me. He didn't usually get along with strangers. I would have expected him to have stomped the guy's brains out by now. Shrugging, I was about to kick awake the sleeping man when a sort of passing familiarity to his face made me pause. Was that Pate? Pulling my torch closer, I recognized the streak of blotchy pimples on his face and sighed. I shook him instead of kicking him awake. My temporary squire squealed in fright, fell to the hay-strewn dirt floor, and it took him a moment to calm himself. "Why are you sleeping here, Pate?" I asked once he'd settled down. For the horse, my lord," he said, blinking against the torchlight. "I thought since you were the mystery knight, someone could, do something to it." He wrung his hands like a child caught sneaking candy. Did he think I'd be upset that he'd gone above and beyond his duty to care for my horse? If anything, I should be thanking him. I had clearly not thought this through as much as I should have. Without Smoker, I doubt I could have gotten as far as I did in the lists and much less win it all. Against guys like Dayne, Barristan, and the Prince, every little edge mattered, and my connection with Smoker was one such edge. "Has anyone tried anything, then?" He shook his head fiercely. "No, my lord. Just some curious Litlans came round yesterday, some of the old Lana's get. She's a washerwoman, I know. Good folk them, I swear. They just wanted to see the horses more than anything." I didn't know whether to be amused or terrified that the small folk were so easily panicked whenever they dealt with nobles. Complete and utter social inequality would do that, I supposed. I'd gotten used to it over the many years of my life here, but it could still jar me sometimes. "It's all right." I gave him a friendly tap on the shoulder. "Think nothing of it. I'm taking him out for a ride, but I should be back before sunrise. Keep taking care of him, and I'll reward you once the tourney's done. That good?" "Yes, my lord." He nodded even more fiercely. Holding onto Smoker's lead, I was about to make my way out of the stall when I paused. "How old are you again, Pate?" "I turn 3 and 10 next moon." He sounded defensive, then seemed to catch himself and added, "My lord." His throat bobbed. My eyebrows rose until they nearly hit my hairline. Bloody hell. He was making me feel like an old fart at 15. Still, he was 12 and already nearly as tall as I was, and I was plenty tall. What kind of monster would he grow up to be? I knew the answer to that, at least. If I had any say in it, he would grow up into my monster. A less rabid, more skilled Gregor Clegane. XXX here's today's chapter. Only got to 375 power stones now. I'll drop another chapter today if we get to 500, but if not, I'll see you all tomorrow. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is 10 chapters ahead, which is roughly equivalent to 20 to 25 webnovel chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlear. 20, Chapter 20, Equiv CH. 10, I said my goodbyes to my future giant and stepped out of the stables and mounted Smoker, clicking my tongue to make him take off. It took us nearly 15 minutes at a trot, vaulting over a few drunks and even a hedge knight rutting on a whore, before we finally hit an open field where we had the freedom to pick up some speed. We went around a couple times, just feeling each other and the slight ocean breeze on our faces. Smoker's pale mane drifted with the wind, hot breath lightly misting with the morning cold. I wasn't trying to get some last-minute runs in the tilt here, practicing my couching, the strength behind my thrust, or the firmness of my shield hand. I didn't even bring a lance with me. I was confident enough in my handiwork to not need the practice for my part of the show, but a lance is not a horse, and Smoker needed to get his blood flowing if I wanted him in top shape. Having a go at the jousting lanes with all my equipment would have also defeated the purpose of coming down here incognito. Considering there were only 4 men still on the run for the ultimate victory in the tourney, one wouldn't need to stretch their imagination to make the connection with the mystery knight. Princes and Kingsguard knights didn't practice at strange hours of the morning amidst the commons, so I kept our practice light. Just a man going for a ride with his horse. At a glance, no one would recognize me without my armor on and Smoker without the special barding I had commissioned for my stint as mystery knight. When we paused after a few sprints, I slid down from the saddle to feed Smoker an apple. He plucked it from my hand expertly and neighed in happiness, stomping his hooves on the churned grass. "How are you feeling, bud?" I asked him, raking a hand through his hair. "Ready for tomorrow?" for the big day. Another stomp on the ground served as my answer. I smiled at him, and he nudged me with a head twice the size of my own. Good, that's good. Patting him down a final time, I jumped atop his saddle and used my knees to guide him for another round. Let's go again, Smoker. Make it count this time. Me and you and me, we can do it. We set off again, slowly picking up speed until we were riding hard, and before I noticed, I felt it. My vision narrowed, the thrumming of my breath became a distant drum, and suddenly we were no longer man and horse but one creature, our thoughts synced, our purpose singular. I knew that if I thought he should jump, even without nudging him with my knees or using his bridle, Smoker would follow the command. There was more to it, more to this connection, like a pulling just at the edge of my grasp that I couldn't quite reach. Then it all slipped away not even 15 seconds after it started, and I let out a deep exhale. We slowed to a canter, then a trot, until we were finally just walking around the thigh-high grass and the wildflowers. It hadn't even been a year since I started to feel a supernatural connection to Smoker whenever I fell into absolute focus atop him. I was sure I had to be some kind of warg or skin changer, though I had never managed to fully slip into Smoker's mind. I didn't know if I even wanted to try it, really, at least not now a day before the finals. Actually, I didn't want to accidentally fry Smoker's brain on his worst day when he's irritated and chomps at my fingers, and I certainly didn't want to do it now. I needed to start small first, some kind of rat or a bird. I'd been hesitant to try this gift out. Thoughts on the absolute horrors that magic could bring about in worlds like this sketched me out, but the time was coming when having a skill like Warging could be the difference between life and death for me, or for those I cared about. Rebellion and war loomed on the horizon, and I had to be ready for it in whichever way I could. But even beyond Warging, I knew there had to be some kind of magic in me. No one should be as strong, quick, and skilled as I was, especially at 15. Combat came to me as easily as hunting came to a bird of prey, like some kind of primal instinct that was slowly building me up into a killing machine. Though the Tarths were no Starks or Targaryens, there were some indications that some kind of magic might run through our veins. There was Sir Duncan the Tall, whose shield even now hung in the armory at Evenfall Hall. Father wasn't quite sure how he was related to us, but him being some kind somewhere up our family tree was likely. In this world, it was said Sir Duncan could easily best all other 6 of Aegon the Unlikely's Kingsguard by his lonesome when they practiced at the Red Keep. And during the 4th Blackfyre Rebellion, he'd outfought 24 knights of the Golden Company before slaying Demon Roman III Blackfyre. It was hard to tell tale from truth with things like this, and it was clear he wasn't some kind of magical being, not at face value, but no normal man could do that. There were others too, the world filled with legends about great warriors said to be the equals of small armies. A living example was Sir Barristan Selmy, who some 16 years ago charged and killed 24 men of the Golden Company before slaying the also obscenely strong Mealy's Blackfyre. Then there were the other legends surrounding Tarth. Back home, everyone from the lord to the lowest of the farmers would tell you of their long and storied heritage coming back to Galladon of Morn, the so-called perfect knight. The tales about him differed depending on who told it. To some, he'd been a legendary hero who killed a wild dragon with nothing but his sword, which then became so powerful no other sword or shield could stop its blows. Then, with the coming of the Andals, Galladon of Morn became a knight with a sword named Just Maid, a gift to him from the maiden herself. It was said Just Maid only came out of its sheath 3 times for as long as Galladon lived, and only to fight against the enemy gods of the 7. So if you believed the stories, my namesake was either a dragon slayer or a god slayer. Not a bad reputation if you asked me. Many a Tarth lord had ventured to the ruins of Morn in search of his famed sword, only to find nothing but piles of rocks and a hamlet or two which may or may not have been withholding their meager taxes. Still, I wanted to check it for myself. The fact I was here in this world was proof enough that base reality wasn't as grounded as it seemed. After a few more sprints where Smoker and I tried and mostly succeeded in linking up again, I dropped him back off with Pate and returned to my rooms at Casterly Rock. I couldn't hold the connection for more than 20 seconds at a time, but for now it would have to be enough. Anything else would have to wait. XXX Power Stones for double chapters today, more for triple. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is 10 chapters ahead, which is roughly equivalent to 20 to 25 webnovel chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlear. 21, Chapter 21, after a quick breakfast of eggs and sausage, I stayed cooped up in my rooms until the time came for the meeting with Tywin. I slipped out of the apartments without speaking to any of my family and followed a servant in red livery through the giant maze that made up Casterly Rock's innards. Considering how low on the totem pole house Tarth sat, we had to take 2 winch elevators, many flights of stairs, and countless never-ending hallways adorned with more gold than Evenfall Hall had ever seen before we arrived at the Lord's Solar at the near top of the mountain castle. That's when the power plays started. It was a well-appointed sitting room that I found myself in, with plenty of watered wine, rich pastries, and comfortable enough seating that I could have fallen asleep on one of the cushioned chairs. But waiting this long, despite having a scheduled meeting bordered on the absurd. Lord of the Rock or not, I imagine I would have blown up by now had I not known of Tywin's ways. Most lords lived and died by their pride, Tywin included. And deep down, it irked me that I had to come here like a beggar for his scraps and pretty much be treated as such, but these were early days still. As long as it served to further my own goals, I would play along and wait as long as I had to. I had been no one important in my previous life. Just a normal, unremarkable man, a speck of dust flying blindly on the winds of fate. Here, I vowed to be the whirlwind itself. It took another hour until I was finally ushered through a sturdy wooden door flanked by 2 knights in full kit. As soon as I stepped inside, Tywin's eyes rose from the pile of parchment in front of him. He considered me for only a second before he went back to what he was doing. "You're not Selwyn Tarth," he said. I almost froze. Hadn't my father told Stefan I would be the one coming? Or had Lord Baratheon dropped the ball and failed to mention the meeting was for myself, not Lord Tarth? Catching myself, I moved further into the room and sketched an appropriate bow. "Aye, my lord. My name is Galladon Tarth, Lord Selwyn's son and heir. I'm here on my own behalf, not that of my father's or my house." He didn't even blink my way. With precise movements, he pulled out the next piece of parchment, quickly scanned it over, and signed it. "Get out," he said, voice flat. Then it was on to the next document. I knew he would be an exhausting prick, but Tywin Lannister did have a way of exceeding expectations. So I just shrugged, rooted myself where I stood, and said nothing. The only sound in his solar was the scratching of his quill and my own measured breathing. I took the quiet reprieve to look about the place. Like most rooms in the castle, the Lord's Solar was carved straight into the rock, one of a series of old mine shafts repurposed as living quarters for the ruling family of Casterly Rock. To one side of his desk, a great green-stained window looked out into the sunset sea, while to the other, a giant banner of the roaring lion of Lannister rested above a smoldering hearth. Bookshelves filled out the rest of the room lined with leather-bound books, shined to perfection. That painted an almost cozy picture that I had a hard time associating with Tywin Lannister. Of course, that image was contrasted by a single giant vein of unmined gold cutting through the rock like a lightning strike caught in amber, serving as the backdrop for his massive dark wooden desk. Talk about aura farming. It was another minute before he deigned to address me. "You have not left." The quill didn't stop moving even as he spared me a single derisive glance. "Do you think the hand of the king has time to meet with every boy barely old enough to earn his stirrups that wish a minute of his time? I was in fact hoping for quite more than a minute of your time, my lord." My smile remained pleasant even as I spoke. "And I'm here to meet with the Lord of House Lannister, not the representative of the crown." At my tone, Tywin finally stopped writing and turned to me. "You're insistent, boy. I will give you that." His piercing green eyes were hard and flat as he tried to stare me down. "Whether you are here to meet me as a lord or as the hand is irrelevant. Only a fool would think a man can disentangle his own interests from his official position. That I'm the Lord of Lannister is the only reason I'm the hand of the king, and I'm only the hand because I wish to improve my house's standing." He gave a small, almost imperceptible pause. "Whose interests, of course, align with those of the crown." I made as if to speak, but the second most powerful man in Westeros was not done talking. "And whether you intended to come here as your own person or as a representative of your house is also, naturally, irrelevant," Tywin said. "Everything you do reflects on your house, as your house's standing reflects on you. And you, still a boy, coming here on your own to meet with the hand of the king speaks of your house and your father's leadership." His lips curled up into a sneer, or lack thereof. "Don't ever delude yourself into thinking otherwise, or House Tarth will never survive your lordship. Take that as my first and only advice to you, Galladon Tarth. You may go now." XXX Power Stones help the author. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on web novel. Patreon is 10 chapters ahead, which is roughly equivalent to 20 to 25 web novel chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier. 22. Chapter 22. The frown on my face had worsened the more he spoke, and by the time he dismissed me, I had to bite the inside of my cheek to keep myself making a mistake large enough to see my entire family and probably the island itself vanquished. Truly, we nobles were vain, prideful creatures. 15 years in Tarth had changed me more than I changed the world around me, that I knew for sure. I felt the urge to make a witty quip about his own father's lacking leadership, but I reined myself in and took a long, deep breath. I didn't want to end up thrown from the top of the castle for bringing up the toothless lion in a way. I was glad that Tywin gave me a swift reminder that I was still only nothing more than the heir to a backwater island that couldn't even be counted as a powerhouse within the Stormlands, already one of the smallest, least populous regions of Westeros. Unclenching my fists, I swallowed down the rising anger and tried to channel it into something more productive. I still needed to treat with the man if I wanted my ships. I thank you for the advice, my lord. I started, dipping my head slightly, and whether it was to show deference or to take a moment to hide my scowl made no difference. But you should know that my father's leadership is the reason our house has never been in a better position. It's why our farms produce half again as much as they did 5 years ago, to the point where, for the first time in hundreds of years, Tarth no longer relies on mainland yields to feed itself. And grain is not all. Marble, wool, black ink. Our merchants have thrice the presence in King's Landing as they did once, and Dawnrest sees more Essosi traders in a couple of moons than it used to see for an entire year, all because of Lord Selwyn Tarth's vision. Of course, my ideas were the real reason behind Tarth's rise in fortune. Simple things, really, as I was no genius in the matters of agriculture and trade. But growing up in a small, rural town in my past life, I knew how inefficient Westerosi methods of farming were. I had started that project more than 5 years ago when I was only a boy, so it was no wonder my father and the Meister had been reluctant in trying my idea to switch to a simple Norfolk method of crop rotation. But they came around after the first farm directly under our control saw rising yields a few years in a row, and we had slowly expanded across the island. If anything, I expected our production to increase even more as there were plenty of farms still using the previous methods of leaving fields fallow. Farmers could be stubborn folk after all, but seeing their neighbors' fields thrive around them was changing their minds slowly but surely. And since we were using turnips and clover as some of the crops in the rotation, we had more fodder for livestock, which meant more manure and better quality soil. The system fed on itself. Our sworn vassals, knightly houses like Kellington, Gower, and Tudbury had also been a mixed bag in accepting the new methods, but they had mostly caved when Lord Selwyn applied enough pressure. House Tarth ruled our home island with a tight iron fist even before I was born, and I had no intention of weakening that stranglehold. The farming success had seen most of my other ventures met with, if not approval, then cautious optimism. From building up my own force of 25 lads to having a more acting hand in the administration of Dawnrest, the port town an hour's ride from our castle. Again, I was no economist and had no experience in the actual running of a town. My contribution had been mostly keeping an eye on the officials running the town and just quietly removing the corrupt ones. Harbor masters, custom officials, toll collectors. I didn't need a pet or bailish in my own backyard. And secondly, just trying not to be a dick to foreign merchants who were routinely charged double or triple for everything, and thus avoided Dawnrest as a port to trade and rest. Competitive docking fees, cheap drink, plentiful lodging for all traders, better-run brothels. The stuff that makes a growing port town thrive. But of course, I could not take credit for these innovations, not in front of others. Tywin was right at the end of the day. Father's trust in me, which allowed for Tarth's change in fortune, was a sign of his good leadership. I knew that for a fact. Yet at the same time, Lord Selwyn's allowance for his inexperienced son to take charge of his affairs reflected badly on the good name of House Tarth. To others, it was a sign that he was soft and weak, that he was a lord who couldn't control his own family and lands. That would worsen our house's standing more than my own achievements would improve it. After all, matters like farming, trading, and industry were nothing but copper counting in the minds of most Westerosi lords. The smart ones knew better, of course, but culture was culture, and tradition was tradition. You did not want to be labeled as a merchant-minded miser. Tywin had listened impassively as I listed our house's achievements. He let me stew in that silence for another beat before he finally spoke. It seems Stefan's confidence was not entirely misplaced, he said, then gave me the slightest of nods. Good. Do not take insults on your house laying down, even from your betters. Your family name is all you have. That will be my second advice to you. XXX Power Stones help the author. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on web novel. Patreon is 10 chapters ahead, which is roughly equivalent to 20 to 25 web novel chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlear. 23, Chapter 23, it took me a second to catch up to his sudden shift in tone. You knew I was the one coming and not my father, I blurted out. Yes. You were testing me, I said, and then I realized my mention of Tarth's slight success had not seemed a surprise for him either, not even a twitch in his expression. It made sense too. Varys himself was not in Aerys' small council quite yet, but considering that Tywin had been the hand for more than a decade already, he must have built a considerable network of eyes and ears to keep him informed. Granted, if anyone had mastered the art of the poker face, it was Tywin Lannister, so he could just as well be pretending to come off as better informed than he really was. I would not want to waste my time with a spineless fool, Tywin said. Spineless you are not, even if the latter part remains to be seen. Then he rose, the pile of documents in front of him finally forgotten. Walking up to a small counter where some cups and a golden pitcher sat, he poured himself some watered wine and returned back to behind his back. He did not sit back down. Now tell me, Tywin began, what was so important you needed to meet with me personally? I had to give it to him. A half compliment followed by the snub of not offering me a cup of my own. Very classy, Tywin. I also imagine the only reason he even humored this meeting in the first place was due to Lord Baratheon's insistence. The two of them and the king had been friends since they served as pages in King's Landing together, and their own relationship hadn't been strained to breaking point like Tywin's had with Aerys. Father had likely used a favor with Lord Baratheon, and the man had used one himself with Tywin. An exchange where Stefan came out at a loss, at least at face value. A favor with the hand of the king was not worth one from the Lord of Tarth. Either father had offered something else in exchange, or I had underestimated Selwyn Tarth's relationship with his liege lord. My reason is simple, my lord, I said. Ships. Everyone knows the Lannister fleet is building itself up. I saw it for myself in Lannisport, but there's only so many experienced sailors to go around, even in such a large city, and I expect you'll be taking them away from your older vessels to man the new ones. I hoped then, take some of these older ships from your hands, for a fair price, of course. His face darkened. Perhaps you are a fool, or you intended to make me into one all along. He drank from his cup and put it down harshly on the table. That you'd waste my time and a personal favor from Stefan to talk about buying ships. Disdain dripped in his voice like venom from a snake's mouth. I did not let that shake me. You are right, of course, Lord Tywin. I stepped closer. The simple matter of purchasing ships is not something I needed to have bothered you personally. But I wanted to come to you for the same reason I came to buy ships here instead of in the Arbor or King's Landing, or even Bravos. I only stopped when my hips touched the table. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out a dusty piece of dark blue silk that had been twisted into a sort of ribbon and placed it on the table halfway between the two of us. He stared at the piece of cloth for all but 5 seconds before his gold-flecked green eyes snapped toward me. You're this, Sapphire Knight. And here, his previously thunderous expression sharpened into something resembling interest. I nodded. Indeed, my lord. I'm the mystery knight the commons have taken to calling the Sapphire Knight. I am also, as you said, a boy still, but a boy who wishes to see the rise of his house within his own lifetime. So I came here to win this tournament, to buy some ships, and to extend a hand of friendship. Leaning a bit over the lip of the table, I fixed my eyes onto his. Finally, I could make my true pitch. I knew there was only one thing I could use to sway Tywin into not only selling me ships cheaply, but to arrange for favorable trading agreements for our merchants in Lannisport, something he just advised me on himself. The family name. That simple concept underpinned Tywin Lannister's whole life. All his actions, his achievements, his cruelties, it all revolved around the name of Lannister. And yesterday, Aerys spat on that name. By proxy, Rhaegar spat on it too. I have 2 sisters, my lords, and a mother still young. Were I to win the tourney, I'd be well supplied with women to crown as the tournament's queen of love and beauty. Or, after unhorsing the prince and one of Aerys' Kingsguard, I could crown your daughter my lord. And then this would not be the tourney where Cersei Lannister was spurned by the king as not good enough for his son. I shook my head. No, it would be the tourney where Cersei Lannister was crowned Queen of Love and Beauty by a dashing mystery knight in front of the very king who denied her, restoring her honor before the whole of the realm. Tywin seemed to be engrossed with my words right until the end, then his eyes tightened again. My daughter's honor was never lost, as it was never the king's to take, he said, grinding out the words through gritted teeth. Do not forget that. Should have known he'd take issue with that. So, humbly, I inclined my head in allowance. Lion's pride do be soothed, and after a moment of quiet he spoke up again. Very well. I looked up again and he motioned across from him. Take a seat, Galadin of Tarth. XXX Power Stones help the author. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is 10 chapters ahead, which is roughly equivalent to 20 to 25 webnovel chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier. 24. Chapter 24, Aryan of Tarth. The needles clicked against each other as her fingers carefully wove the sun-yellow thread into the woolen banner. Another one they could hang in some rarely used room back home, hopefully never to be seen beyond by some lowly knight after a day of feasting, drunk enough he wouldn't notice nor care about the many mistakes on the pattern. She did not hate embroidering, not like she used to when she was younger and she had to watch as Alysanne, her junior by a year, proved to be much better with her tiny ladylike fingers nimble as a bard's. Then her lady mother would spend the day singing her praises all around Evenfall Hall until everyone from the lowest stable hand to the Meister had grown sick of hearing them. Her eyes wrinkled into a frown. With a breath to bring it into focus, she looked down at herself to see her own dull gray aura flicker with a splash of deep, oozing green. Jealousy, Aryan figured. She was becoming quite proficient in telling the emotions apart. But it was an unworthy thought. Let no one say Lady Addison Tarth was miserly with her praise to any of her children. Despite Aryan's many issues, her mother did whatever she could to raise her up in front of others and to herself with soft, encouraging words. Close by, her mother and the Lady Lenora Whitehead prattled endlessly about the tournament's newest scandal, some bawdy not-so-secret affair between a Stormlord's bastard and some Westerlander knight's third daughter. They tried to keep the lurid details to a minimum, mindful of the young girl in the room, yet sometimes they would subtly glance at her to make sure she wasn't paying attention before leaning closer to whisper and giggle at each other. To repay the favor, Aryan pretended not to listen, gazed distant as if off into her own world. In reality, she was wound tighter than a plucked knot on one of her embroideries, a sheen of sweat already covering her brow. Whenever the two were too engrossed in their conversation to notice, she would steal glances at the brown-haired Lady Lenora, and the tension within herself would only increase. She should not be using her vision, as she'd come to call it, for this long, but she could not stop herself now that she was beginning to understand a bit more of how this strange power of hers worked. When Lady Lenora Whitehead had arrived earlier for their embroidery session, she had not addressed the woman much beyond the barest of courtesies expected of her. Her mother had confined her to their rooms the whole day yesterday and into the morning today after she fell ill during the feast, and she was committed to the greatest form of rebellion she could muster, sulking. Luckily, embroidery no longer felt like a chore now, more a time for sinking into the quiet of her own mind, so she was sure she could sulk the morning away with a needle and thread in hand, but whether out of boredom or just a strange feeling urging her to do so, like an itch she couldn't ignore for long, she had focused her vision on Lady Lenora as she happily chatted with her mom. What she saw left her feeling confused. Lady Lenora's aura didn't make any sense. Even as she laughed with her mother, her teeth bright and her eyes crinkling with good humor, her usually sky-blue aura pulsed an ugly red in a slow, rhythmic thump like a heartbeat. At times, when Mother talked about her lord husband or mentioned their house, her aura would spike with the yellowish-green color of pus. She could not have noticed all these shifts before, nor could she fathom what they meant, but her vision had sharpened ever since she arrived in Casterly Rock. Maybe it was seeing so many different people and being exposed to all their auras, but she felt she'd gained a new perspective on her powers. Auras were not some inflexible thing as she once thought. Though every person seemed to have their own unique one, some being brighter and louder than others, they all swirled and sparkled and shifted like a living thing, always in flux, always pushing and pulling. And when she focused on a single person, she could even notice a rise in their passion by the color of their aura. At the sparring yard, auras would dip into a tight cocoon as the knights focused on their swordplay, brows furrowed with the strain. The bout would come to an end eventually, and some would grow angry at the loss. They would snarl and curse, and shots of red would spread on their aura like blood splashing across snow. The winners' auras, even the ones who remained courteous and restrained, would crow their victory with flashes of gold. After the feast, when her mother was fussing over her like she'd been dying, Lady Addison's aura had grown agitated like a wounded animal, straining to contain a flood of quivering black and blue. And beneath all that, when she was singing Aryan to sleep late into the night, her aura pulsed steadily with waves of the deepest, most beautiful pink. Aryan had become fascinated with all she could see. She even started cataloging what she found in a small notebook, which she hid under her pillow every night. She was certain of it now. She could see people's emotions, read them as if they were lines writ large on an open book. The knight's rage, the lady's envy, a servant's fear after spilling wine on a guest, her mother's worry and undying love. She was realizing that, back in Tarth, she had been much like a newborn baby, slowly getting used to new, frightening senses. Even now, she could still get overwhelmed like during the feast, the world around her drowned out by the flash of all those blazing auras. But in the small sitting room of their apartments in the Rock, where she could focus solely on Lady Lenora, without all the noise of a busy feast, she should be able to read her aura the right way. With all the easy laughter and excitement at the gossip, she expected yellow for joy or a bright orange for sudden enthusiasm. Why, then, was she getting this pulsing red for anger and that ugly shade of green for envy? XXX, read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on web novel. Patreon is 10 chapters ahead, which is roughly equivalent to 20 to 25 web novel chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier. 25, Chapter 25, apologies for not posting these days. If you're in Western Europe, you might have heard of Storm Kristen, and let's say my town was right on its path. I'll post 3 chapters today and 2 tomorrow to make it up. XXX Aryan of Tarth with her vision activated, she shot another glance at the giggling Lenora, who was holding a dainty hand over her mother's arm as she shared another piece of the scandal. Her mother let out a soft gasp, eyes wide with secretive thrill, and Lenora's hand briefly clenched tighter on her arm. At that moment, a crackle of red splashed against the lady's aura, and Aryan jumped on her chair at the sudden spike. Her needles fell and clattered on the marble floor. 2 sets of eyes turned at the sound, but Aryan found herself fixated on looking at Lady Lenora's aura, trying to catch every subtle shift in its color, every surge and every dimming. She didn't know for how long she looked. She had never tried to study someone's aura so deeply, and she thought she could easily get lost in the intricacies of the shimmering energy that radiated off of her. "Aryan, can you hear me?" Her mother was talking to her. She turned, blinked. "What? Are you well, my daughter?" Lady Addison was suddenly by her side. Her voice was a soft thing, as if afraid Aryan was a porcelain doll bound to breaking. Yes." Aryan smoothed her skirts and composed herself. "Yes, I am well. My apologies for the fright, Lady Lenora. I was lost in my own thoughts." She dipped into a short curtsy. "Oh, it's quite all right, dear," the lady said, but the flash of color on her aura told otherwise. The woman rose from her seat. "It is just as well as I must be taking my leave now." "Yes, of course," her mother said, giving the woman a thankful smile. Was it because she was leaving or because she had ignored Aryan's strange actions? "We must get ready soon as well. Be sure to return, will you, Lena? It has been so long since we caught up." The lady was all smiles. Aryan felt a churn in her stomach. "Let us speak during the victory feast tonight, then," Lady Lenora said. "I shall consult my lord husband about what we spoke about, and when I can confirm the invite, you must not reject it, do you hear it?" "Never," her mother said. "I'd be delighted to go, truly." The woman smiled, and with a curtsy of her own, she turned to leave, her skirts flowing behind her. Once she was well and truly gone and they could no longer hear her footsteps and that of her guard, her mother turned to her. "Are you truly feeling well?" "Where?" Aryan asked. Her mother gave her a quizzical look, so she explained. "Where would you be delighted to go?" An elegant eyebrow rose at the sudden shift in topic, but her mother was quite adept at indulging her children's curiosities. "Lord Whitehead's seat. She invited me to spend a week with her there, hawking and riding and wasting the night away talking like we did as girls." Aryan felt a sense of unease at the idea of her mother going somewhere with Lady Lenora Whitehead, a sinking feeling in her gut. A part of her couldn't help wondering how this feeling would look were she paying attention to her own aura, but she shook herself. Being consumed by thoughts of auras and emotions would do her no good. I do not like her, Mother," she said. "She feels false, as if she's hiding her true feelings." "What? Darling, no." Lady Addison sighed, exasperated. "Lena and I are old friends. We spent years together at Mistewad under Lady Mary's tutelage, and the Whiteheads have long been friends of Tarth. Ask your father, if you must." He has bought grain through Weeping Town for many years when the island needed it, as did his father before him. Looking at her with worry in her eyes, her mother came closer to her and put a hand over her forehead. "Are you certain you feel fine? You're sweating, honey." "I'm fine," she wanted to say. "Better than fine. You're the one who won't be if you go anywhere with that woman. She hates you. Can't you see it?" Swallowing her words, Aryan only nodded, plastering a shaky smile on her face. How could she explain she only thought Lady Lenora was being deceitful because she saw lights around her? Of course, she didn't even know if that was true either. Mayhaps her vision simply didn't work on Lady Lenora, or there were more to auras and emotions than the spikes of color implied. It wasn't as if she'd been learning about her power for a long time now. No, she couldn't say anything. Her mother would think she'd finally gone mad. Then she'd end up being sent to the Silent Sisters, and Aryan didn't think she could stay quiet for that long. More urgently, she didn't want to give her mother any more reason to keep her clustered in their rooms. Trekking down to Lannisport with Galladon was the most she'd gone out besides trying to attend the feasts, and earlier this morning, Alysanne had already slipped away without her, with some other young ladies from the Stormlands. She wasn't exactly thrilled about spending time with some of those girls, but she had certainly wanted to have the option to go with them. She'd wanted to reject their invite, not tell them she couldn't go. Worst of all, should her mother truly think she was having another of her incidents, she might even be forced to miss Galladon's tourney finals later on in the day, and that she couldn't countenance. XXX read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is roughly 20 to 25 webnovel chapters ahead, or 10 regular chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlear. 26. Chapter 26, Aryan of Tarth Alysanne took a while coming back from her outing with the other girls, and she was sure her minder would get a stern talking to given the state Lord Selwyn found himself thinking they'd be late for the tourney. Considering the finals were a few hours away, and they still had plenty of time to get to the grounds, it told her clearly enough that her parents were in on it with Galladon. The official excuse Galladon used to the rest of the household, and anyone who asked, had been that he'd gone ahead to watch the tourney with some of his friends, which almost made Aryan laugh. She was pretty sure she was his only friend, which was pretty sad considering she was 2 and 10 and a girl besides. True, there were those boys back in Tarth, but considering they were lowborn, they hardly counted as appropriate friends. Their bannermen had sent some of their children to squire to Lord Selwyn, or simply serve as companions to Galladon when he was younger, and while they all left completely charmed by her brother, she knew he never considered them real friends. He would always nod and ruffle her hair when she complained about them, so she knew he agreed with her low opinion of them. Her lord father paced around their sitting room, openly chewing on his nails, sometimes pulling her mother up to whisper fiercely at her ear. Somehow, he was more frazzled than his lady wife, who seemed more excited than afraid for the coming joust. Aryan even asked what was going on, acting as innocent as a dove, but her father expertly wove around the topic with talks of trade and other lordly matters. She rolled her eyes. Could they be any more obvious? She was probably sick in the head and had seizures sometimes, sure, but she wasn't blind. She was pretty sure she could see things that no one else could, actually, which should count for something. When Alysanne finally arrived, they all quickly swept out of the room, moving as a group toward the entrance with a few guards serving as an escort. At the Lion's Mouth, a tall cavern accessible via a great set of stone stairs, other nobles had already gathered below waiting for a coach. She was no great student of all the realm's standards, their Meister could attest to that, but she swore she saw the colors of houses from all of the 7 kingdoms, even the black sickle of House Harlaw of the Ironborn. From their position at the top of the stairs, Aryan thought the line of horses, wagons, and carriages seemed endless, stretching from the bottom of the stairs where a small party of ladies was boarding an ornate coach. To the furthest stretch of road she could see heading south toward Lannisport. Soon enough, her mother, sister, and she were all bundled into a modest carriage, while her father rode at their head on his trusted stallion. The road out from Casterly Rock was cobbled and well-maintained, and the cushioned seats combined with the beautiful forested hills visible through the open shutters made for a comfortable time. A few minutes into the ride, she noticed her sister whispering on the other side of the carriage, her hands clasped on her lap. Aryan was not overly fond of seps and praying herself, especially now that she imagined her special vision would not be well seen by the faith. There were too many mentions of witches and sorcery in the 7-pointed star for her to think otherwise, and considering how different they were, she could say much about her younger sister that she didn't quite like, but not that Alysanne was a devout believer in the 7. The little hellion had the focus of a clownfish and could not sit still in the sept despite their septa's best attempts. Aryan's eyes narrowed. With a sideways glance, she confirmed her mother had taken one of the windows for herself, engrossed in watching the terrain go past with a soft smile, so she slid closer to Alysanne. "Are you praying?" she hissed. Opening her ocean blue eyes, the same as Galadin's, the girl looked at her and huffed. She kept her voice as quiet as Aryan's own. "I was, yes." "Why?" "Galadin's victory, obviously." She gaped. "You know," giving her an impish smile. Alysanne shot her a wink before she went back to her praying, and Aryan spent the rest of the hour-long carriage ride re-evaluating everything she thought she knew of her sister. XXX, it was more than an hour after they arrived at their stand overlooking the tilt lanes that the event truly began. That is to say, King Aerys Targaryen finally made his appearance, said some words Aryan couldn't hear considering how far away their family's seating box was to the royal stand, and the lots were drawn and announced by the tourney crier. Sir Arthur Dayne would ride against the Mystery Knight first, with Prince Rhaegar Targaryen facing Sir Barristan Selmy soon after to decide the two men that would go to the finals. Cheers burst out all around them, but a nervous hush settled over their box. Lord Selwyn Tarth, usually a composed and stern man, became even more anxious than he'd been earlier. If he was trying not to show a connection to the Sapphire Knight, then he was failing terribly at it. Aryan couldn't quite understand why her father seemed so reluctant to see Gal ride against Sir Arthur. It wasn't as if the other options in the draw would be any easier for him. Even she had heard of the prince's prowess with a lance, and there wasn't much that need be said about Sir Barristan Selmy, but she shouldn't have worried about Lord Selwyn's disquiet attracting attention. The crowd's eyes were not on her father. When Sir Arthur Dayne rode out on the other side of the lane, white cloak flowing behind him like a banner, huge roars rose up from the commons. Their own stand seemed to shake with the noise. Beside her, Alysanne gripped the sleeve of her dress, and for once Aryan didn't have it in her to scold her sister. XXX, read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is roughly 20 to 25 webnovel chapters ahead, or 10 regular chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier. 27. Chapter 27, Aryan of Tarth. It took another minute for Galadin to come out above his own destrier, his plain armor a stark difference to the Kingsguard enameled plate. The only identifying item Galadin wore, the sapphire ribbon tied about his elbow, shone like jewelry under the sunlight. To her surprise, the small folk crowded on the small hill opposite the noble stands cried out even louder for her brother. Waving madly and punching the air like the armored mystery knight was one of their own. The riding started before Aryan even had a chance to catch her breath. A quick announcement by the crier, and the riders were off in full tilt. Despite figuring out her brother's secret entrance into the tournament early on, Aryan had not been worried about its outcome. Her brother was her brother. She had seen him practice at the yard for countless hours since she was young enough to walk. She had never seen someone ride like him, never seen someone so dedicated to fighting in all its forms. Why, then, when the first lance broke upon Galadin's armor in a shower of wooden shards, did she suddenly feel like her heart was trying to burst its way out of her chest? Why did Sir Arthur, despite certainly not being her brother, look like he also rode as if he'd been born on the saddle? She found her own hand grasping at Alysanne's fingers despite the sweat wetting her palm. Their mother gasped at the impact of the lance, her previous excitement turning to fear, followed by the clamor and applause from the crowd. Her brother wouldn't lose, would he? His own lance had not made contact with Sir Arthur's armor beyond a glancing blow to the shield. No, he couldn't lose, she thought, but a knot had formed on her throat that made it hard to breathe. XXX, Galadin, the impact of the lance exploding against my plate drove all the air from my lungs like a vacuum. I swayed above the saddle for a moment, chest pulsing with pain, head ringing. It was only the muscle memory of endless days in the tiltyard that kept me from falling off my perch. My legs knew to hold on even if my brain lagged behind. Pushing myself upright with a grunt, I blinked away the black spots in my vision even as I bumped my knees against Smoker's torso in a practiced manner. The horse slowed down on cue, neighing softly as if to ask me if I was all right. My shield arm bent down to pat him on his side. I would be, but I needed all the time I could get to recover and think things through, even the precious few seconds between each bout. All around, the crowd's roar felt like a thunderstorm, powerful but distant. They had cheered for me just a few minutes earlier, but what they were really here to see was a spectacle, no matter who won. In the end, it was all bread and games for the small folk, and a show of martial prowess to us nobles. Jousting was also, in essence, a very solitary sport. I had nothing to liken it to from back home in my modern life, beyond the ancient practice itself. At least with boxing and mixed martial arts, you had a whole coaching team in your corner to whisper instructions in your ears throughout the fight, or slap you in the face with a motivating metaphor about willpower or some nonsense. Here, all I had was smoker, and I should count myself lucky for it. Well, not quite, I thought, when the huffing, pimpled-faced stable-boy ran up to the end of the lane with a trio of wooden lances for me to pick from. I had pate too. I shook my head at the ridiculous thought. He need not have bothered bringing them. The weight still couched against my right arm told a complete story. My lance had missed entirely, while Sir Arthur's seemed like an unerring missile slipping past my shield. I ran the last tilt quickly through my head, playing out how Sir Arthur got the best of me, despite my picture-perfect, jousting once again. Third bout already, and I had not left a scratch in his armor. One moment I was sure I had him pegged, lance aimed at the heart, shield in the best position to intercept his strike. Next thing I know, he moved in a way that had my lance flying off toward nowhere, and half a ton of force was being kindly introduced onto my ribcage. Hell, if I had not slightly tilted my body to the side, the force behind the blow might have caught me dead on and been enough to topple me off of Smoker. A sudden laugh escaped me, sounding louder than it should beneath my full-faced helm. Despite the deep ache in my chest I was sure would turn into the mother of all bruises, I did not feel dread at the prospect of losing. Instead, my blood ran hot, and the ringing in my head felt more like drums rising in tempo. Sure, all my short-term plans would be ruined, and the trip to the tourney would have been largely a waste, but I could deal with that if it meant I got to ride against opponents on the level of Sir Arthur Dayne. What a fucking thrill. XXX hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is roughly 20 to 25 webnovel chapters ahead, or 10 regular chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlear. 28. Chapter 28. I waved Pate away as I turned the bend at the end of the lane. Looking out across the grounds, I noticed Sir Arthur was already grabbing a brand new lance from his own squire. He looked resplendent in the whites of his office, with only his plate armor having splashes of purple to represent his house. My hand tightened around the leather straps of my shield. This damned Dornishman might really be a better rider than me. I knew he would be good. Of course, better than good, yet I still thought my own unnatural power would be enough to carry the day. In reality, I had been a small fish in an even smaller pond, with no one to challenge me and push me to my limits after I grew old enough to compete on an even standing. The rational part of me had known that already, and my bout with Sir Gaunt should have set me straight, but it seemed I needed to get my chest caved in a bit to let the lesson really sink in. As monstrous as I was proving to be in all matters of combat, I had not reached the top of this mountain. The summit was yet unconquered. A fire rising from deep in my gut spread through me. This is what I was brought into this world for. Sir Arthur Dayne would be the first crucible in my path, an anvil where I would shatter myself again and again until something better emerged. Iron ripening into steel. For I knew that while he had more experience than me, had ridden in more tourneys and against a larger variety of knights, he was not invincible above his horse, not without his flaws. No man was guaranteed victory, not when facing me. XXX Aryan of Tarth, by the 7, her father cursed beneath his breath. He was gripping the railing so hard Aryan thought it might break under him. What? Lady Addison asked. She could barely look at the jousting lane now. After the first tilts where her brother seemed intent on having his chest plate fused into his torso, any attempt at discretion over the mystery knight's identity had been replaced by naked concern. Sir Arthur has the measure of him, he said, shaking his head. His seat, his strike, his timing, everything. His voice must have been louder than he intended, because from the next viewing box over, some wispy-faced Riverland knight jeered at them. What, don't tell me you bet on this mystery man, then? He barked out an ugly laugh. Should have known you don't bet against the sword of the morning, Stormlander, even if he's Dornish and all that. Aryan bristled, but since her father did not rise up in response, she stayed quiet. She had noticed the previously enthusiastic crowd turn against Galladon, and she hated it. The highborn, especially, seemed to take the common's excitement over the mystery knight as an affront, and seemed firmly behind Sir Arthur now. Taking a moment to calm herself down, she pulled at something deep within her and brought about her special vision. When she looked down again, the two riders were already turning about to start another round. She kept her eyes firmly on the tilt lane lest she look around and lose herself in the sea of auras she could now sense, and fixated on the man riding against Galladon. Sir Arthur Dayne's aura was bright, perhaps even more so than her brother. He shone like the star on his house's banner, only a titillating gray the color of a river stone polished to perfection instead of purple. He wore it tight around him even as he rode, like a cloak that didn't flow in the wind even as his physical white one did. She squinted at him, trying to spot anything different as she had with Lady Lenora. Then her father suddenly spoke up again. "What's he doing?" Aryan's focus broke. She blinked, and she would have missed the entire clash if it wasn't for the sound of wood bursting against armor. Her mother winced beside her, still refusing to look down at the lane. It was only when she knew her brother still sat his horse that she said, "What?" Her voice was trembling. "What is it, Selwyn?" The man sighed and put his head down. He's given up." When he looked back up, Lord Selwyn Tarth looked resigned. "His form has broken down. He's not even aiming his lance right." "Oh, gal," her mother murmured, followed by quiet sobs escaping her. Her father left the railing to put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Aryan's stomach felt like a pit. It couldn't be true, could it? Had he truly stopped trying? Her mind seemed to rebel at the mere thought of her brother giving up anything, and she fiercely shook her head. No, Galladon would never just resign himself to losing. But if Gal was having trouble and she could help him in any way, then she had to do it. She knew he wouldn't be riding in the tourney as a mystery knight if it wasn't important to him, and anything that mattered to her brother mattered to her house, and there was nothing Aryan wanted more than to be useful to her family. Activating her vision, she leaned forward and focused on Sir Arthur's form again as he grabbed a new lance. With the riders ready for another tilt, they quickly shot off, galloping at speed to meet in the middle in a shower of violence. Her eyes stuck firmly on the Kingsguard knight, despite the pang of worry she felt for Galladon. Like the previous tilt, the knight's lance broke against her brother's chestplate, this time almost knocking him off his horse. The sound was sickening to her ears, but now that she actually saw them clash, Aryan had noticed something. A sudden shift in Sir Arthur's aura in the moment before contact. At first she thought it was the simple fact that he was about to strike, and so his aura reflected that sudden burst of violence, but there was something else. The color was not quite right. Her eyes stung from using the vision too much in one day, but she needed to see it again to confirm it. Below, Galladon and Sir Arthur kept riding, and she tried to block off anything else from breaking her concentration. Her father's sighs, her mother's silent sobs, Alisanne's reassuring words to her even as the girl remained stone-faced. Aryan just kept looking. Then, there. She didn't understand much about jousting, nothing about its strategies and techniques, but when she watched Sir Arthur's aura spike, followed quickly by a change in direction of his lance, she knew she had figured something out. Whenever her brother aimed his own lance high to try to bypass Sir Arthur's shield, the knight's aura would shift at the last second, and the point of his own lance would dip into the gap left by Galladon's striking arm. A tell, that's what that was. The knight had a tell on his form, but it was a tell only she could see. His aura gave him away. At that realization, Aryan's thoughts started to run wild. Her pulse quickened. She might not know what to do with that information, but Galladon would, and she had to tell him before it was too late. So with a crazy plan quickly forming in her mind, she pulled Alisanne closer to her and whispered in her ear. She was going to need a distraction. XXX hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is roughly 20 to 25 webnovel chapters ahead, or 10 regular chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlear. 29. Chapter 29. Facing off against Sir Arthur once again, I saluted him back with raised lance, couched it, then set off at a gallop, smoker's hooves churning the sandy ground beneath me. Except this time, I had settled on how I'd beat him. It was a dumb idea, reckless, and bound to see me carried off the field on a stretcher even if I won. But the grin did not leave my face even as another lance burst against my armor, this time catching me on the right shoulder. I gasped, wobbled, blinked away tears, and fought to catch my breath. Thunderous noise from the stands rolled over me like a crashing wave. Spears of pain stabbed at my shoulder, but I did not fall, and I did not let my lance fall. When I found Pate once again at the end of the lane, I told him simply, "Don't bother." I decided the lance in my hand would be the one I'd carry to the end, whether victory or defeat. Then I rode off, not giving myself time to think. On the other end of the lane, Sir Arthur had the same idea, and his squire tossed him a lance as he thundered past him. Despite the rush, the sword of the morning's form was flawless. A titan above his steed, posture tall and unyielding. I cracked up at the sight of him, chuckling to myself. My own writing had turned lousy. Still better than most of the writers who started on the tourney, but I wasn't trying to reach for that connection with Smoker like I had practiced a few nights prior. With too much in my head after the meeting with Tywin, I had already tried and failed to do so in the first few bouts. No need to put mental energy on that. I didn't even focus on my own jousting form. Instead, my target was solely watching Sir Arthur gallop toward me. Like the last two tilts, I tried to match every subtle shift in his armor to the muscles beneath it, to track the faintest movement of his fingers clutching his lance, the smallest tilt of his head. If I held on against his onslaught for enough bouts, could I figure out where his eyes looked without even seeing them under his helm? The idea was ludicrous, and I was laughing even as we clashed again in the middle of the tilt lane. Except now, his lance crashed against my shield, breaking apart into 1,000 pieces, and I stood firm above Smoker. I cackled as I rode past him, screaming out, "I see you, I see you," like I'd gone mad, even if I knew the noise of the crowd would drown out my words. Despite what I said, my respect for Sir Arthur did nothing but increase. He truly deserved to become the legend he was meant to be. There were no tricks to his jousting, no secret techniques, no cheating. He had just practiced to perfection. If Sir Tywin Lannister's form had been textbook, then Sir Arthur Dayne rode like he invented the sport himself. His reflexes were honed to the point where he could react to my own last-second movements, and in that smallest of windows of time, explore any gap I left in my form. That's why, in this last bout, I had not tried to counter his own strike by trying to defend myself with my shield at the last moment. Instead, I had simply held the shield on the same spot the whole time. With no movement, there was nothing to react to. I knew how to win now. I also knew it would hurt like hell. Before I could enact the final part in my plan, I noticed Smoker favoring one side as we trotted down the lane. Looking down at him, I noticed a finger-sized splinter of wood from Sir Arthur's broken lance lodged on his upper left front leg, right beneath a gap on his barding. Lifting up my shield hand, I called for the attention of one of the tourney's attendants and pointed at the spot on Smoker's leg. Realizing what I meant, the man ran off somewhere, waving his hands in the air. He'd notify Sir Arthur first, then the announcer. These things were quite common during tourneys, and though I'd have to either forfeit or change horses if Smoker couldn't continue, the wooden shard seemed more a discomfort than an actual injury. We quickly made our way down the lane to where my squire would be. I couldn't reach the spot myself from where I sat, and it would be a huge pain in the ass to dismount in full jousting gear with a shield in one hand and my lucky lance in the other. "Pate!" I called out, but could not see the boy anywhere. My brows furrowed. Had he taken my earlier dismissal as an actual discharge of his duties? I rode further down the lane to where the squires kept the spare lances and saw to their knight's equipment before and after the joust. It was a small area tucked around the corner of the tilt lane, fenced off by waist-height railing, and a tiny wooden roof for the squires to hide from the sun. There, I found my giant-sized tweenage squire body-blocking a little girl from running into the field. She was screaming at him, tugging at his clothes, kicking at his shin, all while a red-faced Pate stuttered out apologies even as he held her back. It would have been an amusing sight were I not in the middle of jousting the goddamn sword of the morning in front of half the realm. It would have been even funnier had I not recognized the girl trying to slip past a boy twice her size. "Ari," I blurted out from above Smoker. "XXX hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on web novel. Patreon is roughly 20 to 25 web novel chapters ahead, or 10 regular chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier. 30, Chapter 30. Pate swiveled around at my voice, upper lip already quivering, and the little demon I called sister used the distraction to run past him. "I'm sorry, Lord," Pate cried, scrambling after her. So sorry, but she wouldn't take no for an answer. Oh, I knew all about that, so I waved the boy's pleas away. "Forget about it," I said, then turned to Aryan. The girl was a sweaty mess, her hair a forest of dark tangles. "What in the seven hells are you doing here?" She stopped a few feet before me, huffing like she'd run all the way from Casterly Rock. She started, coughed, took a deep breath, then started again. "When you strike over his shield he's going below your arm," she said, and stabbed the air with an imaginary lance. I gaped at her for what must have been a good 10 seconds. Was she trying to give me jousting tips? The situation was so ridiculous I burst out in laughter. Aryan looked like she wanted to pout, but tears appeared on the corner of her eyes. "I'm serious, gal, you have to trust me, please." The pleading in her voice took me by surprise, An earnest Aryan was a rare sight. It was enough to make 3 brothers melt, much less one. Here I was complaining about the lack of a team in my corner when it was there all along. I had a crazy little sister, a horse smarter than many a lordling, and a whole pate with me. What else could a man need? I do trust you, I told her. I trust you so much I'll let you pluck off this splinter here that's bothering Smoker. Then I trust you to follow Pate back to my pavilion and wait there for me, got it? But, no buts. I heard what you said, and don't worry, I see what you've seen too. Her eyes went wide. You do? I nodded. I had no idea how she'd figure it out. Had I not gone on what was basically a sequence of suicidal tilts, sacrificing any striking and most of my defense to focus on watching my opponent up close to the very last instant, then I was sure I would not have noticed Sir Arthur's game plan. Had father sent her here with advice? No, he would never put his daughter up to such a task. Whatever this was, it was Aryan's own doing. She was too willful for anything else. I shook myself. It would do me no good to theorize. When Aryan finished her vet duty and Smoker reared up a bit to signify he was okay, I wheeled him around and rode back toward the tiltyard. Fortunately for Aryan, she would not have to wait for long to see me. My strategy to win was simple. Brute force, that was the name of the game. One ride. No quick movements, no last-second lunges. I would keep my shield close to my body the whole time, aim my lance at him, and thrust with as much force I could put behind. Whether I hit him in the chest or the shield, it didn't matter. With my full strength, I was certain I could push him off his ride no matter what. The only question was if he'd be able to do the same to me. One last gamble. In my mind, it was the only way I could prevail. I simply couldn't beat him by being a better jouster as I was right now. I'd bet even being fully in tune with Smoker wouldn't see me winning the day. That's how much better he was than me. When I got back into position, Sir Arthur was waiting at the end of his lane, speaking quietly with a squire. I took the opportunity to look around for a moment. Unlike the last few days, the sun shone brightly over the city of Lannisport. The stands were flooded with people like ants swarming over an anthill. I had tried to tune out the crowds during the first tilts, but it became a hard task now. We hadn't taken long back there, no more than a minute, but the people had gotten antsy. I could hear their jeers at me, some shaking fists, others booing like I was some terrible actor in a play. None of it could touch me. Taking a deep breath, I righted myself on my seat and raised my lance in salute. Sir Arthur had finished his business with the squire and he saluted back. This was it. I spurred Smoker on the moment Sir Arthur's lance came down to point at me, then we took off. Dry air blew on my face through the grates of my helm as we picked up speed. Instead of tensing up, I let my muscles relax. Sound faded into just the crunch of Smoker's hooves, the rhythm of my breath, the creak of my armor. All that mattered was the point of my lance. I didn't have time to focus on Sir Arthur's form or his striking lance. Nothing. When we came together, I poured every ounce of power I had into my thrust. Contact. A solid jolt on my striking arm, followed by a blast of force against my shield. Wood exploded like fireworks. Something in my left shoulder popped out of place. I jerked back hard, neck straining, felt my arse lift off the saddle. A grunt of effort slipped past gritted teeth. My heels sunk on Smoker's flanks hard enough it must have bruised him, and I fell back to my seat with a gasp. It all came crashing back then. The heavy weight of the armor on my body, muscles spasming around my neck, the whooping of the crowd echoing around the arena. It felt like being assaulted by a dozen different sensations all at once after floating in a dark, silent lake. Looking down, my lucky lance had become a tiny jagged stump, the entire wooden pole scattered into fragments behind me. A throbbing ache pulsed throughout my arm, still holding onto my scuffed shield, but I pushed it down with practiced ease. Finally, I looked back the way I came. Sir Arthur lay sprawled on the sandy earth. The enamel on his armor was marred, his white cloak no longer pristine as it lay on the ground. Riderless, his tall destrier had kept on galloping down the lane. A deep, weary exhale almost had me sagging in the saddle. How had this one bout tired me twice as much as all the others before them? Even the full days of jousting I had to suffer through after entering the tourney as a no-name mystery knight felt like rosy field trips compared to this. But the day was not yet finished for me. After watching Sir Arthur walk his way out of the tiltyard with the help of his squires, I ignored the cheering mob and rode back to my pavilion. Before the grand final began, I had a sister I needed to lecture. XXX hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on web novel. Patreon is roughly 20 to 25 web novel chapters ahead, or 10 regular chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier. 31, Chapter 31 Note. Some of you guys have asked for longer chapters, so that's what I'll do now. Mind you, I break chapters up specifically for web novel because that's what the algorithm rewards, many chapters, and I can't really compete with translations/AI writing when it comes to output. I'll test this out for a bit to see if it works numbers-wise. XXX, when I strode into the spacious pavilion provided for the semi-finalists, Pate was standing right by the entrance of the tent, as far away from Aryan as was physically possible. The poor boy was fidgeting with an armor-polishing kit of sand and vinegar as he stood awkwardly by the corner, shoulders hunched over like he wanted to disappear into himself. I walked up and gave him a pat on the shoulder. "Thank you for looking after my sister, Pate." He murmured his thanks, still deeply uncomfortable. "I do not need looking after," someone said from the other end of the pavilion, but I chose to tactfully ignore the girlish voice. "Don't worry about the armor either. It's not meant to be polished. The whole mystery knight image would be broken otherwise. Why don't you go outside and feed Smoker a couple of apples for me, eh?" I tied him up just outside by the trough. "Give him a brush down while you're at it too, and make sure I'm not bothered by anyone barring the king himself." "Yes, M-Lord," he said, then quickly scurried away, eyes firmly avoiding the girl sitting at the long bench that spanned the far side of the pavilion. I raised an eyebrow at her. "Should I bother asking what you said that made him so scared?" Aryan huffed and crossed her arms over her front. "You need a better squire. It's not my fault he scares so easily. And you need better manners." Walking up beside her, I let myself fall onto the bench with a loud clank. I reached up with some difficulty and unclasped my helmet. "You'll have to serve as my squire now," I said, voice finally clear. "Get me some water from my bag over there, then start taking off the pieces starting with the gorget and the pauldrons." Surprisingly, she did as she was told. The boiled water felt heavenly after being stuffed inside jousting armor for so long, despite its stale and slightly leatherish taste from the wineskin. Truly, there were few human rights violations I wouldn't commit for a proper bottle of mineral water. I let her work in silence for a minute. She struggled with the tighter knots, but soon the gorget lay to the side, and the dented form of my left pauldron was next. That one would be trouble. Every shift of my arm sent a stab of agony coursing through my shoulder. When Aryan pulled at the cord tying the armor piece, I almost cursed her out. She quickly stopped once she realized I was in pain, but I waved the concern off. Better to do it now when the adrenaline of the recent jousting was still pumping through me. I tried to talk my way out of paying attention to it. "When you said you wanted to help," I started, "is this what you meant? Serving as my squire?" "Not really," she said glumly. "So you just decided to run down to the lanes to talk jousting with the mystery knight for no reason?" I shot her a disappointed glance over my injured shoulder. "Someone could have recognized you, Ari. Then how would that have helped me?" She had no answer to that, though I felt her hands bunch up into fists at my back. I let out a sigh. If younger sisters could be this hard to manage, how much worse was having your own kids? I usually wouldn't have to think about this were I a normal 15-year-old, but here I would have to marry and produce heirs sooner rather than later. A headache for another time. "What about father and mother?" I asked. "Do they know you are here?" "Yes." Her answer came a bit too quickly. I frowned and turned to her again. "Ari," she shifted in place, as uncomfortable under my scrutiny as Pate had been under hers. "Well, they will know I'm here soon enough, I think," she explained. "I told Alisan to distract them for me, and when they realize I'm gone, she'll come up with something." Then her eyes turned defiant and she shook her fists at me. And I had to do something, gal. "Father said you had given up in the middle of the bout. Said you were riding like you knew it was over already, and that Sir Arthur had something about your measure." I felt my eyebrows climb as she spoke. Given up? Lord Selwyn normally had plenty of confidence in whatever I did, more than most lordly parents granted their children, but I could see how my kamikaze jousting could be taken as that. A boy still, with all his exuberance and youth, going head-to-head against a Kingsguard knight, and the sword of the morning at that. He probably thought my morale had broken against a superior opponent. I felt myself deflate a bit. I couldn't blame Aryan if she wanted to help me in what she thought was a desperate situation. "Well, at least now we know you have a keen eye for jousting," I told her. "Keener than father's, it seems, if you saw something in Sir Arthur's form that even he wasn't able to." Truthfully, I didn't think I would have been able to notice it myself had I not basically stopped any striking and defending to simply observe Sir Arthur's movements. And all that up close, I had no idea how Aryan had managed to glean anything from the stands. I didn't think any but the best riders and jousting enthusiasts in attendance might have figured something out. Sure, she had not gotten the complete picture of what Sir Arthur had been doing, thinking he was only counteracting a specific striking pattern on my part, but it was still impressive. She could be my secret weapon to win tourneys, like a 12-year-old on-site analyst against any future jousting opponents. I laughed at the absurd idea, and Aryan must have thought I was laughing at her. "Don't laugh," she pouted. "I wouldn't have bothered coming if I knew you could see it too. Why didn't you tell me before?" Now I really barked out a laugh. I should have asked the king to pause the games so I could let my little sister know I had figured out Sir Arthur's strategy. I nodded sardonically. "Yes, that would have worked, my lady. What a great idea." "No, you idiot." She gave me a push on the shoulder that actually hurt. "You should have told me you could see auras too. I have been wanting to tell you for so long, gal, but I always worried you would hate me for it, or think me a freak. I should have known you could see it too, considering you're the weirdest person in the world." I tried to make sense of whatever she had just told me but came up with nothing. "Auras? First of all, I cannot be the weirdest person in the world since you are definitely weirder," I said. She giggled at that. "But also, what in the name of all the gods are you even talking about?" "Auras," she said as if the word explained it all. "Or do you call it something else? That's possible, I suppose. It is not as if I read the name in a book." She gained a thoughtful look. "It's just what made the most sense for me when I started seeing them. Emotions, maybe, definitely not thoughts. Well, whatever it is you call the colorful thing around people, their energy, their aura. Ugh, I don't know, gal, but you said it yourself, you can see them too. When did I ever say that?" "Just now by the tilt lane. You told me not to worry and that you could see what I had seen too." Her eyes narrowed, and she seemed to grow agitated. "Don't pretend otherwise. I'm not pretending anything." My brows furrowed as I thought back on that moment, only to realize I had really said it. Just not what she thought I did. I meant I had also seen that Sir Arthur was reacting to my movements even if it didn't look like it. Was that not what you meant? Silence answered me. Frowning, I turned to her fully, swinging my legs over the bench. My sister was looking at me wide-eyed, her posture skittish like a cat about to bolt. "Are you telling me you see things around people?" I spoke calmly, afraid she would take my questions as an inquisition. "Is that how you managed to figure out what he was doing? These auras?" She flinched back like I had just slapped her. I put 2 hands up to give her some space, but she took that like I was somehow scared of her. Her eyes filled with tears as she confused caution with rejection, and she suddenly tried to run. She didn't get far. Hitting her shin against the bench, she let out a cry and rolled down onto the ground. She was crying now, and I knew for a fact it had nothing to do with her shin. I was on her in an instant, trying to calm her down to reassure her. I just... She started to hyperventilate, sobs coming out louder than words. "Please don't hate me, please, please." She kept repeating it like a chant, and I just held her as she cried. XXX, it took her a few minutes to calm down, at least enough to make me think she wouldn't run off the moment I took my eyes off of her. "Ari, I need you to listen to me right now, all right?" I held her by her arms and looked at eyes the same color as our mother's, the green now surrounded by an angry red, puffy from crying. "Let me make something very clear. Even if you are a demon from the deepest pits of Ashai, here to conquer the 7 kingdoms by means of blood magic and child sacrifice, you are still my little sister. Short of you shaving my head bald, there's no way I'd ever hate you. Not truly, do you understand?" She nodded through sniffles. I think that as soon as she realized I did not hate her for seeing these auras, she became more embarrassed by her outburst than anything. It was a very Aryan way of doing things. I said, "Do you understand, soldier?" With a teary smile, she said, "Sir, yes, sir." Then she raised her hand in a half-hearted army salute, just like I taught her when we played as kids. "Good," I said. "Now please will you tell me about these auras?" So she told me everything. All the strange dreams, the auras she has seen since she was a child, up to how it all changed ever since she arrived at Casterly Rock. Once she began, the words flowed out of her like they'd been stuck in her heart forever, begging to be let out. It wasn't easy to parse it all out, and I asked as many clarifying questions as I could come up with on the spot. I imagined it would all be much harder to accept had I not been someone from a whole different world with a completely different perspective on what's possible and what wasn't. If anything, I was likely the most knowledgeable person alive when it came to magic. Not about the magic itself and how to use it, but the certainty of its existence and the foreknowledge of how different people with different means would go about practicing it. Dragon dreams, skin-changing, pyromancers, green sight, alchemy, blood magic, glamours, and even how to raise the dead with the last kiss, as Thoros of Myr did with Sir Beric Dondarrion. And that's without counting the existence of creatures like dragons and the others, and possibly even higher beings like our lore yet. For all of my knowledge, I had never heard of someone able to do what my sister did, seeing people's auras and their flickering emotions. Not in this world. Then again, I could not say I knew everything there was to know. Many powers were left as mysteries, and many more, like the aeromancers of the Far East and the Rhinish water magic, were only mentioned as far-flung rumors and ancient tales. My own better-than-normal physical prowess, wherever it came from, was not something explicitly stated to exist, but fighters like an adult Jaime Lannister, Barristan Selmy, and Arthur Dayne stood so far above others that it made me think it was an underlying reality of the world. Then there were the true freaks like Sir Gregor Clegane, the Mountain Latrides, or even Brienne of Tarth, a sister I was yet to have, who as early as 17 was said to be 6.5 feet tall and heavier than Jaime by a lot, all without being burdened by their size. Well, Aryan's words broke me from my musings. She was looking at me expectantly, a hint of wariness still clinging to her. I flicked her on the nose, and she let out an indignant squeak. "No, I don't think you're a mad witch, Ari. If anything, I wish you would have told me sooner," I said, shifting my left shoulder awkwardly. Looking at it, the skin had started to swell already, and I could tell something in there had popped out of place. "Your way of figuring out Sir Arthur's jousting is definitely easier on the joints." I would not have needed to banzai charge the sword of the morning if I knew Aryan could see the most minute shifts in emotions on people's auras. My plan for her as a field analyst in the next tourney was still a go. Seeing my discomfort, Aryan tried to prod my shoulder with a finger and I slapped her hand away. "Stop that. Will you be able to ride in the finals?" she asked. "With 15,000 gold dragons on the line, I'd ride even if they had to tie me up on Smoker, though winning might not come without its consequences." Mercurial as he was, I dreaded to think what Aerys Targaryen would do if he saw my crowning of Cersei, the queen of love and beauty, as a slight. Logically, he shouldn't, but I couldn't count on the Mad King being rational. Crowning the hosting lord's daughter was quite common, so worst comes to worst, I hoped to hide behind the wide skirts of tradition. On the other hand, losing would mean tanking the deal with the Lannisters. A madman on one side, Tywin on the other. Something had to give either way. Before I could answer her, Pate burst into the pavilion. If he was uncomfortable earlier with Aryan, then he looked downright distraught now. He was covered in sweat, face red, his hands moving about like he was trying to grasp something in the air that would come and save him. "My lord, is the Lannisters, my lord. Sir Lannister." He corrected himself, though that didn't help me at all. "He's here to see you, my lord. I told him about the king and interrupting you. I told him as much, but he insisted, and he's got other men with him, many men, around the tent. XXX, hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on web novel. Patreon is roughly 25 to 30 web novel chapters ahead, or 10 regular, longer chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlear. 32, Chapter 32. Before I could answer her, Pate burst into the pavilion. If he was uncomfortable earlier with Aryan, then he looked downright distraught now. He was covered in sweat, face red, his hands moving about like he was trying to grasp something in the air that would come and save him. "My lord, is the Lannisters, my lord. Sir Lannister." He corrected himself, though that didn't help me at all. "He's here to see you, my lord. I told him about the king and interrupting you. I told him as much, but he insisted, and he's got other men with him, many men, around the tent." The words spilled out of him like a leaky faucet. I lifted up a hand to stop him. "It's fine, Pate," I said. "Calm down a moment, take a breath, then go let him in." I looked to the side to check on Aryan, but she was already composing herself like a proper little lady, swiping at her tear-stained face and fixing up her hair. It would not be enough to hide that she was crying just now, but she was young enough that a little crying wouldn't be seen as a big faux pas. A minute later, a handsome, blonde-haired man walked into the tent, flanked by 2 red-liveried guards. I recognized him instantly, and with a small grunt of effort, rose to meet him. "Sir Gerion." I nodded at him. "To what do I owe the honor?" I had not met the man himself before, of course, but having seen the other brothers, Sir Tygett on the field and Sir Kevin distantly on the practice yard, it could only be him. Dressed as he was too, in fine embroidered silks and a cloth of gold cape resting easily on his shoulders, any half-learned hedge knight could peg him as a Lannister. "Ah, our mystery man," he said, green eyes filled with mirth. "You have a spirited squire, I'll say. I was starting to think I would need to bring siege engines to have the chance to speak with you." He wore a smirk I would have thought fitting on an older Jaime Lannister's face. It made him look dashing instead of just a rich ponce. "Come inside, sir, and please do forgive Pate. I told him no one should bother me except the king himself. His overeagerness is on me. He dismissed the issue with a laugh. It's quite fine. I have not crowned myself just yet, even if it has grown tempting as of late. Bold words to say out loud. Tywin had not been the only one whose ego was injured by King Aerys' words. A Lannister's pride runs in the family as much as the blonde hair, it seemed. I take it this is not a social visit, I prompted. Would that it were, he said, striding further into the room. Who wouldn't want to meet the 15-year-old boy who dared enter Lord Tywin's tourney? I'm jealous, truly. I have done some audacious things in my own youth, but none quite so grandiose as this. I shrugged. Only doing what I think is best for my house, sir. Then, knowing his personality was not a copy of his older brother's, I let a smirk of my own curve my lips. The thrill of riding down a Kingsguard as the crowd roars is not half bad either. Ha, I like you, boy. He turned to the girl standing beside me. And this must be my sister, the Lady Aryan Tarth. She dipped into an appropriate gesture. A pleasure, little lady. With a quick glance over his shoulder, the two men that had come in with him turned on their heels and left the pavilion. He shot me another smile. They and another dozen men will make sure we're undisturbed for now, Sir Sapphire, and so that your own identity isn't discovered before the right time if the wrong person were to stumble upon your tent. I nodded. You have my thanks, sir. Now, will the little lady stay to hear our words? He raised a golden eyebrow at her. She has my confidence. Beside me, Aryan seemed thrilled by my response. I refrained from rolling my eyes at her. She had just admitted to possibly seeing people's emotions. Why wouldn't I want her in a meeting? Shrugging, Sir Tyrion Lannister started with his spiel, and given even the tone of his voice shifted, I expected the words were coming straight out of Tywin's mouth. In the end, the deal offered was better than I expected, yet not as outstanding as I had dared to dream. 2 carracks and 4 cogs for the bargain price of 10,000 gold dragons, 3,000 for the carracks, 1 for each cog. One of the carracks would even be a newly built one too, as a treat, and Lannister hands would sail all the ships to Tarth free of charge instead of myself having to pay for men to crew them. Not bad. Were I to shop for ships in Bravos or the Arbor, even used ones, 10,000 gold would not see 6 ships to my name. Perhaps the 2 carracks and 2 of the cogs, or 1 and 3. And a new carrack would serve me well as my temporary flagship. I was glad they were not trying to cheat me on this deal. Usually, noble houses operated mostly on the honor system when it came to trade. Screwing a fellow noble house meant having your name dragged through courtly mud, and that was worse than any financial hit a house could take. Especially for big houses like the Lannisters, keeping a clean name was more important than scrimping out for a bit more coin. But this was a behind-the-doors deal with no written contracts or signed promises. If they tried to trick me, I could not go around claiming malfeasance. Not when the deal involved unhorsing the Crown Prince or a Kingsguard to repay the humiliation House Lannister suffered at the hands of the king. It was no great treasonous collusion, sure, but anything involving the Targaryens was a lot more sensitive. It was why Tywin never outright agreed to any terms. I had even said I could use a red ribbon around my arm instead of the blue one for the finals, to signal Cersei's favor when I won, but he was firmly against it. He did not voice why, but I understood. Plausible deniability was a tenuous thing. Smart move by him. No doubt, he was waiting to see if I would make it to the finals to finally make the offer and sweeten the deal for me. He wanted me as motivated as possible to ride down Prince Rhaegar as he could make it. There was another reason he felt comfortable making me wait for his final decision on the deal too, of course. It was him throwing around his weight in our budding relationship. He had most of the leverage in this trade of favors. I was offering an objectively useless title for his daughter, the tourney's queen of love and beauty, while asking for trade agreements and thousands of dragons worth of discounts for his ships. It just so happened that I knew he held the Lannisters' name far above any matters of gold. In a distant future, he would have gone to war for his hated, crippled son. Now Cersei had been loudly spurned by the king in front of all the high nobility of the realm. And here I was just a few days later, offering him a chance of retribution, small as it was, and also in front of the entire realm. All for some scraps of coin he had to spare. But that had been the main reason to come to the Lannisters for this, of course. Tywin's ego, and the fact that, in the end, Lannisters always pay their debts. As long as I played my part, Tywin would see his end of the deal fulfilled, of that I was sure. It took a few more minutes for Sir Tyrion to hash out the details with me. Along with the ships and the left over 5,000 gold dragons, The trade agreements involved several shipments of Tarth's marble for the construction of a new palace the Lannisters of Lannisport were building. A small share of their buying market for ink and wool as long as our prices remained competitive, and a slight reduction in berthing and dock fees for ships bearing the Tarth flag for the next 5 years. Nothing spectacular, as it was mostly just a promise to buy some of our goods at a fair market price, but it would still be a boost for our fledgling economy. We have ourselves an understanding, then? Sir Aryan Lannister put his hand out for me to shake, and I did so with only a slight wince of pain. He was quick to notice. "Your shoulder, eh?" I nodded. "I'll have the Meister come see you at once then. Wouldn't want our Sapphire Knight to try and outride the Prince or the Bold with but one working arm." Once he was gone, I sat back on the bench with a tired sigh, raking my good hand through my hair. Fuck me. A small flicker of satisfaction passed through my face, and I let myself luxuriate in the moment. The deal was secured. Now I only had to topple one of the best jousters in the land, be it Sir Barristan or Prince Rhaegar, with a dislocated shoulder. How hard could that be? XXX hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on web novel. Patreon is roughly 25 to 30 web novel chapters ahead, or 10 regular, longer chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier. 33, Chapter 33, what was that? I looked up at a confused Aryan, her gaze flitting between myself and the entrance of the pavilion where Sir Aryan Lannister had just left. I made sure she understood the seriousness of what she'd just witnessed. "Something that you will never mention to anyone outside the family, understood?" She shrugged. "As you say, brother, and if you must know, he was not lying to you." "I do not think he lied either," I said, and I could only hope I was right. "Yes, well, you think, but I know so." Aryan gave me a superior look and tapped a finger near her temple. "None can deceive these eyes." I groaned. My sister was such an edgy nerd and she didn't even know it. "Yes, your majesty, your wisdom knows no bounds," I joked, but she still preened at the attention. "Keep in mind, though, that while you may be able to see part of the truth, and I really want to stress the maybe here, Ari, you will often lack the necessary information to paint a complete picture of things. Don't rely on these auras for everything." Her face pinched. "It was good enough to catch what Sir Arthur was doing, wasn't it?" "Oh, it was." I raised an eyebrow. "You said he was going below my arm when I struck over his shield, right? Wasn't that what you said?" "I said it because he was doing it," she said with all the confidence of a spoiled child. "His aura flickered at the last second. It was so fast, I had to watch it happen a few times to actually understand. But yes, he was doing exactly what I said." I smiled. "No, he wasn't doing that, Ari. He did it once, yes, likely the one time you managed to catch it. But he was actually changing where he struck, be it beneath my arm or somewhere else. No matter where I poked my lance either. When I went over his shield, he went below. When I tried aiming below and covered myself, he'd aim high at the gorget. If it sounded simple, it's because it was. It was the most standard jousting tactic out there. The only difference was that Sir Arthur had mastered it to an extent it didn't even look like he was reacting. The shift happened so fast you didn't even know you had left an opening. If I had not noticed his movements myself and had only gone by what you told me, I would have believed he only had that one ace up his sleeve, when in reality he was simply a better jouster than me. His reaction time just that much quicker. The trick was to not give him anything to react to. Her frown deepened. "Better than you? You?" Her confidence in me was adorable, if laughably naive. "Do you think I'm the only man in Westeros to dedicate himself to being a knight?" I tried to flick her on the nose again, but she dodged back in time and shot me a glare. I put up my hands as a gesture of peace. "You're smart, Ari," I continued, "and you have gifts that can make you even smarter, but you're still young and inexperienced. You've barely ever left Tarth. Trust me on this, there are better men than your brother out there. Stronger, faster, more cruel. Put this in your mind. You can't know what you don't know, and there's plenty in the world that you don't." She stood thoughtful for a moment, and I could see the gears in her mind turning, slowly accepting my words. But as a know-it-all 12-year-old, the indignancy of being lectured could not be countenanced in silence. "You haven't left Tarth either, gal," she whined, cheeks puffed. "You don't get to pretend to be some world traveler." I nodded. "I know, I still have much to learn. I just want you to learn from my mistakes. No need to suffer the consequences of yours if you can simply use me as an example of what not to do, right? I suppose you are quite prone to mistakes," she said after a second. "There you go, something we can agree on," I said with a smile. "My point is that there might be ways to fool these auras of yours, or for you to misunderstand what it means." Whatever this power is, it's important and useful, and I'll be glad to help you in figuring it out once we're back home. But don't ever make it more than it is. It's a tool that you must use cautiously, lest you let it use you instead. Trust your gut, yes, but don't make your every decision based on it. Aryan gave me a slow, measured nod. I will take your word under advisement. That's all a brother can ask for. XXX later, from an out-of-the-way spot on the edge of the tiltyard, we watched as Prince Rhaegar Targaryen and Ser Barristan's Selmy traded blows in a dashing display of violence and chivalry, one trimmed with a ruby-studded, all-black suit that seemed to drink in all the world's sunlight, the other armored and cloaked in the whites of his office, shining like a beacon, their steeds groomed and nobly barded, plumes riding high on helms. It was a spectacle. Roars erupted when, for the 8th time, lances broke on shields and neither budged an inch from their seat. The air vibrated with energy and the weight of history. So close to noon, the sun sat high in the sky like a brazier, with nary a wandering cloud to mar the perfect day. To the crowd, it was the most exciting riding of the tourney. I stared at it with brows furrowed. Aryan sat beside me under a rough-spun cloak, while my own jousting armor was left in Pate's tender care back in the pavilion. Surrounded as it was by Lannister men, I had no need to worry about it being stolen. My left shoulder throbbed constantly like an aching wound, though now I could move it, without feeling that it would fall off at any moment. The Meister had come, yanked my shoulder back into its socket, and left without barely saying a word while I was still groaning in pain. So much for bedside manners. Hopefully, the pain would be gone by the time I'd have to don my armor and take my place on the lanes again. The noon break would give me a couple of hours of respite, while the noble and small folk crowd entertained themselves with whichever show the organizers provided to them. They are magnificent, Aryan said. Perhaps you do not have to be jealous, Galladon, she said, rolling her eyes. I still like you best, if you must know. I laughed. Oh, they are magnificent, of that I have no doubt. Like Sir Arthur, they are both better riders than me. It's just they're not really trying, are they? Just then, they clashed in the middle once again, lances shattering in a million pieces to the crowd's delight. Aryan gave me a doubtful look. I had to give it to her. To the naked eye, it did look like they were having the joust of the century. But maybe I had some kind of epiphany against Sir Arthur. An enlightenment of sorts, a keener insight into what makes a rider prevail against another, the subtle movements, the tiny shifts in their lance, or how they seat the saddle. And something did not seem quite right by the way they were riding. What do you see on their auras, then? I asked. She turned back to the arena, squinting. There was no visible sign that she had activated her vision, as she called it, no golden light spilling forth from her eyes. She could read people's auras and emotions right in front of them, and they would be none the wiser. Already, I could think of a dozen different ways to use this power of hers for the benefit of our house. For my benefit. I was not proud that the thought came so easily to me, but neither was I foolish enough to reject its advantages. Ser Barristan is, Aryan started, seemed to think for a moment, then continued. He is much like a beetle wrapped tightly around a cocoon of white. It's a sharp thing. He's so focused on the riding I can't even see his aura shifting. Humming, I chewed at my tongue for a moment. Focus or restraint? You ask me. I see a man purposefully putting on a show while avoiding going all out on his prince. Ser Barristan's honor is unquestionable. Even I know that. Aryan spoke the words as if they were scientific fact, and I could hardly blame her fervor. To most of the people in the 7 kingdoms, they might as well be. Ser Barristan Selmy was the greatest living knight in the land. Beyond his many wins in more than a dozen tourneys, he was also the hero of the War of Ninepenny Kings, who slayed Mealy's the Monstrous, and thus ended the male line of the Blackfires, a scourge that had plagued the realm for generations, and brought on no less than 5 failed rebellions. And in a year's time during the Defiance, if things happened as normally, he would add climbing the walls of Duskendale and single-handedly rescuing King Aerys to his already storied resume. A feat of such daring and skill it seemed straight out of a fable, but I knew all about Ser Barristan Selmy's honor. In a way, Aryan was right. His sense of honor was unquestionable, rigid, unyielding, so much so he would one day stand by and watch as his Targaryen king did unspeakable things that brought war and ruin to his kingdom. It didn't matter, of course, so long as he kept to his own vows of obedience. As of now, King Aerys had not burned lords and peasants alike, had not imposed himself unduly and violently upon his queenly wife, so perhaps it was wrong of me to put that on Ser Barristan. Had it been myself in his place, I was sure I would act differently, but had it been a version of me born in this world, accustomed to its rules and traditions, then what? Did that make him a lapdog that followed its master's words regardless of their merit, or was he simply a man doing the best that he could with what he was given? Shaking my head, I pointed to the other man in the yard. What about the princes? Aryan looked at Rhaegar then. Her eyes followed him as he grabbed a fresh lance from his squire and galloped down the lane toward his foe. His is scattered, silvery like the moon now, then golden, red as a pomegranate, a deep blue. She grimaced. I'm not sure what it means, but you are right that he doesn't seem focused. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. As I suspected, it didn't seem like the prince was trying very hard either. Despite his prowess, I knew Rhaegar did not care much for tourneys and warring. Song and prophecy were said to be his true loves. It means I might be able to win after all. I murmured low enough she couldn't hear. After another 2 bouts of clashing lances, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen finally unhorsed Sir Barristan Selmy to the thunderous cheers of the crowd. They got even louder when he graced them with a lap around the tiltyard. It was the closest they would ever come to a royal prince, and he surely seemed a figure of myth garbed in night-black steel as he was, the rubies in his chestplate gleaming like comets. Whether the Kingsguard allowed him victory or gave his best, I did not know, and whether the prince even cared about the whole tourney, I could not tell either. In the end, all I could do was head back to my tent and prepare myself for the finals. XXX hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is roughly 25 to 30 webnovel chapters ahead, or 10 regular, longer chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlear. 34. Chapter 34. Cersei Lannister below. Sir Arthur Dayne struck a fierce blow against the chestplate of his opponent. With his dull armor scuffed and marred, the Mystery Knight rocked back on his saddle, almost toppling to the ground, but he kept a horse and rode on for another bout. The rabble packing the sloped embankment opposite their stand roared in ecstasy. Jaime, eyes filled with excitement, cheered beside her, leaping from his seat and punching the air like he belonged with the peasantry. Her face twisted with disgust. She would have yelled at him for it were they alone. How could he act so happy after what happened to her? Despite her anger, the jousting continued to the delight of the crowd. The towering Lord Sumner Crakehall cackled and slapped the back of a springy knight from Silverhill, nearly knocking the man to a lower row. A mousy-haired lady wearing the blue and gold of Lefford waved her kerchief in appreciation. Even her uncle Gerion whooped as the Mystery Knight barely survived another clash against the Dornish Kingsguard. They all smiled, cheered, clapped, as if anything in this tourney mattered anymore. Cersei saw it all as if in a dream. Yes, that would explain things. Her life was a nightmare she could not escape from. The cheering of the crowd felt as the scream of shades from the 7 hells sent to torment her. The lances shattered into pieces a poor copy of her heart. She had not been at the Great Hall when the king denied her father a betrothal between her and Prince Rhaegar. By coincidence, she had snuck out of the feast with Jane Farman and Melara Heatherspoon when the dancing became boring. She meant to take some of the other girls who had never been to the Rock, daughters and nieces of her father's bannermen, to see the gold rooms deeper into the mountain, but they never made it there. On her father's orders, guards had been stationed at the entrance to the mines to stop anyone from coming inside, even those bearing the Lannister name. She had wanted to have those men whipped then, and there for stopping her in her own home, but Jane and Melara convinced her to leave the matter be. She had felt humiliated then, having been denied in front of the other girls, yet now she could hardly remember the faces of the men-at-arms she swore to see punished. For once they returned to the feast, Cersei's shame truly began. She had to hear from others what King Aerys had said in front of the whole of the realm. Had to suffer their whispers, their looks of pity and glee as she walked into the great hall unknowing of her own disgrace. She, a daughter of Tywin Lannister, was deemed unworthy of the prince, had been called a mere servant. Overwhelmed, Cersei fled after that, the murmurs and whispers of all 7 kingdoms following after her. Her Aunt Jenna had come after her, knocking at her room's door with comforting words. Cersei screamed and cursed until the woman left. Jenna Lannister had been the one to tell her that her father would betroth her to the prince, and she did not wish to hear another word out of that liar's mouth. She spent the next few days locked away in her room, crying and screaming and breaking whatever she could get her hands on. Maids came to bathe her in the morning and left sobbing when Cersei threw hot water at them. Jaime tried to visit, but she barricaded her doors with her dresser and refused to speak to him. Only Lord Tywin's orders this morning had pulled her out of her room. With his face set as hard as mountain rock, her father told her that she was a Lannister and sulking in her room like a child was not worthy of Lannisters. That was it. Those were the only words her father shared with her since it all happened. She obeyed, of course, and throughout the day she tried to appear as if the king's dismissal did not affect her. But what else was she supposed to do now? All her life, Cersei Lannister thought she would become the queen of the 7 kingdoms. She had never doubted that for a moment that ruling was her destiny. Was she meant to accept marrying one of her father's bannerlords as if she had not been born a lioness of Casterly Rock? Should she tolerate becoming the lady of another so-called great house when only Targaryen stood equal to Lannister? It was all she could think about. Her mind churned like a storm the whole morning, and she did not think it would settle anytime soon. She felt so detached that she didn't even see the moment the Mystery Knight unhorsed Sir Arthur. The ladies around her gasped. The entire nobility seemed to hold their breath for the instant it took before the Kingsguard's body hit the ground. Then the bubble burst and they all jumped from their seats, hollering and clapping and chugging at their drinks. The noise was terrible, and Jaime was the worst of them. He could not believe the Sword of the Morning had been defeated by the Mystery Knight, and he blabbered at her until her glare nearly burned a hole into his face. Sheepishly, he apologized and left her side to join a cluster of pages and squires as they tried to guess at the Mystery Knight's identity. Through it all, Cersei did not move from her seat. She watched the gossip that rose at the Kingsguard's defeat, watched Lord Tywin speaking to Uncle Gerion in hushed words before the latter left the stands. Watched the king leave his royal seat when Prince Rhaegar came out to joust Sir Barristan Selmy some minutes later. Cersei almost followed after the king despite the rage she felt at the sight of him. She could not bear to see the prince ride. He looked so handsome above his stallion, his silver hair flowing down to his shoulder like spun moonlight before he donned his helm. Who else could ever compare to such a man? She did not watch the jousting whatsoever. Her thoughts kept going back to that night at the feast. The whispers, the hidden laughter, gleeful eyes stabbing at her like swords. She knew the prince had won only by the cheers of the crowd and the return of the king, now eager to watch the spectacle as fire eaters performed across the tiltyard. King Aerys had a giddy look as the men below ate and spat great balls of fire into the air like dragons made flesh. Cersei watched him as much as she watched the show. His face twisted as great spears of fire flew from the mouths of the fire eaters, yellowed teeth bared in a feral grin. Her gaze followed the king's to the fire below, and her eyes widened at the sight. It was beautiful. Golden fire streaked across the lanes, in great whooshes of displaced air. The performers jumped and spun, the flames blooming like sunflowers above them. She could feel the heat all the way from the stands. There was power in those flames, growing and swirling until they fizzled out in wisps of smoke. And for a moment, she understood why the king had deemed her unworthy of his heir. If men could tame creatures that could fly and spit fire 1,000 times hotter than these fire eaters, how could they not think themselves superior? Were they not gods amongst men? That thought consumed her for much of the next hour. It took longer still before the final. Jousting began again, and barely more than a few minutes before it ended. Cersei had not even looked down once, lost in her own mind. She only noticed something had changed when a great hush swallowed the stands. When she came back to herself, a crown of Lannister-red roses hung from the end of a lance pointing right at her, and a wheezing cackle burst out the mouth of King Aerys Targaryen. XXX hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on web novel. Patreon is roughly 25 to 30 web novel chapters ahead, or 10 regular, longer chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier. 35, Chapter 35, Rhaegar fell on the 7th pass. My left arm ached. The constant loud cheering of the crowd echoing in my helmet was giving me a headache, and something in my thigh had started to chafe after I got back on Smoker. I must have put something back on wrong. But there was no true struggle in this jousting. Not truly. He struck me a few times, yes, and I clipped him on the shoulder on our 3rd pass. With one of his feet slipping out of its stirrup at the same time, the prince had hung onto his courser with one leg and one gauntlet around a hastily grabbed rein, pulling himself back onto his saddle just before his dangling foot touched the ground. Loud gasps erupted from the stands at that, yet I couldn't tell if he had been selling it up for drama or if I had truly gotten him that well. Were we jousters or mummers entertaining a crowd of circus-goers? It seemed to me as if Rhaegar was doing just enough to keep himself from losing right at the beginning, and thus being humiliated, without giving it a serious go at taking me down. All while also putting on a decent show to our audience. And what had I done with that? Follow along with the wishes of our Royal Highness? Trade in offensive lances while giving the nobles and commons a ride for the history books? No, hell no. With thousands of gold dragons on the line, I had tried to pull the man down from his horse with every trick and technique I had. Tried brute forcing it against his shield. Tried an Arthur Dayne-esque last-second diverted thrust. Tried aiming for his lance arm. Nothing. I couldn't get to him no matter what I tried. Through it all, Rhaegar Targaryen just sat there like a statue at the base of a rushing waterfall, completely unfazed. Armored in black, with his helmet crested with gold, orange, and red silken streamers stirring as flames in the wind, he looked like the kind of figure you heard about only in song and history. For a moment before the last bout, as I stared at him across the lane, I had the feeling that if Rhaegar was really playing the mummer for the crowd, then I was the puppet at the end of the strings, dancing this and that way according to his whims. Could he cut them at his pleasure? I shivered at the thought. The way he simply skated around my every attempt at besting him with the grace of a water dancer, as if it was the simplest thing in the world for him, had my head in a whirl. I was overthinking things, I knew. Meeting people you had read about gave you a great advantage in dealing with them, but it also presented you with a skewed perspective of who they were. Ink on paper could not convey the complexity of a real, flesh and bone person. Ned, Tywin, Cersei, Barristan. I had to stop thinking like they were characters instead of people. I couldn't villainize them for something they had yet to do, nor could I outright trust a good guy character because I had seen their good deeds. And Rhaegar, he was even more of a mystery to me. A man shrouded in half-told stories and post-war revisionism. Did he dream of the coming of a second long night? Was Lyanna captured or a woman in love? Hero or villain? It was foolish of me to ever think like that. Rhaegar was only a man in the end. But as I was learning throughout the last few bouts, with a lance in his hand and a horse beneath him, he was a man I could not underestimate. I had readied myself to keep trying my best while the prince played his games when it happened. In the next pass, my lance slipped above his shield, struck him flush against the chest plate, and swung him out of his seat. Just like that. When the deed was done, I glanced over my shoulder at Prince Rhaegar's down form and shook my head. How did the man manage to make toppling off his horse look elegant? The crowd broke into thunderous roars. I couldn't tell if it was for me or for the waving prince as he stepped off the field, nodding in my direction once I turned to him. As befitting his rank, I bowed low on my saddle, confused thoughts churning in my head. I had won. The tourney and all its prizes were mine. I should be jubilant, should be jumping with joy that all my plans had finally come together. Yesterday, I had even envisioned vaulting the railing and doing my best impression of a rock star crowd surfing atop the delirious small folks. Why, then, did it feel like I had not come up on top on this exchange? Before I could spiral, I pushed it out of mind. I still had a part to play here. Once the prince had disappeared around the corner, I allowed myself the usual rewards of victory. My good arm rose into the air, followed by a spike of noise from the stands. Not only the commons, the noble stands had broken into cautious cheers as well. Lords and ladies from throughout the realm stood at their feet applauding and waving kerchiefs, some even shouting my moniker. The Sapphire Night would live long in their memories. I tried to relish in it, the cheering, the glory, the thought of the new ships and the gold, my blood pumping with excitement and joy at my due rewards after all my hard work. Couldn't do it. I felt more relief than triumph. The weight of responsibility I had been pushing back all throughout the week slipped away from my shoulders, and all I wanted was to take a hot bath and sleep until the long night came again. I made my round around the lane, Smoker trotting across the tiltyard like a show pony, soaking in the attention as if he'd been the one to knock a prince down a peg. When I came to Pate, holding up a fresh new lance toward me with a crown of roses at its end, I lifted up my visor so he could hear me over the noise. "Don't throw this one away," I said, handing him my broken lance. "I'll come get it later." Despite how shitty I felt, I knew it would make a good showpiece. Father would love to have it in his solar so he could tell every visiting knight and lordling how his son had toppled a Targaryen prince to win the famous Lannisport tournament. With that thought in mind, I glanced over my shoulder at a small section of the stands and easily spotted my family celebrating in our box near the end of the tilt lane. Aryan, whom I had discreetly escorted back up there during the break, and Alysanne had dropped all pretenses of not recognizing the mystery knight. They were jumping up and down like I'd just won a championship, crying out and waving madly at me, while mother and father shared a tender, more reserved hug between them. Warmth washed through me at the scene, spreading out of my chest like a flower in bloom, and I felt light above Smoker, light and giddy and with an annoying itch prickling at my eyes. Suddenly, all my aches and pains were no worse than a small bruise. Screw the ships and the gold, I thought to myself. That right there, that is victory. XXX hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is roughly 25 to 30 webnovel chapters ahead, or 10 regular, longer chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlear. 36. Chapter 36. With the crown of roses at the tip of my lance, I made my way down the side of the lane, waving back at the cheering ladies calling out to me. Some openly asked for the roses, some fanned themselves theatrically, while others demurred, polite and dainty in their seats, all while smoldering up at me from behind batting eyelashes. A curvy, older lady even undid the laces of her bodice to give me some concrete incentive. I didn't have smoke or stop until I had nearly planted the crown of roses on Cersei Lannister's lap, coming to a halt right before her spot on the highest box. A hush spread through the closest section of the highborn stands. I wasn't entirely sure why, though I imagined that, since most of the people around the royal stand were Westerlanders sworn to Tywin, they were waiting for their lord's reaction before they expressed their own. That was until King Aerys Targaryen broke into laughter. Rising from his seat, he began loudly applauding me as he walked up to stand by the wooden railing. He had a wide smile on his face, violet eyes glinting in the sunlight. Taking the king's initiative as permission, the nobles here followed suit with eager applause, and the sudden rise in volume seemed to have woken Cersei up from whatever daydream she was having. Wide-eyed, she looked between my dented armor and the crown of roses before her like a puppy being offered a treat it didn't think it should take. Well done, Aerys said in between cackles. I bet 1,000 dragons you'd take the day from my son, Sir Sapphire. Glorious riding. Glorious? Come, let us cease with the mystery, show us now the face of our victor. I shrugged. No better time for it. Dropping my shield on the ground, I reached a hand up to my helmet, unclasped it, then pulled myself free in a single go. The fresh air felt amazing on my face, and when I looked up, a wave of gasps spread around the arena. I heard my name from a dozen different tongues, from the scattered stormlords that knew my father, the ladies I'd danced with at the feast, the knights and squires I met and befriended on the practice yard. I kept my composure as best as I could. I had expected the surprise. Even to those that did not know me, seeing a boy win the biggest tourney of their lifetime would still be a shock. Despite my size and skill in the joust, my face was still youthful enough I could not yet pass as a grown man. Instead of paying attention to the crowd, I dipped my head until my chin struck my chest, then bowed low at the waist. A little bootlicking couldn't hurt my odds. Your Grace, it has been an honor to ride under your gaze, I said, then sat up again above Smoker. I am Galladon Tarth of the Stormlands, son and heir to Lord Selwyn Tarth. As I hoped, he picked up on the thread I laid out to him. Ah, one of Stefan's men then. Aerys smiled. Knowing he favored my Baratheon lord, I wanted him to think of me through that lens for as long as possible. I should have known you were a Stormlander after you beat the Dornishman earlier. He's a proper knight, Sir Arthur Dayne, but mayhaps being around Rhaegar for so long has made him soft. I pointedly did not touch that topic. If you permit me, your grace. A pointed look to the garland of roses. Aerys waved his hand. Yes, go on then. You are the winner, and this is your due. Nodding, I turned to face the little girl who may or may not one day grow up to be the queen of the 7 kingdoms. Cersei was sitting all proper and ladylike, hands folded in front of her and everything, but her expression was that of a deer in the headlights. In my periphery, I spied Lord Tywin staring straight at me, sitting just a couple of seats away from his daughter. Jaime was there too, near bouncing in his seat. Lady Cersei, I started, projecting my voice so all the nearby nobles could hear me. Then I lowered the crown of roses until they were close enough she could probably smell them. Should you accept, I would name you Queen of Love and Beauty for this great tournament. At hearing her name, she froze like I just asked her if she committed treason. Her eyes darted quickly to her father, who by his lack of reaction seemed to give his consent. To her credit, Cersei was quick to rally. I would be honored to accept it, Sir Galladon, she said, and this time I actually saw a dusting of red bloom on her cheeks. Little psycho or not, she was still a 10-year-old girl brought up on stories of knights and maidens and princesses. I chuckled. As I told you before, my lady, I'm not yet a knight. Her brows furrowed as she silently mouthed the word before, and it took her a moment to realize what I meant. When she did, her mouth popped open, and she stared at my face as if seeing me for the first time. King Aerys, who had moved away to accept a refill of his wine cup, turned sharply at that. For a moment I thought my worst fears had come true and the king would take umbrage at my honoring of Cersei. Instead, the king let out a chuckle. Well, this is perfect, is it not? He turned to Tywin, his smile broadening into a wicked grin. You should consider the boy for a betrothal, my lord hand, a more proper union for House Lannister, given his station. His voice was not loud, but the nobles directly around us drew in stunned breaths. Yet beyond a tightening of his lips, Tywin showed no outward reaction. Perhaps, your grace, the Lord of Lannister said. His gold-flecked green eyes met mine for the briefest moment, and I could see the rage brewing inside them like a growing storm. Hopefully, he would turn that blizzard onto the king and not my way. I had done my part. Aerys Targaryen waited a second longer to see if his jab had landed before he clicked his tongue. Then, as if remembering my presence, he turned my way, eyes alight once again. The man's mood was dangerously flighty. Now what is this about not being a knight? He asked, and kept going before I could mount an answer. Oh no, young Galladon, in my reign such injustice shall not be countenanced. Aerys snapped his fingers. Sir Gerald, go down there and right this wrong for your king. Induct Galladon Tarth to the halls of knighthood in the sight of gods and men. Beside him, the towering form of Sir Gerald Hightower, the White Bull, nodded sharply at his king's command and made for the nearby stairway. And thus, with my victory secured and my promise to Tywin kept, I knelt on the sandy grounds of Lannisport's tiltyard as a boy and rose to my feet as a knight of the Seven Kingdoms. And thus, with my victory secured and my promise to Tywin kept, I knelt as a boy on the sandy grounds of Lannisport's tiltyard. A minute and some vows later, I rose to my feet to a cheering crowd. Now, as a knight of the Seven Kingdoms. XXX Cersei Lannister that night, after the victory feast was over and the castle slumbered, when the ancient halls of old Casterly emptied and naught but the soft hooting of owls and the droning singing of cicadas was heard, a daughter of the rock slipped away from her father's seat to visit a witch. Melara Heatherspoon had told them of the supposed sorceress on the first day of the tournament, when whispers came from the servant women of the castle that an old crone staying near the tourney grounds could tell fortunes, curse a man, or even make him fall in love. Cersei had not wanted to go then, and she would have had to force herself to accompany Melara and Jane so as not to appear frightful in front of them. Thankfully, stupid, cowardly Jane had begged off before she could, and Melara's lady mother had called upon her daughter that night after months of being separated. And so it was that Cersei, wrapped in a rough-spun cloak, with the hood pulled up to hide her face, had no one to blame but herself as she stood outside a tall, peak-roof tent. The tourney grounds were dark that night, the moon hiding behind rumbling clouds, yet not as dark and eerie as the inside of Maggie, the frog's tent. She did not know why she had come all the way there. She did not know why she stepped inside despite the chill grasping at her bones. She did not know why she kicked the sleeping sorceress awake, nor did she know why she agreed to freely give her blood away to the woman. But blood she gave, and the crone lit up an iron brazier shaped like a basilisk's head, and the walls of the tent looked cold and rotten under the dim, green light of the brazier. At that moment, Cersei wanted to run away. The sharp tang of onion and cloves and spices made her want to claw out her nose. Bile rose up her throat like acid. She forced herself to swallow it down. She would not flee. 3 questions you may ask, yet you will not like my answers, Maggie the frog warned. She had a deep, croaking voice like the opening of a long-unsued door. A breath. Will I ever wed the prince? Prince? No, never a prince. Kings, kings will suit you better. Cersei felt a flush run through her. Could it be, would she marry Prince Rhaegar after his father dies and he then becomes the king? The thought made her giddy and warm. She could almost forget the old sorceress, her face bloated and warty, watching her from across the table with crusty yellow eyes gleaming with malice. Will the king and I have children? She asked. As many as you wish. Maggie paused for a moment, as if deep in reflection, then she gave her a toothless smile. Cersei thought she could still see flecks of her blood in the sorceress' mouth. In the green light of the basilisk brazier, they looked like black stains against her gums. Dragons, the crone said. You shall birth true dragons for your king. The image of purple-eyed, silver-haired babes popped into Cersei's mind. Her lips curved up despite herself. At the thought of creating her own family, an older memory surfaced, something from many years ago, before her twisted brother was born and her mother still graced the halls of the Rock. It was just the 4 of them supping at one of the castle's smaller dining rooms. A bard from far away, Lies had been brought to entertain them, while Lord Tywin was visiting from King's Landing. Jaime, sitting at her side, laughed at the strange words and sounds coming from the bard's lips. Across the table, Jonah Lannister reached a hand out and softly touched Lord Tywin's face. And her father, always a stern, reserved man, cupped her hand into his own, then kissed the back of it like it was the most precious thing in the world. "And will I love him?" she murmured. "Will we love each other?" Maggie the Frog seemed to relish in the question. "2 men you shall love, and 2 men shall you betray." Grinning with her gums, she spat dark phlegm to the side. "There, I answered your questions, child now out, begone with you." When Cersei was back in her bed under the covers, and the soft light of dawn already reached across her room like golden fingers, she dreamt of silver-haired kings and lion queens, of dashing mystery knights and crowned maidens, and of yellow-eyed crones smiling toothless smiles. XXX hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is roughly 25 to 30 webnovel chapters ahead, or 10 regular, longer chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier. 37. Chapter 37. It had been 2 days since the victory feast, yet with the morning sun shining bright over the road snaking out of the lion's mouth, I was still feeling a headache throbbing behind my eyes. Barring a near-obligatory chugging competition with Lord Stefan and half the Stormlanders in attendance, I had not even drank much to be feeling like this. But the feast had been in my honor, and my presence was required through the night. I danced first with a shyly subdued Cersei, then with seemingly every other lady present. Never had a day's training hurt my feet more than that. Nearly all nobles in attendance had come at some point to congratulate me, and I lost count how many marriage proposals for the daughters of minor lords and dual offers by overeager young knights I had fended off. To make matters worse, I then spent the entire day and most of the night after, yesterday, kneeling in front of the statue of the warrior in the rock's gold-studded sept. Knowing what I know, the faith didn't hold much appeal to me in this life. Beyond the blatant corruption, treatment of bastards, and many other small, insidious doctrines, I was also wary about House Hightower's influence over the starry sept. I had no quarrel with them, but neither would I trust my spiritual concerns to septons who might whisper back my words to their Oldtown masters. To say the least about the Citadel, I didn't expect to rid myself of Meisters anytime soon. If anything, I planned to make use of them, but a healthy dose of suspicion was due. Still, I had an image to maintain. I didn't need to be pious, just not an unbeliever. It wasn't even all bad. I knelt, I prayed, I thought of life and family and love. And despite nearly falling asleep a few times, my father, Lord Stefan, and even Sir Barristan Selmy each came to hold vigil with me for a while. It was to be a moment of quiet reflection and solitude, so no words were exchanged. Yet the gesture moved me still. It made me feel lousy about my thoughts on Sir Barristan. I could question his strange sense of honor as much as I wanted, but I couldn't deny the legendary knight's earnestness. He was a good man. I should just keep in mind that even good men can err. As if noticing my tiredness, Smoker neighed softly and pushed his muzzle against my chest. I patted my horse on its hairy head. We stood to the side of a great line of supply wagons being readied for the nearly 3-week trip back to the Stormlands. You could mount a small army with the number of horses and oxen needed for such an undertaking. Closer by, groups of noble lords, ladies, and knights readied themselves to mount up and take to the road. For a distance this great, none but the most foolish and foppish ladies would insist on carriages, even with the Gold Road being a well-maintained highway. I only pitied the guardsmen, groomsmen, and servants who made up the rear of the train. Most would walk, and the amount of dust they'd be breathing in could not be healthy. My own family would accompany the Stormlords until King's Landing, where they would then take ship to our island home. Both my sister and mother could ride well, and all our party of guardsmen had come mounted too. So despite the long time that came with horse travel, they would likely arrive at Tarth well before me. There, buddy. I raked my hand through his mane. I know you wanted to come with me, but you'll be much happier on the road than stuffed inside some moldy ship's hold. It won't be for long either, and I'll take you out for a run in that meadow you love the first day I get home. I swear it. A girlish giggle interrupted me, and I lifted my gaze to see my 2 sisters approaching from the castle. Are you having a conversation with Smoker? Alysanne asked with a playful smile. He is, indeed, the strangest person I know. Aryan stepped up to take Smoker's lead. You need not worry, brother, I'll take him out myself for a ride. He'll be glad for the better company. Moving the leash from one hand to the other, I pretended I didn't hear what she said. Oh, what's that, Smoker? You don't want to go with her? I know she's evil and mean and she smells terrible, I said, already dodging the first kick coming at my shin. but you're going to have to suffer through it, buddy. Jump to the side. Someone must, and you drew the short end of the stick. My sister lunged at me. Come here, you big stupid lump, she growled. I laughed, fainted her to one side, and scampered away behind Smoker. Are you quite done teasing your sister, Galladon? You as well, Aryan, leave him be. Addison Tarth's voice stopped us all dead. When I turned to her, she fixed an amused eyebrow at me and chuckled. Lord Baratheon will arrive shortly, and we must not delay the party. Then she pulled on her gloves and jumped up onto her horse in a single move. Sitting tall on her saddle, Mother looked like a dashing heroine in her riding leathers, her honey-colored hair tied up into a tall ponytail. Unlike my sisters, she was tall for a lady of the realm, though not quite tall as Brienne would group up to be. As a joke, I always told Father that she had only chosen to marry him because of how tall he was. I was hoping to keep at it a while longer, but if you insist, I joked, letting my sister take Smoker's leash. Huffing, she narrowed her eyes at me and snatched them from my hands. I must agree with Aryan, dear brother, Alysanne said. She had taken the reins of her own mount, a beautiful chestnut mare with a white strip down his brow like someone had taken a paint roller to his face. Big stupid lump seems a fair assessment. To think that you would crown a stranger instead of your own sisters, could there be a worse betrayal? I sighed. Not this again. Are you truly still mad at me for that? I have cried myself to sleep for the past 2 nights. Her lips trembled with fake sorrow. I shook my head. First of all, no you have not, your room is right next to mine, I said. And secondly, how about this? Come here, you too, Aryan. After a moment of hesitation, the two came to stand closer to me. I knelt in front of them, uncaring about the dewy grass wetting my knee. I'm sorry I didn't crown one of you this time. I tried to sound as sincere as I felt. Truly, I am sorry. I had my own plans and didn't think about how you would feel. Just know that in my heart, you will always be deserving of the title of Queen of Love and Beauty. Alysanne's eyes softened. Still playing it up, she crossed her arms in front of her. Very well, I will forgive you this time, but only if you promise you will win another tourney for me. Hey, I want one too, Aryan said, pouting. I lifted my pinky finger, and the two of them knew exactly what that meant, intertwining their fingers with mine. We said our goodbyes quickly after that. Lady Addison offered me her hand to kiss, then she mussed my hair and rode off laughing before I could retaliate, my sisters following her on their mounts. The Evenstar came by with Lord Baratheon not 5 minutes later. When he passed by, Steffan Baratheon gave me a thumping slap on the back, while my Lord Father pulled me into a deep embrace before he left, promising we would speak further after we were all home. I watched by the entrance of the castle until they all left, taking note of a trio dressed as Tarth servants riding away on their own stocky animals, 2 men and a woman. Pate had been more than eager to join up. Rob, the apprentice smith, had taken the offer with his new wife as well. And now, my band of misfits back in Tarth would have their own blacksmith. Soon enough, Jack, Jace, and Grey appeared on borrowed Lannister horses, leading a free one for myself. They were dressed as normal Tarth men-at-arms now, acting like they had been part of the household guard that stayed behind to accompany me on my new ship. We rode off quickly toward Lannisport after that. I had already said all the goodbyes I needed to say, and everything had been arranged for my trip back. Lord Tywin would stay at the Rock for now, while the king and his own party had already left the day prior, so I did not have to worry about ruffling any feathers. I had come to see the royal party off, as had most present nobles, and even spoke amiable parting words with Prince Rhaegar before he took off. Though we sat close together, we did not speak much during the feast. But when we did, his voice was quiet and measured, and his interest in myself and Tarth seemed sincere. I asked him about life in King's Landing and the Red Keep, while he was curious about our island's sapphire waters and the ruins of Old Morn. Naturally, I offered him all the welcomes he could have should he come to Tarth. No matter what I thought of him, he was still the crown prince. He acknowledged the invite with a grateful nod, but was vague with any details. It was all very polite and practiced. As the Prince of Dragonstone and heir to the kingdoms, I imagined every landed knight and lord in the realm had extended an invitation his way through the years, and he'd had to grow skilled in deflecting without offending. I didn't expect to have the prince knocking at my door anytime soon, but he was a man I couldn't quite put my finger on. As far as I knew, he could get the next ship to Tarth as easily as he could mount one of his solitary expeditions to Summerhall. Feeling the wind on my face, I let those thoughts fade to the back of my mind and looked out toward the distant city of Lannisport. This far, the docks looked tiny, and the ships like miniature toys bobbing on the waves. Anchored somewhere in that harbor, one of the used cogs I purchased waited for me, ready to sail toward its new home with its Lannister crew. Hopefully, the fair winds would do its name justice. XXX hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on web novel. Patreon is roughly 25 to 30 web novel chapters ahead, or 10 regular, longer chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier. 38. Chapter 38. We were quite a bit late to the ship, and we barely had time to get used before the plank was pulled, the anchor weighed, and we set sail. When I spoke to the gruff captain, a wind-scarred man by the name of Jarrak of Feastfires, he informed me our first port would come just the next day, when we would stop at Crakehall for a few hours to wait for a Lannister carrack that would serve as our escort for the rest of the trip to prepare itself. I didn't know whether to be flattered or worried Tywin had decided to send a ship to escort me back home. Apparently, it wasn't even going to be one of the carracks I bought, as those would be taken to Tarth at a later time. The only explanation I could imagine was that the Cogs crew, small as it were, with only 17 crewmen and 3 officers from what I heard, still needed to be ferried back home somehow. I was still thinking how curious the whole thing was when I opened the door to my quarters. As a noble and the new master of the ship, I was to be given the captain's rooms for the trip. The 3 lads, passing as guardsmen, would bunk below with the crew. No doubt Jack would be skimming them off their hard-won coin in a game of dice as soon as he could. So it's no surprise I froze when I saw the yellow-haired man splayed across my would-be cot, while half the room was littered with gold-lined, lion-infested chests and trunks up to the ceiling. My mouth flopped for a few seconds before I found my voice. Sir Gerion, lazy green eyes rose from the lines of a leather-bound book gaze at me. Oh, if it isn't Sir Sapphire, what a lovely surprise. Can I help you with anything? I gave him a strange look. Shouldn't I be asking you that? Are you perhaps coming to Tarth with us? I always wanted to visit your fair isle, he said with a shrug. Truly? Gerion Lannister smirked. No, not particularly, he said cuttingly, like he couldn't help himself. As if catching his own tone, he closed his book, sat up, and gave me a more neutral look. I've been there already, Sir Galladon. It's a beautiful place. Quaint, aye, but charming, so do not take it as an insult. I sighed. I couldn't care less what a pompous, gold-obsessed Lannister 4th son thought of Tarth. What I really wanted was a good bed to sleep off my pounding headache. He seemed to notice my forlorn look. Don't worry, lad. I'm not taking it from you for good. King's Landing is my destination. On my lord brother's task, of course, so I'll be transferring over to the other ship once we stop at Crakehall. I left quietly after that. I might have made a fuss were it anyone else, as I already held the deed to the ship in my name, but the crew wore Lannister red and not the quartered sun and crescent of Tarth. No need to upset the proud lions quite yet. The arrangement turned out not as bad as I expected. I slept through most of the day, uncaring about the strange smell of the bunk I found myself in, and that evening, Sir Gerion invited me to dine with him in the captain's quarters. Besides having an arrogant streak, I had simply come to associate with anyone having the Lannister name. The man was not half bad company. We ended up spending most of the night drinking expensive arbor gold, playing terrible games of Cyvus, and speaking about all the faraway places we had dreamed of visiting. From cold Ibn to cursed Ashai by the Shadow, from beyond the wall to the dense jungles of Sothorios, we traded stories we had read from books, heard from bards, or got from passing traders stopping at our home ports. When he casually mentioned a burning desire to find the lost Valyrian sword, Brightroar, I almost laughed at him. It was like a light bulb had gone off in my mind. I had completely forgotten he'd died in his ill-fated voyage more than a decade from now. Dissuading him came first to my mind, but I figured he wouldn't care what some storm lordling had to say about it either way. Instead, I told him that, if he wanted a pointier sword so bad, he could simply march down the ocean road, cross the Mander, fight off half the Reach, then put Hornhill to siege and pry off Heartsbane from Lord Randall Tarley's cold, dead fingers. It would still be a far safer endeavor than venturing into the deadly water of Old Valyria. He took that as the joke that it was, but I hoped I had planted at least a seed of doubt in his mind. I wouldn't want a man I shared a table with dying a horrible death in some misbegotten foreign land. XXX, the dutiful man his master had been clear in their instructions. Follow the Tarth boy into the city. Note down the ship's name, flag, and frame. He was to tally how many guards the boy would be taking for the trip, and how many men crewed the ship. 20. He counted twice to be sure. The boy and his men made 4 and 20. His flat black eyes rarely missed much. Much could be said about the man. Much that was not flattering. He was not a good man, he knew that. To make a living, he had done terrible things to terrible people and terrible things to good people. He did not enjoy doing those things, but he did them anyway. He was a dutiful man, a loyal man. His master was fair to him, and he would thus do his duty by them. So as the fair wind sailed away from Lannisport, its fat belly skimming through the calm waves of the sunset sea, a raven flew back home with a lengthy note attached to its leg. The raven would cross the western hills, follow the Gold Road east, then turn south over the Tumbleton Heights and further beyond. The raven was not the first bird to be sent back about the Tarth boy. Many a message and correspondence had been issued from the Westerlands by his master's own hands to their other servants back at their home. This would be the last one. When the message arrived, its contents would be passed along to the right hands. For once, the dutiful man was glad his job was simply taking down notes. The bad things, the terrible things his master planned, those would be done by other men. Less dutiful, perhaps, but no less competent men. Bowing his head slightly, the dutiful man said a prayer to the seven. This one in particular he dedicated to the stranger. For as was his master's will, the Tarth boy and his ship would not be making it home. XXX the maid woke to a thunderstorm. She rose, confused. The hearth by her bed had gone cold, the fire guttering out at some point in the night. Her shutter was cracked open by a finger's width, and a brisk, hissing wind blew across the room. It was cold, cold and dark. She shivered. Gooseflesh covered her arms and legs under her shift. Why did she awake? She had not been dreaming. The maid never dreamt. Her sleep was a short, fitful thing, yet she felt as if she had almost grasped at something just now. Her brows furrowed. Had she imagined it? Sleepless, she left her room toward the only place that could bring her a semblance of peace. The halls of the tower were dark at this hour. She had ordered no light be lit past dusk. She moved by touch, feeling her way across walls. The stonework was old here, older than memory, and she knew its cracks like the lines in her palms. Lightning flashed purple across the sky. For a moment, the shadows in the hall lengthened like black, reaching arms. The world shook and pealed as the thunder rolled in. High in her tower, the stones seemed to rumble with the storm. It took her no more than 5 minutes to arrive in the solar. It had been her father's once, but she had taken it over when she was 12. He had given up finding an answer. The maid had not. The room was long and narrow, with 2 tables running lengthwise at the very center. Books covered the walls like bricks, stacked neatly atop each other, leather-bound, hide-bound, skin-bound. Old scrolls and artifacts that had once been strange to her littered the tables. She knew them near by heart now. Her own notebooks filled a corner of the room, proof of her tireless work these past 4 years. The maid spent more time here than anywhere else, hunched over a book or several, reading and studying under candlelight. This time, however, it wasn't a normal candle she looked at. The fire above the tall, twisted black candle did not waver when a draft whistled from the open door. Its strange light suffused the room, shifting dull colors into dazzling hues and turning shadows into something so dark it seemed she was looking into an abyss. Her breath caught in her throat. She had never seen the candle lit, only read about, thought about it, obsessed about it. Before she could help herself, she had crossed the room in a rush, stopping close enough she could feel the heat of the candle. The steady fire was bright, so bright it hurt to look, but it called to her like the gleam of gold to a thief. Uncaring, the maid looked into the fire, and in it saw a titan. XXX, and this marks the official end of the first arc of the story, the Lannisport tournament arc. Going forward, I'll try to be more concise and not let arcs drag on for too long. Chapters will be a bit longer on average too. On to bigger and deadlier things then. I'm really excited about what's coming. XXX hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is roughly 25 to 30 web novel chapters ahead, or 10 regular, longer chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier. 39, Chapter 39, I woke to pain. A deep, steady pounding behind my eyes, like someone had taken up residence in my skull with a mallet and no intention of leaving. The ship rolled beneath me, each sway tugging at my stomach until I regretted every cup I'd emptied the night before. So much for moderation. I lay there for a moment, staring at the low planks overhead, listening to the groan of timber and the slap of water against the hull. Note to self, Arbor Gold goes down easy but keeps you down harder. Why did I think it was a good idea to fight off a hangover with more wine? I looked around me, squinting crusty eyes. I didn't even want to imagine how my breath smelled. Dim light streamed through an open shutter to one side. Morning already. The room was small, neatly kept and cleaned. not the captain's quarters, but the lack of stench of too many unwashed men crammed into too little space meant I had not slept with the crew. Guess I'd have to give my apologies to one of the Fair Wind's officers. When I finally pushed myself upright, the world tilted unpleasantly, and I had to brace a hand against the bunk until it settled. That's when the shouting started. Boots thundered overhead. A sharp call went up on deck, voices raised and panicked. I straightened up on instinct. Pulling on my boots, I buckled my belt with fingers that felt too thick, pulled the door open into a cramped hall, and ran into another hurrying sailor. A boy, really, older but shorter than me. Reddened cheeks yet to grow a hint of fuzz. He was carrying 6 shields in his hands. Balancing them, I stopped him by the foot of the ladder. "What's happening out there?" "Ironborn spotted, lord," he said, weary eyes flitting between me and the open hatch above. Nodding, I let him go first before climbing quickly behind. The deck was a frenzied scramble of sailors, rushing about tightening lines and stowing loose gear. The captain and his officers huddled by the forecastle, pointing south, and I spotted my lad standing nervously beside them. I marched up to them as quickly as my hungover body allowed, jumping the steps up the slightly raised upper deck and stopping beside them by the rails. Gray and the twins bowed their heads when they noticed me, recalling to me quickly how they'd come out to enjoy the breeze when the Ironborn were spotted. "Where is it?" I asked, scanning the horizon. The early morning was hazy, and the sea lay heavy and dull under a low sky the color of old steel. "There," Jack said, pointing southeast. I followed his finger, eyes narrowing against the haze, and saw it. A longship cutting through the water far away, low and lean, oars rising and falling in a steady rhythm like pinpricks in the distance. It was coming toward us as we made our way south, the 2 courses set to cross within hours. Too close for comfort. I turned to the group of officers, mine trying to work through the headache. "How far to Craycall, Captain?" Jarrak of Feastfires gave me a hard look. "We should be there by noon, Lord, should the winds and the gods favor us." The way he said it made his meaning clear. We'd either get there by noon or not at all. I'd let myself drink the night before thinking of solid ground for a few hours at Craycall, and the Lannister Carrack meant to escort us the rest of the way to Tarth. A foolish mistake. I was never much for drinking, in the past life or in my short one here, and my 15-year-old body was not quite used to so much alcohol. Now, it might cost me everything. With the hammering behind my ears, I was not in good enough form to fight, but I'd do so anyway, not like there was any choice. "Go below and prepare our gear," I said. Foolish I might have been for drinking, I had not come on a months-long journey across 3 seas without my arms and armor. "Get the bows, too. If needs must, we'll take our pound of flesh before they board us." My voice was firm, centered, but I did not feel like that. I had my hands clasped behind my back to hide their shaking. I was scared, I realized. Truly, undeniably scared. This would be my first battle. Not a fight, not a spar in the courtyard, training in the woods, or riding against another man with barded horses and cheering crowds in a show of chivalry. This would be blood and guts and screaming men pleading for their lives. I could only hope I would not be one of them. "I am Lord," they chorused before leaving to follow my orders. I watched them go for a second. I could see it in their steps. They were nervous and scared like me, but my lads would not fail me. I trusted them as much as anything else in this life. With a word from Jarrak, the 3 officers moved away as well, already shouting orders to the helmsman and the rest of the crew. "I don't suppose we can outrun them?" I asked, even if I already knew the answer from all my studies. The captain grumbled and shook his head. "We keep course fast as we can. Got some wind on our sails for now. We'll make it harder for them to come against us." Harder, but not impossible. Say what you will about the Ironborn, they were skilled seafarers. I looked behind me and regarded my new ship. My little cog was not built for speed. Single-masted. It had 1 big square sail, but even with the wind in our favor, they'd be able to catch up to us before we made it to a safe port. I turned back to watch the horizon, our own speed working against us as the longship grew closer and closer. "Has Sir Gerion been told?" "Sent a boy to warn him," Jarrak said, and just then I heard footsteps climbing up the deck. Sir Gerion Lannister came up beside us, his steps unhurried. He stopped by the rail at my side, eyes already fixed on the coming ship. Somehow he looked no worse for wear despite how much he drank yesterday. I suppose Tyrion had to get it from someone. The Lannister knight had a helm tucked under his arm, fashioned in the shape of a roaring lion. Gold filigree accented the red enameled steel, and red and orange plumes rose from its crest to form the lion's mane. I had to give it to him. If you were going to die, might as well go in the coolest helm money could buy. Aside from the helmet, he was not wearing any heavy armor, just boiled leather over a thick, salt-hardened woolen shirt. How many fighting men do we have? Sir Aryan asked. The entire crew will fight, Jarek said, and your lordships and guardsmen should you wish to join us. Fighting Ironborn? He smirked. Why ever would I refuse such an offer? Wait. I frowned, just now realizing something. Did you not bring guards for the trip, sir? I did, he said, and his smirk grew deathly ironic. It so happens that they are waiting for me at Crakehall with the other ship. Oh, indeed, he said. Who knew a single day's trip would be so eventful? We did not talk much after that. Soon, the lads came back with our gear. We strung the bows, counted the arrows in the quivers, and mechanically checked and rechecked our weapons, more to cover the nerves in front of the other men than for anything else. Gray and Jace favored swords like my own. While Jack had twin axes he kept twirling in his hands to pass the time. Behind us, the crew lined up ready for a fight too, carrying short spears and maces and short swords. Only the helmsman stayed at his post, but the axe at his belt and the scars on his face told me all I needed to know whether he would join the battle should it be needed. Then it was a matter of waiting. My heart thumped in my chest, beating against my ribcage like the water lapping at the fair wind's hull. As the longship drew closer, details sharpened, the curve of the prow, the shields lining its sides. Then the wind shifted, and the sail of the longship unfurled just enough for us to see it clearly. A golden kraken. I drew in a sharp breath. Around me, my lads and the younger crewmen swore and gripped their weapons tighter. But Jarek of Feastfires let out a huff, while Sir Aryan's mouth twitched into something that might have been a smile. Greyjoy, the knight said. Quellen's colors. The words took a second to register in my mind. Quellen Greyjoy, not Balon or Euron. I closed my eyes, let my head droop to my chest, and let out a sigh. I never expected an Ironborn's name to sound so sweet. That's supposed to make us feel better? Jack asked, disregarding propriety. Sir Aryan didn't seem to care. It should, he replied. Quellen Greyjoy keeps his reavers on a tight leash, hasn't raided our shores or taken our ships in years. Then the smile came back. Not openly, that is. The seven know I'd trust a Greyjoy's restraint as much as I would a bitch in heat. The men let out chuckles all around us. Despite the small relief, we did not leave our posts or stowed back our weapons. My muscles grew stiff from clenching at my sword's hilt for so long. But when the time came, the longship passed us without slowing, its crew watching us with the same guarded interest we gave them. Hard men, by the look of them. No songs, no taunts, just another ship on another stretch of open water. Only when they disappeared into the northern horizon, more than an hour later, did I feel the tension drain out of me. Then my headache rushed back in and reclaimed its territory. Suffice it to say, my first day on my new ship could have been more pleasant. XXX hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is roughly 25 to 30 webnovel chapters ahead, or 10 regular, longer chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlear. 40, Chapter 40. The days passed quickly and peacefully after that. Sir Aryan vacated my quarters at Crakehall as promised, and I spent the rest of the nearly 10-day trip down the coast of the Reach sleeping, drinking enough water to clear my head, and drilling the lads on the deck. We'd done this before, years ago, back in Tarth, on one of Father's ships. I dragged all the older boys from my company out there, some 10 of them, determined they'd get their sea legs on my terms before the world forced the lesson on them. Fighting on a ship was nothing like fighting on land. Your feet never stopped moving. The ship rolled under you, stealing balance when you weren't watching. Every step had to be earned. I didn't know it from experience, but Father had seen some ship-to-ship action as a squire during the War of the Ninepenny. Later, with my grandfather dead on the field, Selwyn came back home from the war as a lord, married the Lady Addison Wilda, and had me all within a year of putting down Mealy's the Monstrous. Watching the lads these days, steadier than they'd been then, I knew I hadn't been wrong. The Ironborn near-miss had spooked me more than I wished to admit. I needed to be ready at all times. A stressful way of living, yes, yet it was living still. Like at Crakehall, we stopped at Old Oak near the Shield Islands for no more than a few hours, then again at Oakenshield, when the Lannister Carrack needed to replace their lime barrels which had gone to rot, and at the small port town beneath House Blackbar's castle, Bandellen. We knew we were close to Oldtown before we ever spotted the city. At the mouth of the Whispering Sound, the sea changed. The water grew busier, thick with traffic, scores of fat-bellied cogs, patrol galleys flying Hightower and red wine colors, Essosi Carracks, and I even saw one of the famed Summer Island swan ships, its tall prow seeming to float over the water. It was in the soft light of early dawn that we arrived at Oldtown proper. Mist clung to the Honeywine that morning, drifting in slow sheets as bells rang somewhere ahead, deep and distant. The city emerged piece by piece, pale walls rising from the fog, towers packed tight behind them, banners stirring lazily in the damp air. And above it all, the high tower, a massive pale column banded with darker stone, its upper reaches swallowed by the clouds. A steady light burned near its crown, stubborn and bright even as the sun rose further into the western sky. I couldn't help the grin spreading across my face. It was one thing to hear about it from another's lips, or read it from a dusty old book a world away. Seeing it up close as it dominated everything else in view, I felt something stir deep within me. A rising need to act, to do great things, to leave a mark in this world, something permanent. I didn't think I'd be building towers anytime soon, but I'd be damned if I'd let my name be forgotten anytime soon. Our ship slid along the bay traffic. Barges heavy with grain, fishing boats, sleek merchant vessels from all corners of the world. The high tower loomed closer, its reflection breaking across the river's surface. I leaned against the rail, letting myself feel the breeze and the delightful stink of smoke and stone and people. I could hear shouts echoing across the water, oars splashing, the creak of rigging. We'd be staying at Oldtown for 2 nights. Sir Aryan had some business in the city, and I was more than glad to acquiesce to his wishes. After a night and a dockmaster boarded the fair winds to inspect our cargo, and we set anchor at a dock that seemed 1,000 times larger than Dawnrest, I went about my business. Besides wanting to buy some gifts for my family and my innate need for sightseeing in a new medieval city, I had a couple of more serious endeavors to see to. Jack and Jace had their own instructions. Go to the Quill and Tankard where novices went to drink, make some friends, get some laughs, and sneakily find out if a man by the name of Qyburn still studied at the Citadel. Meanwhile, Gray and myself would make a more formal trip to the Meister's home. Not after Qyburn, as I wouldn't want to be publicly associated with him if he had already started his experiments, but to ask about a recent idea I had of sending some of my boys to forge chains at the Citadel. Later in the day, after we'd all completed our tasks, we agreed to meet back at an inn close to where the ship was berthed an hour before sunset. All in all, it promised to be a busy couple of days. XXX Sir Baelor Hightower should have known it would be a queer day when, over a plate of quail eggs and bread, Malora asked to go into the city. He almost missed it. They were breaking their fast in the small hall. This early in the morning, it was only the 3 of them, with their younger siblings still abed and sleeping. Even then, their father was already deep into his reading, going over reports of harbor levies and the newest complaints from the dockmasters, when Malora set her knife down with deliberate care and spoke. I would like to go into the city today. Baelor looked up at once. Leighton Hightower paused mid-sentence. Even the servants waiting to refill their cups stilled. For a heartbeat, the only sound was the gulls outside and the faint creak of the tower settling into the morning. To the city, their father repeated, the lines in his face deepening. Yes, with an escort, Malora said. She waited a few moments before continuing. It's important. Baelor frowned at her words. He looked at their father, only to catch a strange gleam flashing across his eyes. He'd seen it before, and it made something clench in his chest. Despite their constant screaming arguments, and at times months of silent estrangement, Lord Leighton Hightower had an oddly close relationship with his eldest daughter. Baelor only wished he could say the same. He and Malora were the only children of Lord Hightower's first marriage with Lady Bethley Bulwer, who died at childbirth when he was not quite 3 years old. He never felt such a sense of duty as he did when he first held baby Malora. With their mother dead and their father often occupied by lordly matters, he grew up determined to be there for his sister as much as he could. He remembered the small things most clearly. Walking her to her stitching lessons, when she begged to hold his hand, sitting through lectures meant for younger children so she would not be alone, letting her hide behind him when their father's temper flared, and later taking the blame when a book went missing or a candle burned too low. Yet something changed not long after Baelor became a squire. At first, he thought it was simply ill-timing. He was occupied with his duties to his knight, while his sister had to focus on her studies and classes. But time passed, and things were never the same. His lord father and sister grew closer over their books and scrolls, and he was left to the side. For years now, Baelor Hightower felt a stranger in his own family. Lord Leighton loved him in his own way, he knew that, and even Malora, with all her eccentricities, did not mislike him. But after childhood, he never had the kind of connection his sister and father shared, with their loud feuds and secret discussions, or their other siblings, who shared mothers and friendships between each other. Baelor had tried all he could to rekindle the bond they had, but Malora seemed determined to ignore him. At the very least, he knew it wasn't only him Malora ignored. If anything, at this point, he worried more about her well-being than their own broken relationship. The silence in the solar lengthened, and Baelor waited for Lord Leighton's refusal, or the questions, or some tired deflections that usually followed any silly request his other sisters made. Instead, his father turned his head slightly and looked at him. "Baelor," he said, "you'll take her." Baelor blinked. "Me?" "You," Leighton confirmed, already reaching for his cup again. "Take a few men. Don't let her stray from your sight and come back before nightfall." That was all. Malora did not look at Baelor, dark hair covering the sides of her face from where he sat. She had already returned to her bread, as though the matter had never been in doubt, as though she had known the answer before she asked. Baelor felt a flicker of unease, but it was smothered by a more familiar concern. His sister had scarcely left the tower in months. Years, if he was honest with himself. If this was how she chose to break that isolation, he would not be the one to deny her. He rose when she did. XXX they walked through Oldtown until Baelor lost any sense of direction. He thought he knew the city as well as the pommel of his own sword. But truly, he was accustomed to the broad streets by the harbor, the grand avenues leading to the starry sept and the citadel, or the famous bridges connecting the bigger islands dotting the Honeywine. Malora did not seem to want to frequent these places. They trekked through crookback streets with wooden housing that seemed near to tip over, through tight warrens where drying clothes hanging from lines dripped water overhead, through narrow lanes where refuse clung to the gutters, and the air smelled of ale and piss and worse. Through it all, his sister walked with purpose, pace steady, her gaze fixed ahead, as if the city were arranging itself to her expectations. She did not speak a single word to him. After the first hour, Baelor assumed she was perhaps heading toward one of the smaller septs hidden in the city maze and simply lost her way. After the second, he began to wonder if she wasn't the one that was simply wandering. But she never hesitated, never slowed, never glanced back. By the third, his patience thinned. "Malora," he said at last, keeping his voice even, "do you know where you're going?" "Yes," she replied without turning. Baelor frowned. "Where?" "I will know him," she said, "when I see him." That made him stop walking. "Him?" Baelor repeated. "Who is him?" She glanced at him then briefly. Her expression was calm, certain, entirely untroubled by his confusion. She did not answer. She just started walking again, and Baelor followed, unsettled in a way he could not quite name. XXX beyond the flourishing apple tree sitting by the river, the Quill and Tankard did not stand out in any way amongst the dozens of inns they'd passed throughout the morning. Yet Malora went to it the moment she saw its distinctive sign, crossing the old plank bridge, uncaring of her hem brushing against the muddy ground. The front door creaked when she pushed it open. Inside, the common room was crowded with young men, many dressed like novices from the citadel, as well as sailors and some merchant sons. Laughter rippled unevenly across the room. Someone cursed over spilled ale. Conversation dipped immediately as soon as they were noticed. With Malora's fine clothes, Baelor's enameled armor polished to brilliance, and their guards' high-tower surcoats, it was clear they did not belong. Baelor stepped in behind Malora, their men-at-arms fanning to either side. His sister stood still, eyes moving slowly across the room. The innkeeper, a portly woman with tiny freckles dancing across her pleasant face, hurried from behind the bar and went low into a curtsy. "Lord, lady," she said, throat bobbing with nerves. How may I serve you?" Before Baelor could answer the anxious woman, Malora went rigid. She ignored the question and crossed the tavern in a straight line, skirts whispering, stopping at a table near the back where 5 young men sat. 2 of them were unmistakably twins, alike in their tanned faces, burly build, and the guarded way they watched her approach. "You," Malora said, voice clear and commanding. "Leave." The table erupted into motion. Benches scraped. 5 men stood at once, rushing to obey a lady's order. She pointed a finger. "Not you," she said. "Sit." The twins froze. Baelor felt every gaze in the room swing toward them. Malora leaned slightly forward, studying the twins as if they were some broken line in one of her books, something that did not quite match the narrative. "What is the name of your lord?" she asked, confusion flashing across their faces. They denied, pleaded ignorance, swore they did not want to meddle in highborn business. Baelor almost felt bad for the 2. He would have believed them entirely had he not seen Malora's eyes. She nodded once. "I see." Then she simply sat down at their table, folding her hands in her lap as if she belonged there. The twins exchanged a glance. One shifted, preparing to stand. "Brother," Malora said. Baelor stiffened at once. Do not let them leave, she continued, still not looking at him. Any of them. The guards moved without hesitation, positioning themselves at doors and between tables. The tavern goers all murmured to each other, tension rippling outward like a stone dropped into a still pond. One of the twins swallowed. Lady, there's no need for any of this. Malora seemed unconcerned about the man's discomfort. If you will not tell me, she said, then I will wait. She leaned back slightly, eyes bright now, fixed on the door as if she expected it to open at any moment. He will come, she added. I know he will. A chill ran through Baylor. He did not know who she meant. He did not know how she could be so sure this someone, this him, would come. But as he watched his sister sit there, utterly composed, utterly certain, he confirmed something he should have already known. Malora had not come into Oldtown on a whim. She had learned something new in her studies, something that moved her enough to leave her gloomy rooms in the high tower. The answer, it seemed, laid at the feet of this stranger. XXX hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is roughly 25 to 30 webnovel chapters ahead, or 10 regular, longer chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlear. 41, Chapter 41. It's more costly than I imagined, Gray muttered lowly. The tavern was loud in the way dockside taverns tended to be, and I had to strain to hear his quiet words. I sat with my back to one of the beams, a half-filled cup of watered wine in hand, watching Gray turn his own ale slowly in its mug. I nodded. That's one way to put it. There are landed knights out there that do not see half that wealth in a year. The Meisters love to spout their truisms. Any are welcome, they said. Any that hunger for knowledge and truth may walk our halls. Even old Rowan back home repeated it. I snorted. Bullshit. To start off, you have to be born with a cock between your legs. That axed half the population. The Meisters were glad to ignore that. But even for boys, becoming a novice at the Citadel was not so simple. My visit to the Order of Meisters headquarters made that clear. After passing beneath the shadow of the great sphinxes flanking the Citadel's gates, I found my way across arching stone bridges and into the office of a bureaucrat for the order who told me how things truly worked. Yes, any can come to the Citadel, but the Meisters turned away 95 in every 100 boys that knocked on their doors. Only the most exceptional, the geniuses smart enough to wow whichever old man is responsible for picking and choosing new novices, are granted free entrance into their halls. The only way to guarantee acceptance, a letter of recommendation by a lord, a Meister, or another personage of great import to the Citadel's own affairs, like a rich Oldtown merchant or those who were open-handed with donations. And even then, those guarantees do not come cheap. For the maintenance of the highest of standards and the continuing preservation of knowledge, recommending lords had to pay a yearly fee of 50 gold dragons to keep a boy studying here. Not an extravagant expense for any high lord. Those who covered themselves in rubies and diamonds, or who could dish out thousands of gold dragons in prize money as easily as they could give pennies to the poor. But considering a small folk family was unlikely to see 2 gold dragons in a year, that should tell you enough about who was really welcome in the Citadel. And that didn't even ensure that the boys would be given anything but the opportunity to study. Some came with lofty goals and left years later with not a single chain link forged and an empty purse. It all depended on the archmeisters of each subject considering a novice knowledgeable enough to earn a link. I took another sip of the watered wine and once again regretted drinking decades-old bottles of Arbor Gold with Sir Gerion. My tastes were ruined forever. Around us, a pair of sailors were arguing about dice. Someone laughed too loudly near the bar. I sat up and leaned closer to my companion. This is what we'll do from now on, Gray, I said. We'll be expanding recruitment as soon as we get back home. Double our numbers to 50 boys. In 6 months, if we feel our standards have kept, we'll double again to 100. He looked up sharply. That's a lot of mouths, Lord. Won't that pull too much from the island? No, I said at once. Dawn Rest's growing. You've seen it yourself. Folk are coming in from the countryside, yes, but even more from outside. Massey's Hook, small port towns along Shipbreaker Bay and Cape Wrath, even the Stepstones. Some families, yes, but mostly young men and boys seeking their fortune. Better they find work under me than find trouble on their own. Gray nodded slowly. Idle hands don't stay idle. That's right. They drink. They fight. They steal. I'd rather give them a roof and put a bow or a spear in their hands than see them at Evenfall Hall's stocks for thieving. Bows and spears, yes, but also hammers and shovels. There was more work on Tarth than father liked to admit, and men willing to work were worth more than gold. If I could, I would get my lads working on Tarth's infrastructure while they earn some coin for themselves. Roads, houses, docks, storehouses, shops. With more and more people flooding Dawnrest, there would be need for expansion, new construction. That's where my boys came in. It should work so long as the older members keep the new lads in line, Gray said. Right, I agreed, that's where you come in. Me, he sputtered. I'm not much of a disciplinarian, M-Lord. I laughed. I know, that'll be Jack's doing. He'll whip them into shape. No, you'll be picking just a handful from amongst them, the smartest and cleverest ones, any who you think have the talent and the will to become learned men in service of Tarth. Gray's fingers stilled on the cup. Curiosity shone in his eyes. To become meisters? Not quite, no, I said. I don't need them to turn into gray-robed men shackled by those useless vows. I want them to focus on specific subjects they might be interested in learning and that we can use back home. Medicine, building, ravenry, warcraft, practical knowledge. My mind stirred with all the possibilities. Surgery, siegecraft, logistics, men who could read a map and calculate supplies without guessing, who could care and train ravens or perhaps even pigeons to carry messages and orders during battle. It would cost me, more than I liked. I'd be spending as much on these few Citadel novices than on the rest of my company entirely, but it would pay for itself in time. We won't rush it, I said. A year at least, maybe more. You can weed out the ones who don't have the stomach for it. Gray hesitated, then said, Should I come as well? He framed it as a question, but to my ears, it sounded more like a request he was too afraid to properly make. I studied him for a moment. Do you want to become a meister? His brows knitted together. No, I don't believe I do. Then he pursued his lips. I just want to study things, learn more. I smiled at that. Good, that's a good mentality to have, Gray. You'll come then, but not yet. A year and a half from now, maybe 2. I need you home first to help with starting up some projects. Then I'll give you time to study, I went on. 3 years to learn whatever you wish here before I'll need you back for a while. If you still want chains after that, you can come back and forge them. Thank you, M-Lord, he said, nodding deeply. I won't disappoint you. I waved the gratitude away. I tried not to show it too much to them, but I considered him and the twins as friends, true friends. For Gray, this would be a gift as much as it was an investment for the future. We sat in companionable silence after that, watching the room ebb and flow. A wench passed by a few minutes later, red-cheeked and moving fast, and I lifted 2 fingers without looking. She stopped long enough for me to slide some copper stars across the table. Gray murmured thanks when she came back to top off our cups. My thoughts shifted, and I turned to check the light through the tavern's open door. They should have been back. By now, Jack and Jace weren't the sort to dawdle. Even Jack, loud and boisterous as he could be, knew how to follow orders well. I took another sip, frowned, glanced toward the door again. Gray noticed. They should have been here almost an hour ago, he said. Could they still be at the inn? Novices like to talk, I said, more to reassure him than anything. 10 minutes passed, then another 10. The dice game close to our table broke up. A new group of sailors sat down in their place, voices loud and smelling of tar and fish. No twins. A knot tightened in my gut, slow and unwelcome. Jack and Jace could handle themselves. I'd made sure of that. But Oldtown was big, and not every danger was the kind you could deal with steel in hand. If they're not back in 10 minutes, I said quietly, we go looking. Gray nodded at once, already shifting in his seat. We didn't wait more than a minute before we left. XXX hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on webnovel. Patreon is roughly 25 to 30 webnovel chapters ahead, or 10 regular, longer chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlear. 42, Chapter 42, Fearing the Worst, we'd hastily put on some armor, just shirts of mail and chest plates, while carrying arming swords and a knife each. Inconspicuous enough to walk the streets without causing alarm while potentially crucial in a close-quarters fight. Nothing seemed unusual when Gray and I approached the Quill and tankered at dusk. We crossed the rickety wooden bridge over the Honeywine with firm steps, trying to appear unhurried, but I kept my hands on the pommel of my sword the whole time. The fading sunlight threw our shadows far across the small terrace outside. Best to do this before night fell. We gave each other a final nod before we pushed inside. That's when I realized something terribly wrong must have happened. High-tower guardsmen, almost a dozen of them, lined the walls of the common room, all armored in plate with their faces hidden under closed helmets. A short, brown-haired woman wearing a stained apron stood nervously in the middle of the floor, her eyes sweeping between the two people in the room that also caught my immediate attention. The first was a man. A knight, certainly, tall and dark-haired, covered in a resplendent suit of pale enameled armor. A half-cape draped over his shoulders in the gray and white colors of House Hightower. Unless it was some cousin I did not know, then by his age, he could only be Sir Baelor Hightower, Lord Leighton's firstborn. The other rose from her seat as soon as our eyes met. I froze for a moment. A woman, tall too, perhaps only an inch or two shorter than I was, her hair a thick cascade of dark tresses accented by a streak of brilliant silver. Her cool, lilac eyes bore into mine with an intensity I found unsettling. I must have been stunned for longer than I realized. Before I noticed, she had bunched up her skirts and stalked right up to me. The man, Sir Baelor, saved me the trouble and halted her before she got too close. "Malora, wait," he said, pushing his arm in front of her. I swallowed. Suddenly my mouth had gone dry as dust. Malora Hightower. Leighton Hightower's second child and first daughter. A woman who would one day come to be known as the Mad Maid, locked in her tower reading books of spells with her father. My gaze left the Hightower siblings for a second in favor of Jack and Jace sitting at a table like a pair of scolded school boys, worry now clear across their faces. Had they done something to cause the wrath of one of the Hightowers? They seemed fine, if deeply uncomfortable. I didn't blame them. For small folk, a highborn noble taking even the smallest offense at something they had done could spell their deaths if the nobles were cruel enough. Sure, there were certain laws for the protection of the common people, but unless they managed to escalate the issue somehow all the way to a higher lord or the Iron Throne, a local lord ruled his demesne just like a tyrant, with near absolute power. I turned back to the lady in front of me, tall and pale like a marble statue. Her deep green dress seemed to be made of gleaming emeralds under the inn's torchlight. By the way, Malora Hightower was staring. You'd think one of the twins murdered her dog or worse. If they had, then it would spell more than a little trouble for me. For no matter what had happened, I'd be getting Jack and Jace out of here alive and well. I wouldn't leave my men behind. "Can I help you, my lady?" She studied me for a moment, looking me up and down like a lab rat being prepped for some terrible experimentation. Her eyebrows pinched. She must have seen something she didn't like. "You're just a boy," she said. Her voice was throaty as if stiff with disuse. An eyebrow rose. Oh, taking a deep breath to calm my own fraying nerves, I made sure to look down at her from my perch slightly above her. "My apologies for disappointing, I suppose." "You're being rude, Malora," her brother said. He shot me a conciliatory smile, and I felt myself relaxing a bit. It couldn't be too bad if Sir Baelor wasn't wroth himself. Malora ignored him. "What is your name, boy?" She seemed to like that word a lot despite being not much older than me, 17 or 18 at the most. "Galladon Tarth, my lady." I gave her an appropriate bow. "A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Baelor Hightower perked up. "Tarth," he said. "As in Sir Galladon Tarth, the Sapphire Knight?" I had to fight to keep a smile from showing on my face at his words. "It seems the day my reputation precedes me has finally come," I said jovially. "You must allow me to buy you a drink or two for being the first one to bring that up. Sir Baelor Hightower, I imagine?" "Aye, Sir Galladon." He smiled. "A raven brought word of your victory at the tournament last week. My congratulations. I only wished I'd been able to attend, but duties kept me close to home." "Then, I can only thank the seven you are a dutiful man, sir," I said. "It would have been a most arduous task to win the tourney were it otherwise. Your own reputation as a knight is well known even to us in Tarth, too. I've heard you swept all of the tourneys in the Reach for the past 2 years running." Sir Baelor's face lit up at my praise. "An exaggeration, I assure you." Then he got cheeky. "It was only most tourneys, not all. Some happened in too quick succession to arrive in time to join." I laughed despite myself. Whatever was happening here, it was not what I expected. "Though, from what we heard, my coming would not have made much of a difference," he went on. "Sir Tygett Lannister, Sir Arthur Dayne, Prince Rhaegar. I would count myself lucky to defeat even one of them in the field, sir." We exchanged pleasantries back and forth. Then he switched to asking me about the jousting itself, how I trained, what kind of horse I had, and I went on to inquire about his recent victories and the best riders he'd faced. To the side, Malora seemed to grow increasingly frustrated as our conversation went on. Her cheeks had turned red, angry, or embarrassed, or both at being ignored. Considering she was likely the one behind this whole thing, she would have to forgive me for my lack of sympathy. She suddenly pulled her brother by the arm. "Baelor," her voice came out like a hiss. "What are you doing?" Speaking with Sir Galladon?" he asked, puzzled. Malora gave him a death glare before huffing, "Forget it." Then she turned to me, pulled something from a hidden pocket sewn into the flowing skirts of her dress, and shoved it in front of me. "Take this, boy," she said imperiously. She held a long, parchment-covered parcel in her hand. I decided I was in safe enough territory to tease her. "I'm sorry, are you speaking with me or someone else?" I asked, tilting my head. She gritted her teeth and gripped whatever she was holding tightly. I almost expected her to swing it at me before she exhaled, narrowing her eyes at me. "Just take it, Galad and Tarth, and consider yourself fortunate I don't have you thrown into the High Tower's dungeon for deceiving me." Deceiving her. The question seemed to show in my face, for when I turned to Sir Baylor, he just gave me a helpless shrug. I answered him with a similar shrug and took the parcel from her hands, something long, thin, and heavy. Then she stormed away, heading to the door. "Come along, Baylor, it's almost nightfall." The knight's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, so it seems," he said, looking toward the darkening terrace outside. "You will have to forgive us, Sir Galladon, but my lord father commanded me to return with Malora before sunset." He made to step after his sister, then stopped. "Would you mind if I wrote to you, sir?" he asked. "We could trade tips and suggestions for upcoming tourneys." Surprised, I inclined my head. "It would be an honor," I said. "And just Galladon, if you will." He grinned. "Baylor, then." Before they left, Malora Hightower halted a foot away from the threshold. She shot me one last look over her shoulder. "We shall speak later, Tarth." Then she was gone through the doorway. Their guardsmen followed behind, all steel and discipline as they stomped away. I stood there in their wake, steeped into the silence that had taken the inn. The innkeeper had retreated behind the bar, but she was staring at me wide-eyed as if I was some kind of ghost. The lads, too, seemed too stunned to say anything, watching me for any reaction. Instead of speaking, I looked down at the parcel Malora Hightower left with me. Pulling at the parchment, I peeked inside. A rod of some kind, long, maybe 3 feet, and black as midnight. Frowning, I reached with my other hand into the parchment, ready to take the rod out of its parcel. Then I felt it. It was cold and crystal-like as glass. Oh, everything came together then. I looked through the open door into the dusky light outside, thoughts churning. For some reason, Malora Hightower had given me a glass candle. XXX hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on web novel. Patreon is roughly 25 to 30 web novel chapters ahead, or 10 regular, longer chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier. 43, Chapter 43, I slept at the dockside inn with one eye open that first night in Oldtown, waiting for Malora and her Hightower goons to burst down my door for whatever perceived deception I had unknowingly pulled on her. Tired and paranoid, I moved my things to the fair winds the very next day, and slept on the ship for my final night in the city as well. Still shaken, the lads did not stray far from me either. The twins had spent the near 2 hours Malora had kept them at the inn thinking they'd brought ruination to myself and my cause, as well as contemplating their own possible deaths. All for some stupid quest for Qyburn's whereabouts. Instead of using my most loyal, favored men, I needed to come up with more disposable spies. At the very least, spies that wouldn't cause me to weep should I lose them in the field. Jace's report on that end was nothing exciting. Qyburn was still a relatively known Meister in the Citadel at this point, famed for his efforts and knowledge in the healing arts, with some whispering that he was aiming to take Ebros's spot as Archmeister. I knew that, barring some unforeseen circumstance, such would not come to pass. Qyburn would be exiled in disgrace, his Meister's chains stripped, and he would end up somewhere in the east, joining up with the scum-of-the-earth mercenary group known as the Brave Companions. It would be a massive boon to get a skilled healer like him in my camp. I might even be able to skip sending my boys to the Citadel for medicine if I was able to draft him. Granted, he would likely only stay loyal to me if I allowed him to further his learning through his more unsavory experiments, but I figured I could keep him occupied with even my most off-the-top modern knowledge about medicine. Germ theory itself should buy me a few years. On the final day before we left, I went down to some of the better shops by the harbor to buy presents. A hunting leather satchel for Lord Celion, a new riding crop for Mother, a silver sewing kit for Aryan, and a bolt of fine linen for Alisanne. They were the kind of gifts that would have cost me triple if I'd bought them at Dawnrest, considering how few merchants stopped by our port compared to the second largest city in Westeros. I had only brought some 500 gold dragons with me for the trip. The rest of the coin from the tournament was going back to Tarth with my father and our party. Safest that way, and less tempting for me should I find something to spend on. I needed all the money I could save for the next phase of my plans. I spent the rest of my town in Oldtown locked in the captain's quarters, staring at my trunk as if it would burst into cursed Valyrian flames and burn the world with it. Neither women nor money had ever tempted me as much as the promise of what I hid in that trunk. That night, I couldn't contain my curiosity any longer and took out the tall black candle from underneath my clothes. I stared at it in the half-darkness of my room, with only the silvery light of the moon illuminating its sleek dragonglass body. Fear, excitement, greed. I didn't know what I felt the most while looking at the glass candle. The stories said the ancient Valyrians could see across great distances through it, or slip inside men's dreams and give them visions, and even talk with each other from opposite ends of their great empire. Was that what Malora meant when she said we would speak later? Did she have another with her she could use to communicate with me? Did they come in pairs and could only be used with its bonded candle? Just how did I use it? I had so many questions, and like a hydra, each of them only served to sprout two more, whenever I thought I had an answer. Still, even after we set sail, I took the glass candle out every night upon retiring to my quarters, just to see that it was still there, that it was real. And once, only once, after we had crossed the Red Wine Straits and we could see a glimpse of the Dornish desert like a hazy mirage to the north during the day, did the candle lit up for me. In the flames, which brightened up my dark room like a miniature sun, I saw two ships, their hulls covered in shadows, floating in a dark sea. Then the vision was gone as quickly as it came. I stood stunned for a moment, eyes wide, heart thumping madly. When the flames were completely snuffed out, a small cackle burst out of me, our ships. I couldn't quite make out the details of the ships in the gloom, but surely that had been the Fair Winds and the Western Will, Sir Gyrion's Carrack. Only I had seen them from above, like I had warged into a hawk's mind and flew over our position. Magic. It was real. I knew it was, of course, given my knowledge of the world and Aryan's revelation, but seeing it with your own eyes, right in front of you, was something else. Scary and exhilarating all at once. I tried again every night after that with no results. XXX, we hugged the southern Dornish coast for several days after that. Hellgate Hall first, then Salt Shore, then Planky Town. Never stopping for long, just enough to take on fresh water. Barter for fruit that hadn't gone soft in the hold, or wait out the occasional squall when the wind turned ugly. Storms in the summer sea came fast and loud, but they rarely lingered. Once they passed, the sea settled as if nothing had happened. We passed Sunspear at evenfall some 2 weeks after leaving Oldtown. I stood at the rail as we did, watching the city slide by in the amber light of the setting sun. The sandship rose from a ridge like something half-imagined, all sweeping curves and pale stone, its long hull-shaped base catching the glow of dusk. Flanking it, 2 towers loomed in the Rhinish fashion. One was tall and sharp as a spear, the other squat like a drum with a domed top, both backlit so perfectly it looked as though the sun itself had chosen to rest there for the night. It was striking. Strange. Entirely unlike the castles of the Stormlands. Like the high tower, seeing something so alien lit a fire in me. It made me want to see the wall, climb the giant's lance, and catch the Eyrie as the sun rose in the east. Stand beneath the shadow of Valanti's black walls. What would Valyria look like? The captain knew these waters well. Jarek barely altered course as we slipped past the harbor mouth, confident and unhurried. The sea was calm, the air warm, and with no reason to put in at port, we sailed on through the night. I slept lightly, as I always did since the Mad Maid had given me the priceless black candle. But at first light, I was already on deck with Gray, Jack, and Jace, running them through drills before the rest of the crew had properly shaken off their sleep. The deck was cool beneath our boots, damp with morning spray. We were midway through a sword rotation when the shout came. "Ships ahead!" The voice carried across the water. It hadn't come from our deck, but from the Lannister Carrack sailing ahead of us, faint and echoey from the distance. I turned at once, striding for the rail and scanning the horizon. I saw them quickly enough. From the northeast, shapes were emerging, dark hulls slipping out from behind the broken rock of one of the Stepstone's smaller islands. My jaw tightened as they came into view. 2 ships, coming out of nowhere from some hidden cove with a course that would intercept us. The sea was calm, the sky clear. I could see no other vessel along this stretch of ocean. It told me everything I needed to know. This wasn't a Greyjoy ship, sailing back to its home port. They were cutting west hard, and unless they planned to ram their prows against an empty stretch of Dornish coast, they were planning to pay us a visit. As I watched, they started to separate, each aiming to pursue their chosen targets. The largest one, a mid-sized galley, sped across the water toward the Western Will. The other, a sleek longship fashioned slightly different from the Ironborn ones, made a beeline our way. Jack followed my gaze. "That's not good," he muttered. Jace and Gray stood behind us, fists tightening in concern. The rest of the crew on the deck came along. Jarek, his officers, Divan, the young man I had bumped into on the morning of the last longship scare. Despite the breeze, it felt as if the air in our ship had been sucked away. I turned to them, gaze firm despite the knot tightening in my stomach. It was my ship the pirates were coming to attack, and inside my ship, even if only for this trip, these men were my responsibility. Arm up, I told them, forcing my voice to be steady. We'll be putting our drills to the test soon enough. XXX hit me up with some power stones. IT helps a lot. Read ahead if you want. Chapters on Patreon are longer than on web novel. Patreon is roughly 25 to 30 web novel chapters ahead, or 10 regular, longer chapters. Patreon.com/Pathlier.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.